In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks and welcome to Aneke TV, broadcasting live from Enugu. We begin the trading day on a cautious note as heavy wave of profit taking across industrial and banking heavyweights shaved off 1.81 trillion naira from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, dragging the Osha index down by 1.13%, while the domestic browse recalibrates. Global energy markets are on edge, with Brent crude surging past the $95 mark on fresh geopolitical friction, setting up a high-stakes tug-of-war for local investors balancing historic fixed income yields against rising cost-push inflation. And this is the business desk where data meets destiny and your words finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian stock market, which kicked off the first trading section of June 2026 on a broadly cautious note, as intense profit taking across major industrial and banking heavyweights dragged down key market indicators. The Nigerian Osha Index ASI shed 1.13%, pulling back from its strong May close to settle at 247,560.66 points. This correction shaved off a substantial 1.81 trillion from the total equity market capitalization at 158.7 trillion naira. Market sentiment was distinctly bearish, recording 37 decliners against 23 advancers. Sectoral performance was heavily weighed down by the industrial sector, which shared 3.87%, and banking sector losing 1.49%, overriding minor gains in the insurance, which equally was in the positive of 0.79%, and consumer goods, which gained 0.02%, indices. And then quickly taking a look at the top 5 gainers, we know that the insurance and hospitality sectors provided 18 silver lining, leading yesterday's advancing equities. International energy, international energy yesterday, Internagen closed at 4 naira 97 kobo to make a bullish adjustment of 9.96%, followed by consolidated Hallmark Holdings, which yesterday closed at 6 naira 87 kobo to make a bullish adjustment of 9.92 positive adjustment. The Initiates TIP yesterday closed in the bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 9.86% to close at 1 naira 20 kobo. RT Briscoe, yes, closed yesterday in the positive of 14 naira 90 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.16 bullish adjustment. And then followed by Ikeja Hotel. Yes, Ikeja Hotel yesterday was one of the top heavy movers as he made a profitable adjustment of 8.71% to close at 43 naira 70 kobo. And quickly moving to the top 5 losers, yes, which the industrial giant Boa Cement led the road, hitting a full 10% daily loss limit alongside logistics and courier counters. Looking at Boa Cement, which yesterday shaded, made a negative adjustment to close very bearish of a negative 10% adjustment, closing trading at 378 naira. They are followed by Nationwide Express, yes, traded as Trans Express. Yesterday closed its book at 4 naira 76 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.85%. They are followed by John Holt. Yes, John Holt yesterday closed in the bearish rim, closing trading at 15 naira 30 kobo onto a negative adjustment of 9.73%. Yes, Deep Capital, yes, Deep Capital Management, the CAP, was another stock yesterday that closed in the bearish rim, closing the trading book at 5 naira 16 kobo, yes, making a deep negative adjustment of 9.15%. And quickly moving on to our market outlook for today, yes, which I know that a lot of investors and players in the market are waiting to, hop on. Yes, we expect the market to, bear a bearish persistence, which expected cherry picking on fundamentals. Local stockbrokers and investment analysts anticipate that the bearish tone will likely carry over into today's opening hours. Investors are navigating a typical post-dividend mid-year reallocation phase, meaning profit taking on high valuation stocks is expected to continue. However, with the year-to-date return remaining highly lucrative at a positive 59.09%, today's session will likely see institutional players selectively cherry-picking fundamentally resilient banking and consumer goods tickers that have fallen to attractive entry windows. Expect high volume chunks, but a flat or slightly negative index by the sound of the closing bell. And quickly moving over to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira opened the month of June 2026 on a remarkable stable note, supported by steady interbank liquidity and the active containment of speculative trading loops. The local currency maintained a tight trading range across both regulated and parallel channels, keeping the premium between the two windows near a healthy 1% margin. At the official Nigerian foreign exchange market window, the Naira appreciated marginally to close at a volume-weighted average of 1,374 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollar. Meanwhile, data from the interbank segment showed the currency hitting an intraday high of 1,375 Naira and a low of 1,372 Naira, reflecting robust supply side clearing by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Yes, and then quickly moving forward to take a look at the figures at the market, both the official and the parallel market. Yes, we saw the Naira, the official market, 1,374 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, whereas at the parallel market, it was on a sell of 1,377 Naira against the dollar, whereas is being bought for 1,388 Naira against the US dollar. And then speaking to the British pound, at the official market, it stood at 1,857 Naira for 3 kobo. And then at the street market or the power market, yes, the selling option was at 1,855 Naira against the US dollar, whereas the buying option stood at 1,870 Naira against the British pound. And then moving over to Euro, yes, at the Nigerian official market, the Naira stood at 1,598 Naira 24 kobo, whereas moving to the black market or the street market, yes, the parent market, depending on what you choose to, use or call it, it stood at 1,000 for the selling option at 1,595 naira, whereas the buying option stood at 1,610 naira. And quickly moving on to the market outlook for today. Yes, we are projecting today's market to where a sustained rate convergence with mid-retail demand pressure. The foreign exchange market is anticipated to hold a steady ground through today's session. The central bank's ongoing strategy of systematic liquidity injection directly to the breed change operators and traditional counter channels continues to anchor institutional demand effectively. While seasonal pressure for invisible transactions, predominantly international school fees and summer travel allowances, actively building up for the mid-year cycle. The absence of aggressive speculative hoarding should keep the exchange rate locked within the 1,365 naira to 1,390 naira band. We're expecting the official and parallel spread to remain tightly compressed, offering corporate buyers a highly predictable planning window for outbound settlements. And then moving on to the energy sector, speaking directly to Brent crude futures, which surged sharply to kick off June 2026 trading, driven by a volatile mix of escalating Middle East conflicts and sudden diplomatic friction. The global oil benchmark closed yesterday up over 4% to settle near $95 per barrel. Intraday highs touched $96. Yes, the explosive rally was triggered by Iranian state media reporting a suspension of the indirect back channel communication with the United States following intensified military operation in Lebanon. Concerns sparked over a potential retightening or prolonged closure of the strategic Strait of Hormuz, yes, the choke point, which handles roughly 20% of global seaborne crude, shaking off the 17% decline recorded through May. And quickly moving on to give you our market outlook for today. Yes, the Brent, is expected to wear a high volatility consolidation, which is expected as traders balance war premiums against structural supply lines. Crude prices are expected to hold on to most of yesterday's gains during today's section, though trading will remain exceptionally choppy, while U.S. President Donald Trump downplayed the breakdown of talks and pointed towards a potential memorandum of understanding within the week. The immediate risk premium is firmly back in the market. Near-term downside will be heavily cushioned by a technical support floor at $91.09. Yes, the 100-day exponential moving average. Barring an immediate escalation announcement or a sudden ramp up in the U.S. shale output, Brent is highly likely to fluctuate within a tight, news-driven bracket of $93.50 to $96.50 per barrel today, as institutional investors wait for, concrete cargo data from the Gulf. And quickly moving to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, where the Nigerian commodities market kicked off June 2026 facing persistent structural price pressures, while the agro-allied sector recorded a marginal improvement in trading volumes. Yes, like the affairs and the NCS. For grains like commercial white maize and sorghum, the retail market across major urban hubs remain heavily constrained by high haulage and logistics costs. In the open retail market, food items continue to reflect regional disparities, with southern consumption nodes bearing the heaviest transport premiums. And then taking a look at the, trying to bring you the highlights of the open market retail prices monitored yesterday across the southeast, north central, and southwest geopolitical distribution centers. Speaking to the staple items found near the Enugu markets, Ogbete new markets, and then Abuja markets. Speaking to Wuse and Otako markets, and then the Mai 12 and Oyibo markets in Lagos. Yes, and then we will take a look at the local rice 50 kg bag of the local rice in Enugu Enugu, yes, the Ogbete market in Enugu is sold between 88,000 to 95,000 naira. Whereas in Abuja, it went for 75,000 to 82,000 naira. And Lagos, yes, Lagos always usually pay a premium on these prices, but they seem to be competing with Enugu at this where they paid 85,000 to 92,000 naira on a 50 kg bag of rice. And then moving on to the gari, yes, the white gari that a peterobi of faith in Enugu went for 3,200 naira to 3,500 naira. Whereas Abuja had a bargain buying for 2,200 to 2,600 naira, depending on the market. And then in Lagos, it went for 2,800 naira to 3,100 naira. Those who, went to my 12 market were reported to have a bargain yesterday. And then looking at the brown beans, yes, a peterobi of it in Enugu went for between 4,000 to 4,500 naira in Ogbete markets and the mayor markets in Enugu. And then looking at Abuja, where they always get a bargain, yes, Abuja paid 3,200 to 3,600 naira on the beans that and then Lagos, it went for between 3,800 naira to 4,200 naira. And here is the catch: looking at the large single yam tuber that Enugu yesterday paid a high premium on the large tuber of yam, yes, which was sold between 5,500 to 7,000 naira in Enugu markets. And then Abuja, got a bargain yesterday, being close to the North Central, where it got for 4,000 to 5,000 naira. And then Lagos even bought cheaper than Enugu yesterday, getting it for 5,000 to 6,500 naira. And moving on to tomatoes, yes, small clean bowl of tomatoes in Enugu went for 1,300 to 1,500 naira, and then in Abuja it was for between 800 and 1,000 naira. Lagos, got it better than Enugu yesterday, as they bought for 1,100 naira to 1,400 naira. And then here are the key, regional observations to explain the trend of the market, and starting with Enugu, yes, which records the highest food utility friction among the three hubs, driven primarily by the high fuel costs associated with wheeling grains and tubers across long distances from the Middle Belt and the North. And then quickly moving to Abuja, yes, Abuja, benefits directly from its proximity to key farming clusters in north central and northwestern states, maintaining the lowest baseline for grains, beans, and fresh vegetables. And then quickly moving to Lagos, yes, with high, volume inflows into my 12, it helps to cushion bulk wholesale pricing, but high local offloading levies and retail secondary, transit loads push final consumer shelf prices closer to Enugu's level. Yes, Lagos pays for monile and all that when they are doing their offloadings and all that. So it's somehow, increases the retail price for these goods, bringing it at par with Enugu, that is reputed to have a higher inflationary outlook. And then giving you our market projection for today, yes, we're expecting the market today to be sticky, to have a sticky retail prices with localized adjustments on perishables. Prices are expected to remain flat and elevated through today's morning and afternoon market sections. Supply pipelines for non-perishables like rice, beans, and gari are structurally secure but rigid, meaning retail sellers are highly unlikely to drop prices due to the replacement costs, built around high diesel and petrol parameters. Perishables like tomatoes and peppers may see very mild, late afternoon price drops in Lagos and Abuja as traders clear out existing stocks before fresh daily interstate haulage trucks arrive. And quickly moving to the international market, yes, the global equity markets delivered a mixed, highly sensitive performance yesterday as booming AI technology demand directly clashed with escalating geopolitical risk and surging energy costs. Quickly taking a look at the USA S&P 500, which yesterday closed at 7,599 naira 96. 5,599.96 points, making a daily adjustment of a positive 0.26%. The key market driver here is Vida's new supercharged launch and a broad software rally. He has successfully pushed back against a 5% spike in domestic crude. Looking at Nasdaq, yes, Nasdaq yesterday closed at 27,086.81 points, indicating a daily adjustment of a plus 0.42%. And the key market driver here are the chip design and enterprise software counters, not month highs on persistent generative AI infrastructural spending. And then moving on to the US Dow Jones, yes, they closed at 51,078.88 points, indicating a plus 0.09% daily change. The key market driver here is a flatline finish. Heavy industrial and financial and consumer, cyclical counters were pinned down by rising treasury yields. And quickly moving on to Europe, where the Europe Stoxx 600 closed at 621.24 points, indicating negative daily change of 0.76%. And looking at the key market driver here, we'll see that the indicator showing suffered its sharpest one-day pullback in weeks as intense energy import dependency triggered immediate domestic inflation fears. And then moving to Asia, where Japan Nikkei 225, closed at 66,934.33 points, indicating a daily change of plus 0.91%. And when you take a look at the market driver here, it closed at a fresh all-time high, heavily buoyed by, tech conglomerates expanding global data center footprints. And quickly taking a look at Hang Seng Hong Kong. Hang Seng Hong Kong yesterday closed at 25,398.18 points, indicating a daily change of plus 0.86%. And when we look at the trajectory, we'll see that it bucked mainland Chinese weakness of a 0.27% in Shanghai due to late section institutional inflows into cross-border tech stocks. And then quickly moving on to give you a market outlook. Yes, gathered trading with tech-driven defense lines is the characteristics of the market projection today. We are global section today. We, likely mirror yesterday's tug of war. European pauses are tripped, for a fragile defensive opening as regional manufacturing hubs continue to price in the southern Brent crude war premium. In contrast, Wall Street's futures suggest steady resilience. The sheer momentum of institutional capital moving into artificial intelligence infrastructure acts as a highly effective buffer. Expect short-term bonds to experience selling pressure, keeping yields high while equity volumes remain intensely concentrated within large-cap technology and defensive energy counters. And quickly, before we go, here is our strategic market advice for mostly the Nigerian investors today. And speaking to the equities, yes, on equities, our advice is that you buy the dip on high dividend tier 1 banks and consumer goods. The reason behind this advice is that yesterday's 1.13% index drop opens entry windows. In all, avoid penny stocks. Lock in value before mid-year dividend qualifications close. Yes, avoid penny stocks. Lock in value before mid-year dividend qualifications close. And then on fixed income, our advice is that you lock in cash into short-term treasury bills. Yes, lock cash into short-term treasury bills. The maturity days between 91 to 181 days. Yes, and the reason behind this advice is that since the MPR is at 26.5% and inflation at 15.69%, Nigeria offers a rare high yield positive real return. And quickly moving on to the FS and commodities market. Yes, our advice here is that you drop parallel market USD speculations, drop parallel market USD speculations, pivot towards dollar earning energy stocks or agro commodities. Yes, and the reason behind this advice is that Naira is stable at 1,370 to 1,390, but Brent crude spikes past $95 per barrel, threatening imported inflation. So in all, hedge via local upstream oil equities or FS grain contacts. Yes, this is our market advice, strategic advice to mostly Nigerian players today. And in all this, we will be drawing the curtains today on the Aneke TV market segment. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segments for informed, incisive market outlook. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Aneke TV Sports, where we're bringing you the latest in the world of sports and the updates you need to follow through the day. First of all, I would like to, start on this note that we are here to ensure you have proper documentation and information for the next phase of the World Cup. I mean, World Cup is just in 9 days, and I don't know how you are planning and how you're getting ready for that. Also, we are talking about that Serena Williams is back to tennis after coming out from retirement to compete for major trophies. Now we're still talking about a lot of drama that has stirred reactions on social media in the world of sports, especially in the world of football. Coaches being signed by teams, and players also being sent to clubs. Players also loaned, and then the Marcus Rashford saga. All these and more will bring your way, including the World Cup. The Cup, especially what is so interesting in this World Cup is the time zone. Time zone could mess up with your sleep if you are a long or intentional sleeper, because some of the matches from the first game it will be 11 p.m. then other games will be 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m. depends on the time. It's going to be in the midnight for those who are watching from West Africa. So a lot of these and more will come your way. And also in the Formula One, this is the Monaco GP week. Teams like McLaren has rolled out their design for Monaco GP. They have rolled out their special edition design, and also talking about McLaren who has the team has reached about 1,000 pole positions. They have featured in 1,000 driving spree. That's something wonderful for a team like that. And this morning, like we always do, I have worldwide. We're here again.
Good morning.
We live, we dream, and
of course, we
yes.
sports. While you were talking just now, you mentioned of Serena Williams.
Yes.
This is will I say someone that has graced the tennis game for quite a long time. She retired at I think at 40 years. That was September 2022, from what I checked. And now coming back at the age of, I think she's turning 44, 45 by September. This one that has graced tennis for a long while, and I wonder why she's coming back at this. This age is not really on her side. She's turning 45 by September. She already has 23 Grand Slams, single titles. She has won each slam at least 3 times. This one has done it all, and I don't know why she just wants to come back from retirement, and still partake in this game.
She probably has her reasons.
Yeah.
But for me, I feel it is only allowed in tennis.
But at this stage, I believe you should just enjoy your
because of your how much you have done. For instance, these guys are bored. I hope you know that when you retire, I hope you know that even in football, that a lot of people who retire from football are bored.
You are bored, but there are other things you can go into. Not coming. Just imagine someone at 44 coming back to play football. It should just be charity football that you play, all those friendly charity football for fun. It's not coming back for an actual competition at that age. What if you get injured? There are some injuries you won't recover from at that age, that you are turning 44 and you want to go and play football again. When you get those broken bones, it doesn't get to heal back, unlike when you were younger. So I know tennis does not pose that risk of those kind of injuries, maybe when you get a broken bone, but I think you should have ventured into something else, but not coming back for an actual or a real competition.
But she's back.
Yeah, of course she's back. She has her reasons. So
are you not excited?
I'm excited, but let it not turn something that is going to be embarrassing, because let the young ones not use her to, in Nigeria we'll say, catch cruise. Let them not go and give her some defeat that she would not want to take. You have graced the occasion, you have bowed out of it in a grand style. You have so many awards, but coming back again, I don't know. Let's see what she's going to offer.
Well, let's see what it's going to offer, because it's going to be interesting and amazing. If you put everything side by side, you would also see that she has a very good reason, talking about coming back to challenge for the Grand Slam. It's something that, I tell you, it's only in tennis.
I think there's one record she's after, because she has 23 Grand Slams already, and the only person above her, which is Margaret, has 24. I don't know if this is her reason, because this person is 24, she has 23. Whether she's trying to equal the record, I don't know. But I think this is the only record that I see from her, data here that she might be after. She has won every other thing. She's just 23, one away from Margaret to equal it to 24.
Yes. Now let's just go into the world of Formula One, where we are having that McLarens. They started in 2010, and talking about the likes of Hamilton, the likes of Button, the likes of Alonso, and the likes of Sainz Jr., all in the team, McLaren team. So far, there has been 1,000 GPs. They have driven for, they have participated in 1,000 Grand Slams. Yeah, wow. That is a hallmark.
I think that's the highest in the world.
Yes, yes, that's the highest.
Even Mercedes, I don't think they have that number 1,000. I believe, McLaren, these people started these things before all these other guys came in, Ferrari, Mercedes itself, other cars, and it's something that they are still trying to push on to. They still have the great guys. They still have Hamilton in their list. They still have, other names. I think George Russell is still there. So Alonso is still there. These are names that, have driven this race for quite a long time. And they are worthy to, put up a competition against the young lad we know already that is driving for Mercedes. That's Kimi.
Actually, the transition of the Formula One from 2010 till now, there's a lot of progress.
Of course.
When I look at these people and read up what they have to do and, kind of look at the stats, I feel, first of all, there's always that mentality to progress. After that mentality to progress, there's also the intention to progress.
Yeah. When you have the
mentality and the intention,
the drive will come out.
The drive, yes.
You want
because
to improve this.
I am reading and I'm like, okay, so you have been doing one thing, and as a team, as an organization, since 2010.
Yeah.
So that means it has been, you have driven almost around the world, because there's a way Grand Prix are. There's a way they organize it. Countries apply.
Yeah.
Countries have to apply. Okay, we want to feature in Formula One and see our routes. They will come and assess it.
Of course.
If Nigeria applies,
they will come and assess it.
They will come and assess it, but we
don't. If it's possible, maybe they will do the one that it does not require that much a smooth road. They will do the one that requires.
The only thing we can do here, is MotoGP.
Then we can host it.
In fact, the only thing we can do here on our roads could be just maybe normal bike.
Those bikes that it does not involve.
Or car drift. There's nothing else we can do. Because when you look at it, you see that it is evolving. Yeah. What these guys are doing, the likes of Hamilton, the likes of Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, the likes of, yes, they're evolving. Yeah. They are after what is to come.
Of course, since 2010 to 2025 or 2026 that we are, that's more than 15 years, and of course you should be evolving in the game. If not for anything, you have driven more than, you will not say you have just driven for a country. You have driven past maybe 5 to 6 countries, and you have been on the wheels for a long time. You are getting used to this thing.
And McLaren, being, he has driven, they have participated in 1,000 Formula One race. Yeah. Now, as of last year, they were pronounced the fastest car in the world.
McLaren.
Just McLaren. Yeah. McLaren, if you own a McLaren, you own, in fact, the fastest car in the world. In fact, the fastest car in the world.
Anyway, that was last year. I don't know if you pronounce them this
year. Even till now, McLaren is
what
super.
What these guys are driving now, I'm not sure.
No. I'm talking about in performance.
Yeah. As not fast now.
Not in sports.
Not
in sports. Just as a car, as a McLaren doesn't have any SUV that you could say, like SUV, that is more than 2 persons. Their cars are just 2 people.
Yeah, just the driver and one more person.
Driver and one more person, because they did not build it. It was not built for
convey, like
to be carrying Obiago.
It's just,
or to be carrying a soccer.
It's a speed car, because it's just you and maybe one other person.
It's for speed. It's for evening cruise. You are kind of. That was why last year Burna Boy had to get the car. But it is something important, and I will tell you for a fact that these guys, they have really made a lot of progress. They have made a lot of progress in the Formula One race, and it's very, very important. And we are giving up for McLaren, and that's why in their livery they delivered a special position, a special car, like a special Formula One car for the Monaco race. So that's something that everyone, nobody expected that. But looking at the stats, you are seeing that, wow, it's amazing. And when you are going to go deeper into the research, you will see a lot of other things, how they have, how people, the likes of Lando Norris and Leandro Priestri has really, given them that limelight as taking McLaren, because last year McLaren was the F1 champions of 2025. Wow. Yes, because that match I followed the game of I follow it very well. So last year McLaren was they were the Formula One team for the year. Yeah. They clinched the championship. They took the title, and it was Lando Norris, their driver. So telling you, everyone in Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Kimi Antonelli, and they drove. Yeah. They drove, but McLaren had to, take it to the next level, and that was amazing. That's so amazing. Now we're preparing for Monaco GP, where cars and teams will come together to also show what they have. Yeah. I mean, talent and the rest of them, and teams are already rolling out livery. The cars they are going to, drive, use for the race. Teams are already, bringing out. The other day we saw a team that brought out Gucci. Yeah, the Gucci. That had a Gucci design. Then this McLaren, they just have their color. That's a burnish orange with black around it, and it's an amazing car, really. Yeah. It's really an amazing car. I think we have to go over to boxing. Anthony Joshua is getting ready to come back. Anthony Joshua has a fight, and the countdown has begun. A lot of improvement is coming where Anthony Joshua is, and it's going to be one of the things that the world has not seen so far, because I'm sure that what happened when people box is, as they are boxing, they are remembering the past events.
Of course, but sometimes your focus might not just be on the past; it might also be on the match itself. Leaving everything aside, trying to get a win for that match. Where Anthony Joshua coming back, we have talked about it before. It's something that we are anticipating. To see him back in the ring is something we Nigerians, we the supporters of Anthony Joshua want to see. And I don't know the opponent yet. I don't know if it's still Usyk that we're talking about, but if it's Usyk, I know of course he's prepared and he's getting prepared. Usyk has, been in a lot of fights, during the period Anthony Joshua was not around. I think he has been in more than 3 fights, and that's has already him to prepare.
I think first of all he's going to fight Christian Prenga in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
So he's going to fight Christian Prenga in Saudi Arabia. Then
that will be like a warm-up match.
Yes, a warm-up, but then he will move further to fighting Tyson Fury.
Well, I think that's a major fight. That's
yes,
a big fight.
He'll move further to fight Tyson Fury, and then he's going to.
Tyson Fury, I thought he also retired also.
What's happening in the world of boxing is that they retire and they will come out. Once it's not football, you can retire and come out, because you have the time. Just take a look at Alexander Usyk.
Yeah. I believe the money is also something that makes them to come back. Yes. Because this Tyson Fury match it's not going to be a small match. There is going to be a lot of money being placed on this guy. Boxing is more of a gambling, something that they will use for gambling. So either you are betting on this person to win, or you are betting on these people to win. So there are lots of money that they are going to place on this guy's head to get a win. And I believe these things draws them out of retirement. When you hear the kind of money that you are supposed to make, you want to come out and get one more fight.
Yes. Now, Anthony Joshua is set to face Christian Prenga on July 25th. That's when he's going to face the guy. Yeah. Then he will take it further. This fight is in Saudi Arabia. Then he will take it further to, take on Tyson Fury. Yeah. Yes, but currently the location where the fight is going to take place has not been announced.
For Tyson Fury?
No, yes.
You said the other one is in Saudi Arabia.
It's in Saudi Arabia, but the location.
Okay.
The location is just in Saudi Arabia, but the location has not been announced. So it is something that I have seen, and I'm like, okay, maybe we can just, you know.
We have a lot of places that we are supposed to go. We are supposed to go to Monaco.
Yes, we are meant to go to Monaco together.
This is Saudi Arabia for Anthony Joshua. I believe if time permits also, with available resources, we should also go and see the fight.
We should also go and see the fight. And now I'm talking about 2026 Roland Garros quarterfinals, men's single. That's in the long tennis. That's to Roland Garros quarterfinal men's single, where you have Berrettini and Al-Nadi. If they qualify, they're going to. They also, you have by the side, you have men's Sikh and for Nesca Fonseca. Then you also have Uga and Alasaime. That's the pronunciation. When I heard it, I was like, wow, Alasaime. That's the pronunciation. It's a sweet name. Yeah, Alasaime. Then you have Koboli. Yes, you have Koboli. Then you also have Verev. And you have Jadad. So when they are done with the quarterfinals, it will just be 4 people that will face each other. And from that, we are going to just take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. When we come back, we're going to bring you more of this and more in the world of sports and also in the world of football. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now we take a look, just giving a little dive into Formula One down, because this week is the Monaco GP. So let's take a look at the Monaco GP most wins, where we have Aston Siena. Aston Siena has won 6 times. This is the preparation, and you will see Lewis Hamilton. They are getting ready for the Ferrari game, and Hamilton and Leclerc, they're getting ready. We have Ayrton Senna, Monaco Grand Prix most wins. You have number 50 Graham Hill, and then you have Michael Schumacher, then you have Alain Prost. Then you also have String Moss. That String Moss, this is one of the legendary cars they used in the race. And you also have Jackie Stewart and Rico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton seems to be one of the favorites to win this race. I mean, talking about this Monaco GP.
I don't think Kimi has partaken in this Monaco.
No, Monaco. I'm not sure Kimi has. Kimi has driven in.
This will be his debut season, so that's why his name is not there.
It will be his debut season too, because last year he didn't even drive a lot. Last year, it's this year. It's this year he started driving for.
Don't worry. By the end of this year, you will get his name on this list. I'm sure he will be there.
I'm sure we'll be there. Yeah. Maybe because I'm planning even to pay him a visit.
No, he'll definitely come out from this list, at least one, because we'll be counting one. The Hamilton has gotten 3 over the years, so him will be starting with 1.
Yes, yeah, he will be starting with. But in this Monaco GP, who are you tipping for the victory?
Of course, Kimi Antonelli. Who else am I tipping? Hamilton to come second, but Kimi first. Then you can have George Russell by coming out third. So that's my lineup for the position. Hamilton second, Kimi first, George Russell third. So these guys are supposed to win it for me.
You now like the Mercedes guys?
Yeah, you know, when you say Mercedes, you say Benz. You can call them Benz. So this name is
no,
a name
that actually you can call them GT.
You know, this is a car that we love.
Is AMG?
AMG, anyone that you once you hear Benz, you know, yes, this is our favorite car. So yeah, we tip the guys that are there to win, and of course, Timmy Anthony, you can see what the young lad is doing.
Kimi, I'm sure if Kimi ever catches a normal Benz, what he will do with that Benz?
I don't know what he will do with normal Benz. So you should
normal AMG 63,
like
AMG GT 63.
No, I believe he will crash those cars because you know the one he's driving is way faster than.
Basically, they have cars.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not even. Where are they going? Yeah, no. Like in Monaco now, all of them will fly to Monaco. They will just be there. The company is in Monaco. Yeah. They'll give them cars. What are they even doing?
No, all those people, you know, these things.
They don't even drive it. They don't have time. If you can see what Lewis Hamilton used.
It was not kayak.
It was bike.
Scooter, something
yes,
like that.
Lewis Hamilton, because this is their life. You know, when you are doing something and it's your life, it's kind of.
You get bored, you know, sometimes doing this. It's just like someone that is a chef, you'll be telling him about food. Come on, you know, this thing is not something that. It's just when he wants to do and maybe a competition that he will take part in it, but. Telling these guys now on their normal day to be driving cars to not interest them like that. They would rather drive even a bike. You know, these are other things that want to interest them than driving a car.
Yes, we also have 207. This is in the world of boxing. We have fights coming up this Saturday where we have a cruiserweight bout. William Smith versus Rosiski. William Smith versus Rosiski. The fight is coming up. And you have Padley and Fias. That's European super featherweight title. Is also coming up on the same day, on the 6th June. And it's going to be a fight that everyone has, you know, people are waiting to have this fight. Then you also have Boots and Bam. That's Zayas versus Boots and Bam versus Vegas. That's the match that is coming in too on DAZN. You know, DAZN is that platform that gives you premium boxing, you know, matches where you can also see to your see what is happening in the world of boxing. Then we're also talking about the Triple Mania 34, where we have Las Vegas. Las Vegas on Friday, September 11th, is going to be a showdown. Yes, it's going to be a showdown. You know, then also you having the same thing in Mexico, Domingo. Same 13th of December, then there's a Mexico side, then there's Las Vegas side.
Because all the stars I'm seeing here, they are looking more like all those real Mysterio kind of guys.
Yes.
You see them maxing up, and that's just what I noticed, that it's like all these guys belong to one country. It's mostly Mexicans that do this maxing up, you know, real Mysterio kind of style. And you have about 4 of them maxed up, or even more than 7, because I'm seeing a lot from this poster. I think this is more like their country kind of stars, and I believe this competition should be, you said that Las Vegas, and okay, of course, could that the Mexico is here, so I believe it's, let's say, it's a kind of country kind of competition that is being, you know, hosted or featuring most of Mexican stars in the wrestling. They call it a Triple Mania 34.
Yes, it's going to be, I don't know what you think about the Triple Mania 34. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting fight for me, because I have already noticed that from the last fight, that's Jacob versus Roman Reigns. Yeah. Jacob Fatu has come to, you know, do the needful by surrendering to the tribal chief.
Of course.
That's Roman Reigns.
Yesterday
he came out and he announced that Roman Reigns is still the best.
Of course.
The bloodline grows stronger. That's actually the team in WWE. That's in the world wrestling. So he came out to say that Roman Reigns is better, and everyone has been, reacting, saying nothing is better than acknowledgement. When you acknowledge when they win you,
it's it shows respect and it shows maturity.
It really shows respect and maturity, and also it shows Roman Reigns that we have been talking about bromance. We have been talking about sports not being a do or die affair. If you lose, you lose. You go and recover and come back. And it's very important. In the video, you would see him kneeling down, and he is just he had to shake Roman Reigns, but he knelt down.
He's just a new wrestler. Will I say something like he's a new wrestler, because I've not heard of this thing for when we used to hear wrestling, and coming, your match against Roman Reigns, this is someone that has been at that level, is at that top level in wrestling, and you are coming to have a fight with him. It's like a privilege for you to even have a fight with Roman Reigns at the first place. And when you get to lose, you don't bow your head and try to shrug down your shoulders and saying you have gotten, you are beaten. You should acknowledge the fact that you are even privileged to fight someone like Roman Reigns, being on the same ring with him, fighting Roman Reigns. And of course, he defeated you, but in fact, you yourself should be acclaimed a winner to even get a fight in the first place with
Roman Reigns. So that's what came, and it's obvious that Roman Reigns has taken it to the next level. He's not there. Both of them, they are in the same tribe, and they are in the same box. They're in the same wrestling community. So now Roman Reigns, as he has acknowledged that Roman Reigns is the chief, what it means is that
it's kind of protected right now.
It's protected. So what happens when somebody is coming now to fight them,
of course,
or to challenge Roman Reigns? He will defend Roman Reigns. If somebody is coming to fight Jacob Fatu, he will
do this. Yes, that's why they call it the brotherhood. These people are sharing the same broadline as far as long wrestling is concerned. So it's like, you don't come and fight my brother. You have to come through me to get to him. If you are going to beat him, you have to beat. It's just like someone will tell you, if you must beat him, you have to beat me too. You have to beat all of us if you want to beat this person. So it's kind of something that will show a brotherhood. Anytime anyone is fighting, this person is fighting, the other person might accompany him to the ring, just sit to watch that everything goes smooth. You know how Roman Reigns and Rollins used to do it those days, where you want to fight one person, you see two other people by the ringside. So you have to just coordinate yourself. In fact, without fear of other two people being outside, probably you just have to lose the match, because there will be nothing you will do to win this match that you say is fair and square. You cannot win it, because they will interfere. They will get some moments, they will beat you outside the ring, then throw you back into the ring, then the other person will get the ring. So it's just a show of brotherhood for me.
Yes, all right, let's go into the world of football, where we are going to be bringing you updates on the FIFA World Cup. It's 9 days to the World Cup. 9 days.
It's close.
It's 9 days. It's very close. June 11th, we are off for the wonderful time.
Anticipated World Cup.
Anticipated World Cup 2026 World Cup. Yesterday evening, while we were on the Free Kick show, we had to, take a look at top goal scorers and the rest of them. But before we dive in right into the world of World Cup, I want to announce to you that the match between Rangers and Rivers United, talking about the the playoff for the first and second position, as it is done in other leagues across the world. Yes, kind of FA Cup. Yesterday, Rangers International Football Club of Enugu, they lost to Rivers United in Uyo. Yesterday I had a talk with Sanchez. I had to text him, and I was trying to know if he has some time I can get him to the show. But then he told me about the game, and I wished him well. That's the President Federation Cup. I wished him well. Like, okay, in the evening I had to now check the scores. You see that Precious Ago and Jaje Godwin, they had the scoring. They started the scoring for Rangers International Football Club, and while Rivers United FC had their goal. And I would say Rivers United has something to comfort themselves now.
Of course,
even though as they lost the league,
lost to the normal domestic league. Now they've won this one. It's just like a consolidation or consolation.
Just comfort yourself. But there's nothing like winning the 9th.
The Premier League and winning title is the major league for you to win.
One thing about that league, winning that title, twice in 3 years.
Of course,
It's
sensational.
Sensational. It is a feat that many of the coaches would not even get to.
To even win one, let's say win one in 5 years, it's not easy.
It's not easy.
Now you are winning 2 in the space of 3 years. That's you won last 2 seasons. Maybe you skipped last season, then you are winning again this season. So it's something that should be, something that you should be proud of. Then you coming out to lose this other, will I call it a friendly match that is just between the first person and the second person, should not really get you down. You still have your trophy in your cabinet. This one, there is no trophy for it. It's just a recognition match between the first and second place. So Rangers International has already made us proud despite the results for yesterday's match. And we are happy for them.
Yes, they have already made us proud, and it's something that I've seen. Now, let's take a look as the World Cup is fast approaching. Ghana yesterday released their World Cup team, the squad they are going to play with in the World Cup, and we're having the likes of Antonio Semenyo.
Of course,
in the team.
They cannot skip him.
Earlier during the AFCON, he did not feature in the team. He did not feature. But now you have the FIFA World Cup squad list where we have from the goalkeeper, you have Benjamin Asare, then Lawrence Atizigi, Joseph Anang. Then you go to the defense, you have Baba Abdul Rahman. Then you have Gideon Mensah, you have Marvin Senaya, then you have Aliyu Seidu, then you have Abdul Muminin, then you have Jeremy Opoku, then you have Jonas Adjete, then you also have Kojo Opong Pepra, then you have Derek Lukashen. In the midfield, you have Elisha Owusu Thomas Pate, you have Kwasi Sibo, Augustine Biokwe, you have Caleb Yirenki, then you also have Abdul Fatawu Ishahaku. Then you also have Kamaldeen Suleimana. And the attack, you have Christopher Bonsuba, Ernest Nwama, Antonin Semenyo, Brandon Thomas Asante, Prince Adu, Inaki Williams of Athletic Club.
So he's playing for Ghana? No. Okay, there are 2 Williams in our
Yes, Nico Williams.
Nico Williams plays for Spain. Why the Inaki? This is the elder brother.
Yes.
Okay.
There's Nico Williams.
Yeah, and
then there's Inaki Williams.
Yeah, this Inaki Williams is the elder brother to the other one decided to nationalize for Spain. Why Inaki plays for Ghana? Then
you have Jordan Ayew. I used to remember when names in Ghana, names from the World Cup list coming out from Ghana used to be like Ayew.
There's another Ayew. I think the other one has.
That's Jordan Ayew.
The other brother.
You have names like Michael Essien.
No, these are the old.
And you have names that when you hear it will shake your heart.
This Ghanaian squad now, there are a few names that you are used to hear, maybe about 3 or 4, apart from Antonio Semenyo, this Jordan Ayew and Inaki Williams. These other names are probably guys that are coming into the World Cup for the first time. Even Inaki Williams, this is his first time to feature for Ghana. It's only this Jordan Ayew now that I believe he has played for Ghana in the World Cup before. Semenyo, this is his first World Cup. So most of them here, this is their first World Cup. Of course, I'm not sure Ghana went to the last World Cup.
Now, Wizzy, away from the Ghanaian squad, I want to ask you a question. A lot of people have been saying, of course, it's not related, but I just feel like asking you. A lot of people are saying that this could be the last World Cup. Now, I mean, this could be the last World Cup as a single person.
Okay.
The last World Cup without kids.
Yeah, but anyway, by God's grace, World Cup is okay. They have reduced it now to 3 years. Usually, it used to be 4 years.
It used to be longer.
It used to be 4. Now I think it's 3 years now. So by God's grace, this should be the last World Cup as a single person.
And for you?
Yeah, for me.
And also for
some of my fans. Even for you, Mr. Goodum, this should be the last one. By next World Cup,
no. See,
your kid should be probably somewhere with the mom, breastfeeding or something. So you should also take note that it's going to take another 3 years for the next World Cup to come up.
Yes,
that's really 3 years. Sometimes it goes fast, but sometimes it's a long time. We hope there are a lot of things that we are going to achieve by God's grace before that time. To set up a family.
Yes, also remember that in the Africa's FIFA ranking, where you have teams like Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, and Algeria, you have teams. These are the top 4 teams in Africa who, we are going to take a look at as the World Cup commences, at their performance how they have played their positions, what they are, expected, what we are expecting from them.
So Nigeria is not even.
Nigeria is not even in the. I mean, this is Africa's FIFA ranking.
We have gone down so bad.
Because we did not even qualify for the.
This is something that Nigeria used to top those years.
Yes, no.
1, 2, 3.
Now, the controversy here is that Morocco is above Senegal.
It's because of that shenanigans they did after the competition.
And also, Hakimi posted a picture on his Instagram, on his X, to just, he was captured. There was a lot of trophies. He's Africa's most decorated footballer right now.
Yeah.
Nations Cup trophy was there too.
That's what we.
Now somebody was about. Nations Cup trophy was there too. So someone was like, Nations Cup, how?
For the record right now, they have, let's say, taken the trophy away from Senegal. Though the trophy is in Senegal till now, Senegal did not release it to AFCON. They said they are not going to release. But for the record, for paper purposes, the winner for AFCON that we have on record is Morocco. While we, the football lovers, knows that Senegal won the competition, they were given the trophy. But at the end of the day, they will have to return the trophy to Morocco. So we are just taking it that it's still Senegal that won. For we watched the match, we saw it to the ending after the penalty that Morocco missed. Senegal at the end of the day won. So for we, in our own history and in our own mind, Senegal are the winner. But the trophy and what's on record right now is Morocco, that they stripped the trophy away from Senegal and gave it to Morocco. That's why if you check the list, you still see the trophy with Hakimi. But Senegalese player will tell you they are the winner. It's you that know whether AFCON is saying they are not the winner or not. You watch the match, you saw us winning after the match. So you can't come after 90 minutes off the pitch and you go and play politics and decide that a winner that was decided on the football pitch, you are going to give it to another person. So I don't know what CAF and the rest are doing.
CAF and the rest should sort that out. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at
that
all.
You have given a trophy and you are
recalling
recalling it back. I would even suggest, instead of recalling back that trophy, announcing Morocco that Morocco won, I would suggest that you give Morocco automatic qualification.
Yeah, that's what you.
And no matter what they played, they are going to they are qualified for the next competition, because they were there are things there could be things here. One, they qualify for the next competition.
Yeah.
The next AFCON.
Automatic.
And no matter what they play, they are going to play in the round of 16.
No, you can't give them that. That would be too much, because you have given them automatic qualification.
When
you don't play well, and
you know why I'm doing that. So if it is worse come to worse.
No, because if you say it like that,
automatic qualification means that
you have qualified for the
you have qualified for the
AFCON.
Yeah. Now, automatic qualification also would mean that you have also.
You are just saying they should skip the group stage. That's what you are saying, is that there is no need for them to play the group stage.
Okay, we can look at it together. You can play if you win your first 2 games instead of 3. You can qualify.
Any match, any group stage that you even win your first 2 games, you have qualified. But if you now say they should now skip group stage and qualify for round of 16, it's going to be, will I say, too much, because whoever wins the AFCON normally will also play the group stages. You just have automatic qualification for the next AFCON. You are entitled to play the group stage, and if you don't play well, you are going home. Una. So this automatic qualification that you are going to give them to skip the group stage might be too much, but let it be that they have given them automatic qualification, just like Senegal.
Yes.
Both of you have qualified for the AFCON. Not stripping a whole country of the trophy that people. What are you now saying to the football world?
And then, one thing that made a lot of sense, that made it, when you look at it, it made a lot of sense, was that there was camera everywhere.
Yeah, of course, these things.
Now, that camera that made sense, that camera actually revealed the actions that Moroccans took. Even the ball boy issue, they were the offenders. It was obvious that these guys wanted this trophy. I mean, I was thinking since
because you hosted it.
Actually, I was thinking since you guys hosted the World Cup, Morocco is a great team.
Of
You have
course,
great
you have
players
a
there.
great
You have
team.
Mazraoui, you have Akraf Hakimi, you have a lot
Diaz,
of... You have
Diaz is still there.
Brand Diaz, you have Nusri,
Yeah.
you have a lot of them. Now, since you guys hosted, I think the focus should be on the outcome, so that there will not be bad name.
Many countries complain, you know, that laser they even used to always shine at players.
And then I told you, something made sense. I saw how the cameraman shifted the camera, tilted the camera towards the girl that was pointing laser.
Yeah, they captured
face the girl.
There's nothing like there was no evidence. Look at the
human being that is
shining
lasering
laser to somebody, as you know, trying to obstruct
that was bad.
You know, there were a lot of irregularities.
That was very bad.
With the organizers, with, you know, invading other people. You see, keeper, you go and remove keeper's towel. The keeper should not clean his face, or he should not clean his gloves or what. You know, there were many things they were doing just to get a win. And unluckily for you, you guys were given a penalty to convert. You still missed the penalty that was not even supposed to be a penalty in the first place. After Senegal protested, staged, they walked off. At the end of the day, they still came back. So if you wanted to strip them off the trophy, it would have been on the base that they did not come back to the match to, you know, take the penalty. These are people that after so many, we have seen incidents like that where penalty was given and there were arguments, a lot of things
and they say they are not doing.
At the end of the day, they will still come back. No, these people came back. If they did not come back, we will now say, okay, Senegal did not finish the match. Automatically, that's a 3 point for Morocco. But now they came back. You took the penalty and you missed it. Then you are now coming to tell us that after the whole thing that you have lost the trophy, you want to also give them the trophy that it was Senegal that staged the World Cup. What was that supposed to mean?
Well, we're still talking about football, where we have the Super Eagles in camp. This time around, the friendlies between Nigeria and Poland is coming up tomorrow. There's Poland versus Nigeria. The time is 7:45 in the evening. That's Nigerian time. It's one of the games that everyone who is a big football fan, who wants to see Nigeria play across several countries, you know, test the quality of our playing and playmaking. You know, this is a game that everyone wanted to, like, the football of us wants to see.
We want to see.
Yes,
that's why it's a friendly match. We
and also have the names of those. The camp has opened in Poland, where they are getting ready for the game. Then you have Madoko Koye, you have Francis Uzo, Otto Konkwo, Moses Simon, Wilfred Ndidi, Akko Adams, Terem Mofi, you have Tochukwu Nadi, Emmanuel Fernandez, you have Semi Ajayi, you have Rafiu Durusimi, you have Paul Onwachu.
The big man.
Big man. The big man, yes. Then you have Zaidu Sanusi, you have Iwo Obu, you have Rafael Onyedika, you have Frank Onyeka of Coventry.
Yeah. You know,
Frank Onyeka of Coventry. Then you have Bruno Nyemechi.
Just to make it Bruno Fernandez.
You know, like Bruno Nyemechi. Then you have Abdullahi Ibrahim. The players are arriving and all smiles as they are getting ready for. You will see our captain. That's Wilfred Ndidi with Bruno Onyemaechi. They are just you know, having it all loved up. You see the likes of Akko Adams, and while he is raising his thumbs, you know, to just tell you how he's getting ready. Then you see the likes of Paul Onuachu. I'm sure he's sending money to his cousin in Nigeria.
Of course, this, you know, sometimes when you have anyone, any of your family member that is a professional footballer that plays international, you know, at a big club, don't worry, you will be getting something. Your alert steady on a Thursday. So
on a Thursday,
it will be coming to you also, because it's like next of kin or their own sibling. You just be on beneficiary list. You just, when they credit him, he automatically credits you. So having someone playing football at a top level is something, you know, it's something you want to look up to.
Yes, it's something we want to look up to. Just that at the end of the day, you would still see that many people are still struggling, even at the top football.
Yeah, you know, it used to be those days when, you know, they think this money will last forever. Some of them don't invest. You know, you hear people like the likes of, let me not use Nigeria football, like, let me use a popular example, Sagna, that played for Arsenal. Then you hear at the end of the day, when he had a wonderful career, he was making money. You know, people will say the football money then is not like the football money now. For me, it's almost the same thing, because then money, the value then, it's almost still the same thing as the money value now. What you can buy with maybe 500 then, it's not what you can buy with 500 now.
All right, let's take a look at the June fixtures. That's on the 1st. That was just 2 days ago. Yes.
No, yesterday.
No, yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm quite ahead.
Yeah, going ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going ahead. Now, you see, yesterday the camp opened, and next day, that's tomorrow, you have the match day versus Poland, and then on the 10th you have the match day versus Portugal. Yes, Cristiano Ronaldo is going to feature in this game,
Yeah,
and Cristiano Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, and the rest of them,
Cancelo,
the Vitinha.
In fact, the squad for Portugal.
And now let's just delve into just this few minutes we have. Let's delve into the world of World Cup, the expectations, and also I talked about the timing. The time zone is going to mess the sleeping patterns up. It's going to be at night, and I wonder who's going to be up at night.
We in this part of the world might not be able to watch all these matches because except you are so keen to watch the match, you will stay up. Maybe after the day's work that you are tired, you might not be able to watch some of these matches. I don't know why this World Cup is now falling to that extent to, there will be a match played by 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning. We used to enjoy World Cup when it was around 1, you see that a match has kicked off. Around, you get the opportunity to watch this match. If you even though it's to stream it on your phone, while doing other activities you are doing, you will just be watching it. But anyway, at the end of the day, we will still watch the ones who can watch and leave the ones who cannot watch to watch it later. So
for me, I feel like the matches would come, and it's going to be the time of our life, because many people are used to sleeping in the night while they still sleep during the day. But in the night it will be interesting, I would say, to see your country, Nigeria.
No, you are not seeing. You don't get to see.
Yes, everyone will become, and then the matches will come 1 a.m. in the midnight. Then it will come late in the night, where you have to just be awake because of the time zone over there. Right now, it's still. We are 5 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So the time is 8:51. Back there, it's something around midnight, and they are still kind of waking up,
in fact, maybe they have not even.
They have not. Yes, they are trying to just get by for the day. So it is something we're expecting. But which country do you think, with the way it's going, would be it? What's your favorite? Who are you going to be rooting for? The World Cup?
Sometimes who you even root for, you see at the end of the day. This France that we are
who you root for cannot root you.
They can uproot you. Normally on a good day, I would support France, but you see countries like Spain that have proven over time that are the European best. This Spain, you don't get to understand their own kind of football. They just come play a wonderful football and probably get the win. But I'm tipping France to get the win. But my second favorite country is Morocco. I love Moroccan squad. I don't know. I have, in Africa, they don't play the kind of football we used to know African countries to play. The one who say kind of police football. They will just play the ball inside, launch the ball, cross the ball. Anybody that finds the nodding, we used to call it anywhere belle face. Just play the ball forward, and if you are lucky to get the goal. But Moroccans, they play you like Barcelona. They have that kind of exchange of passes.
They keep. In fact, I feel Moroccans play low block.
Yeah, they are not.
They play like Everton. They play like Everton. They
enjoy their ball. That's why I'm tipping them to at least if they don't win the competition, but maybe to semi-final.
Are you tipping them in Africa, or are you tipping them?
No, after France is Morocco. I'm supporting.
Okay, Morocco. What of Portugal?
No, Portugal should be third, maybe, but. You see that France, that's my favorite. Forget Mbappe, this is misbehavior. I have a lot of favorite players in France. When you say Olise, luckily for me, Ekitike could not make it because of injury, but Olise and Dembele, then you have Doué. These people are the people I love in football, and they are in the same country. So having Mbappe at the front, I don't know. This France attacking, it's going to be difficult. I know their defense might not be all that solid, but you see their attack, there are too many options to choose from that they had to even drop some of the strikers you don't even expect that they will drop. You have that guy from Inter Milan, he's still there, Thuram. You have John Philippe Mateta from Crystal Palace, he's still in that attacking lineup. So they have a lot of guys in that attacking line not to worry any defense.
Yes,
So
actually, they have a lot of guys in the attack to worry the defense, and this is where we're going to be calling it a day. I mean, we're going to wrap it on this edition of Aneke Sports. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much worldwide for sitting through, and you know what we do for a living. We live, we breathe, and we dream sports. Until we come your way, same time, same station on Aneke TV, 8 a.m. Tomorrow we have started, and bringing you the latest updates across the world of sports, World Cup, and the rest of them. For now, I am Good Hope Chukuma, your sports oracle. Have a wonderful morning. Bye. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, glad to have you join us. On the headlines, federal government ends mandatory 3-month pre-retirement leave for civil servants. NCDC places inbound travelers under 21-day Ebola surveillance. On the foreign scene, protests erupt in Kenya over proposed U.S. Ebola quarantine facility. On business, NUPRC operations disrupted as workers begin nationwide strike. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, nscdc, has placed travelers arriving from countries affected by Ebola outbreaks under enhanced surveillance, directing health authorities nationwide to monitor them for 21 days after arrival. Under the updated guidelines, any traveler who develops a sudden fever alongside symptoms such as severe headache, muscle pain, vomiting, diarrhea, or breathing difficulties within 3 weeks of arrival will be treated as a suspected Ebola case. The agency also identified unexplained bleeding and persistent fever that does not respond to treatment as key warning signs, requiring immediate isolation and investigation. The measures follows ongoing Ebola outbreaks in parts of East and Central Africa, including Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The NCDC explained that the 21-day monitoring period corresponds with the virus's incubation period, making early detection critical to preventing local transmission. The agency has also strengthened community-based surveillance and urged Nigerians to promptly report unusual illnesses or unexplained deaths. Health authorities say Nigeria is drawing on lessons from its successful containment of the 2014 Ebola outbreak, where rapid contact tracing and isolation measures helped stop the spread of the disease. The federal government has directed all ministries, departments and agencies to discontinue the practice of placing retiring civil servants on a compulsory 3-month pre-retirement leave. In a circular, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Walson-Jack, clarified that the practice is not recognized under the public service rules and resulted from a misinterpretation of retirement notice requirements. She explained that retiring officers are only required to provide 3 months' notice before retirement. According to her, the period is meant for participation in pre-retirement workshops and the completion of pension and service documentation, not compulsory withdrawal from official duties. The circular further stated that retiring officers remain active public servants until their retirement dates and must continue carrying out their responsibilities unless officially granted leave or attending approved retirement programs. The government said the directive will improve manpower management and ensure continuity in public service delivery. Governor Adamu Umaru Fintiri of Adamawa State has flagged off the first round of the 2026 Integrated Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week, aimed at improving healthcare access for women and children. Represented by Deputy Governor Professor Kaletapwa Farauta at the launch in Yola South local government area. The governor said the 5-day exercise would provide routine immunization, vitamin supplementation and antenatal services across the states. As part of the intervention, the state government distributed 8,000 specialized mama-to-mama healthcare kits to pregnant women and nursing mothers. The program is being implemented by the Ministry of Health in partnership with development agencies. Professor Farauta also inspected ongoing primary healthcare projects in rural communities and expressed concern over defects observed at some construction sites. She warned contractors that the government would not accept substandard work and directed immediate corrective action to ensure quality healthcare infrastructure by residents. The Department of State Services has arrested 5 suspected armed traffickers allegedly connected to the abduction of students and staff of St. Mary's Catholic School in Papiri Village, Niger State. The suspects, including 2 Nigerian nationals, were arrested during coordinated operations conducted across Kaduna, Niger, and Kebbi states. Security agencies said the operation targeted the network responsible for supplying weapons for the kidnappers. Among those arrested are Yusuf Mohammed, described as a wanted Boko Haram member, and his associate Mubarak Ibrahim. Security operatives also arrested alleged armed traffickers Goni Ibrahim and Tukur Sani, recovering 15 AK-103 rifles and more than 1,400 rounds of ammunition during the operation. Investigators believe the suspects played a major role in supplying weapons used during the school attack. Security agencies say further interrogations are underway to identify and dismantle other members of the cross-border arms supply network. Troops of the Nigerian Army's 12th Brigade has rescued 23 passengers abducted by armed bandits along the Ayegunle-Bunu Road in Kogi State. The incident occurred in the early hours of Monday when gunmen reportedly blocked the highway, intercepted 2 commercial buses and a truck, and abducted several travelers. Acting on a distress call received at around 3:30 a.m., troops from Kaba launched a rescue operation and pursued the attackers into nearby forests. Military authorities said the pressure mounted by the operation forced the criminals to abandon 23 captives. 2 passengers were killed during the attack, while 5 others sustained injuries and were taken to St. Joseph Hospital in Kaba for treatment. Troops have continued search and rescue operations in the area, while urging residents to provide credible information to support ongoing security efforts. The Enugu state government has dismissed reports of an alleged attack on residents of Ogwuloku government area, describing the claims as false and misleading. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information and Communication, Dr. Malaki Abo, said no such incident occurred in Ogu or any part of the state. He described the report as a deliberate attempt to create fear and misinform the public. Dr. Abo said residents across the state were going about their normal activities peacefully and that there had been no security breach, matching the claims being circulated online. The Commissioner urged members of the public to disregard unverified reports and rely on credible sources of information. He also warned that individuals found spreading false information capable of threatening public peace would face legal consequences. The Enugu State Police Command has dismissed a viral social media report alleging that herdsmen killed several persons at Ogwu Junction along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. In a statement issued by the police public relations officer, Dr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command said preliminary investigations found no evidence to support the claim. The police described the report as false, misleading, and capable of causing unnecessary panic among residents. Authorities also condemned the circulation of unverified information capable of threatening public peace and security. The command urged residents to disregard the video and avoid sharing unconfirmed reports. It reaffirmed its commitment to protecting lives and property under the leadership of Commissioner of Police Maman Bitrus Giwa and encouraged the public to report security concerns through official channels. The Anambra State Police Command has launched a manhunt for gunmen who killed 2 police officers during an ambush in Orumba South local government area. Commissioner of Police Ikioye Orutugu announced the operation during an emergency security meeting at the command headquarters in Oka. He directed senior officers to intensify efforts to identify and apprehend those responsible. Police sources said the officers were attacked on Sunday night while returning from an official assignment. The convoy of the Chief of Staff to Governor Chukwuma Soludo, Chief Ben Nwankwo, was also caught in the incident. While Chief Nwankwo escaped unharmed, Some civilians sustained injuries during the exchange of gunfire. The police commissioner confirmed that investigations have commenced and assured residents that security agencies are working to bring the perpetrators to justice. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal government abolishes mandatory pre-retirement leave for civil servants. NCDC places inbound travelers under 21-day Ebola monitoring protocol. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, protests rock Kenyan town over proposed US-backed Ebola quarantine facility. And in business, nationwide strike disrupts operations at Nigeria's upstream petroleum regulator. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Nanyuki in central Kenya to oppose plans by the United States military to establish an Ebola quarantine facility at a local Air Force base. The demonstrators followed a temporary injunction issued by the Kenyan High Court, suspending the project after concerns were raised about possible health and biosecurity risks. Protesters blocked roads and demanded the permanent cancellation of the proposed facility. The planned 50-bed center is intended to monitor American personnel who may have been exposed to Ebola during operations in East and Central Africa. Kenyan health authorities say the project is part of broader efforts to strengthen emergency medical preparedness. Despite the court order, reports indicate that U.S. military aircraft continue arriving at the Laikipia Air Base. Security has since been tightened around the facility as authorities seek to maintain order amid growing public concern. The United States is preparing to significantly reduce the number of embassies and consulates across Africa that process visa applications. According to reports, the number of diplomatic missions handling visa services could drop from about 50 to 20 as part of a broader reconstructing of consular operations. The move is expected to affect thousands of African students, business travelers, and tourists seeking entry into the United States, with concerns that longer waiting times and travel distances may result. U.S. officials say the changes are part of administrative reforms, although observers believe the policy could have wider implications for diplomatic engagement and mobility across the continent. At least 10 people have been killed following fresh Russian missile and drone attacks across Ukraine, including the capital Kiev and the city of Dnipro. Ukrainian authorities say dozens of people, among them children, were injured as residential buildings and civilian infrastructure came under attack. Emergency workers are continuing search operations in affected areas affected by the strikes. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko urged residents to remain in shelters as explosions and air raid sirens were reported across the city. Ukrainian officials said ballistic missiles were used in parts of the assault. The attacks came days after Russia warned of further military action following recent Ukrainian drone strikes. President Vladimir Zelensky has urged citizens to remain vigilant as security agencies monitor the situation. And on to business. Workers of the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has commenced an indefinite nationwide strike following a breakdown in talks with management. The workers are demanding improved welfare packages, timely promotions, enhanced capacity development opportunities, and a review of operational funding arrangements within the petroleum regulatory framework. Union leaders also raised concerns over what they described as overlapping regulatory responsibilities and called for reforms to strengthen the Commission's effectiveness. Despite the industrial action, NUPRC spokesperson Eniola Akinkotu said critical operational activities remain unaffected as essential personnel have been exempted to ensure uninterrupted oil and gas production. Discussions between management and labor representatives are continuing. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian Navy for its contribution to maritime security, saying its operations have helped curb piracy and reduce crude oil theft. The president spoke in Lagos during the Nigerian Navy International Fleet Review, held to mark the service's 70th anniversary. President Tinubu praised the Navy's role in protecting the nation's territorial waters and supporting internal security operations across different parts of the country. The event featured the commissioning of 3 naval vessels, NNS Mambila, NNS Gurara, and NLS Oloibiri, as well as ceremonial activities attended by military chiefs and foreign dignitaries. In sports, Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi has called Nigeria's camp in Warsaw ahead of Wednesday's international friendly against Poland. Ndidi linked up with the squad alongside Moses Simon and Ako Adams after missing the team's recent Unity Cup outing in London. Head coach Eric Schell supervised the team's first training session in Poland as preparations intensified for the friendly match. 18 players are currently in camp, with goalkeepers Maduka Okoye, Francis Uzoho, and Arthur Okonkwo among those present. The match against Poland will serve as another opportunity for the coaching crew to assess players ahead of future international assignments, including World Cup qualifying fixtures. In entertainment, Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has welcomed the month of June with a message of hope and gratitude shared on her social media platforms. The actress posted new photographs and expressed prayers for peace, happiness, and renewed optimism for Nigerians. She noted that June holds special significance for her family as her 2 sons celebrate their birthdays later in the month. In a recent online conversation, Daniels also reflected on personal experiences and spoke about her aspirations for the future, including her desire to continue inspiring young people. The actress remains one of Nigeria's most followed entertainment personalities, with her social media posts continuing to attract widespread public attention. And now to end the news, the main points again. The federal government has abolished the practice of placing retiring civil servants on mandatory 3 months pre-retirement leave. The head of the Civil Servants of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, clarified that the practice is not provided for in the public service rules and directed all ministries, departments and agencies to ensure retiring officers remain at their duty posts until their official retirement date, except where authorized otherwise. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has introduced a strict 21-day monitoring protocol for travelers arriving from countries affected by Ebola outbreaks. The agency said the measure is aimed at strengthening early detection and preventing the spread of the virus, while urging health workers and members of the public to promptly report suspected cases. On the foreign scene, hundreds of demonstrators have continued protests in Nanyuki, Kenya, over a proposed United States military-backed Ebola quarantine facility at a local Air Force base. The protests come despite assurances from Kenyan authorities that the facility is intended to strengthen regional emergency health response efforts, as residents express concerns about possible health and safety risks. On business, operations at the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission have been disrupted following a nationwide strike by workers over welfare concerns, career progression, and funding issues. While administrative activities have been affected, the Commission says critical oil and gas production operations remain uninterrupted as efforts continue to resolve the dispute through dialogue. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good morning.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as destructive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly was compromised. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws, it demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also
as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated deceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained. In the end, integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership, stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
Okay, good morning and welcome to Sunrise on Aneke TV. It's a beautiful morning. It's a brand new day. Welcome and thanks for joining us this morning. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and brightness. Where we are going to bring you all that you need to know in the world of politics, in the world of, what's happening across the political architecture, and also the weather, the business, and the rest of them. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to you, our global audience. You've heard it all from them. So we are urging you to relax. Grab that your cup of coffee or tea. Enjoy the ride because the sunrise is here.
Okay, yes, the sunrise is here, and we're here to bring you updates, analysis, reports as it's affecting us, Nigeria, and what is obtainable in our Nigeria today. Earlier, before we came on the show, I had Good Hope and Miss Stu to drag me yet again about Arsenal and football. I don't know why it's hard for some person to understand that football is a game of luck. You win some, you lose some.
No,
football
is not a game of just luck. It's a game where preparation, meets opportunity. However, you're starting way too early. Relax, when we'll get to that point, let's usher, the Aneke TV in-house analyst, Mr. Resarum, so he will join in the, taking part of the bashing, so that only you will have to face the fire this morning. Yes.
Also, we are 9 days away. It's 9 days away from the World Cup. So it's another season to rejoice. Nigeria did not make it to the World Cup, but then again, we have other countries from Africa we need to cheer up. But before we get right into all of that, let's get on with the business of today, starting with our quote for the morning. And today's is from Nelson Mandela, the late Nelson Mandela, the activist, the pioneer of freedom in South Africa. He says, "We must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always right to do right." I'll take that again. We must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do the right. There is never a time to do wrong. There is always an opportunity to do the right thing. Everybody has a choice to do the right thing. And we must realize that each time you have is important. Every moment you get is delicate. And in that moment, it could be a split second, it could be an hour. Every moment is a defining moment in your life. And you're always advised to do what's right.
This is a legendary quote, I would say, from Nelson Mandela, and it has resonated with a lot of people who are living to make a living. When I mean make a living, is people who are going out there to get in, to get in the bag. We call it the bag, to make a good ends meet, to have the way they are earning their money, to earn through the right way. And I will tell you this morning, from what Nelson Mandela has said, you could notice nobody remembers him as late Nelson Mandela unless you are so intentional because of the investment he made into the human resources before he left this world. Now he says we must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do right. Yes, today is the right time to do the right thing. I'm talking about people in the marketplaces, people who are doing businesses, people who are engaging in life, people who are doing many other things to, earn a living. Yes, earning a living is very important. Yes, you have to earn and do the right thing. You have to do the right business. You have to, don't engage in illegal ways to earn or make your living. There's dignity in labor, and this is the time to do the right thing. So I'm speaking to you in case you have involved yourself in one or two things. This is the right time to do right. There's no time, there's no weather, there's no atmospheric condition to keep doing the right thing. That is a special moment for the right thing. No, every moment is special for the right thing. Also for the election that is coming, every moment is a special for us to do the right thing as a people who are looking forward to a brand new leadership. Yes, it is important that we do the right thing, and there's no time that is limited to doing right.
All right. Hearing and listening to the ways of the great man himself, Nelson Mandela, I am quite glad when I come in contact with names like this. Great Africans, great sons of Africa. We must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do right. And this morning, I anchor on the ways of Princess Ochoma here, where she said that time is delicate. The finding is, it is quite delicate that every moment needs to count for something. And, soon it will be a defining moment in Nigeria's trajectory where we must make a choice, either for good or for bad. And then I had to get to the marketplace and speak to my people, especially for this. Listening to a great Mandiba talk about time, our people needs to, hear this quote from the great man himself. And I know that you may be watching from Alaba International Market, you may be watching from Obwete Market in Enugu, or Gige Market in Osoka, or Ariaria Market in Aba, or you are in No Man's Land in Kano or Sabongere Market in Kano, wherever you're watching from. We are speaking to the words of the great Mandiba himself, where he's telling us that we must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do right. And we are anchoring on that time that it is delicate and that a defining moment is upon us. Therefore, we urge you, remember that our inability to participate or use time wrongly by not, doing what is expected of us in these moments where history beckons on us and the bell, soon starts to toll for us to make that decisive decision on who, occupies the helm of affairs in this nation. I urge you, my brothers, we are often told to be ones who are apolitical, not minding the outcomes in election. We urge you this morning in the ways of great Mandiba himself to take this hour serious. Remember that our failure to participate in the electioneering process would allow men who are not worth the sand upon which we tread to begin to call out the shots for this nation. Their decision will affect policies that will ensure that our businesses begin to crumble, that will pay higher tariff on importation. We are people who are import-oriented, great savvy businessmen. Yes, we have to participate in this process so that we are part of that decision making. When we allow other people determine the direction, then it will impact negatively on our business. This is why I especially call on you from the marketplace that the hour is upon us, that we have to make expeditious use of this delicate time to ensure that we participate in this defining moment in history. Let us stand up and be counted for something.
All right, make sure your voice counts. I mean, I believe that you don't get to complain about something that you do not participate in correcting or fixing. So to be able to understand and to call shots and to say that a certain government or a certain administration is not living up to expectation, you must have in one way or another contributed to putting such by commission or omission. So Nelson Mandela this morning is saying we must use our time wisely, not just for the elections, even in life, even as you go about your activities in life. Understand that the life you live is one, and whatever you do, whatever decision you make, just understand that you're doing it, or know that you're doing it for the right cause and for the right reasons. That's our quote for this morning. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out our weather reports across cities in Africa for today. Just stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Anambra today will be hot, humid, and storm-prone. Morning temperatures around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius will quickly rise to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Onitsha will feel particularly uncomfortable due to humidity and commercial activity. Expect thunderstorms and heavy evening rainfall with localized flooding possible in the lying areas.
Good morning, Enugu. Enugu enjoys the most comfortable weather in the region today. Morning temperatures around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius will rise moderately to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. Expect increasing cloud cover from late afternoon, followed by light to moderate rain and isolated thunderstorms in the evening.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Ebonyi will be the hottest state in the southeast today, with temperatures rising from about 24 to 26 degrees Celsius to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. The afternoon heat may be intense, especially for outdoor workers. Expect strong thunderstorms and heavy rainfall later in the evening, bringing significant cooling.
Owerri begins the day cloudy and humid with temperatures around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures should reach 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, creating a sticky atmosphere. Residents should expect evening thunderstorms and rain, with possible brief disruptions to outdoor activities.
Good morning, Omahia, Abia State. Abia starts warm and humid at 25 to 26 degrees Celsius before climbing to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius later in the day. Aba is likely to feel hotter due to urban congestion. Rainfall and thunderstorms are expected this evening, and motorists should prepare for wet roads and slower traffic.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, keep an umbrella handy, and do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be getting into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. The papers we shall be reading and reviewing this morning are the Daily Sun, Punch newspaper, The Nation, Daily Trust, The Guardian, Vanguard, Business Day, and frontlineafrica.com.ng.
And joining us with in-depth analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, what a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me this morning.
And how has Nigeria been treating you? I see you with Aneke Cup enjoying our morning take.
Well, we thank God, at least here in Aneke TV, we are beginning to actually do what it takes to actually enjoy ourselves while presenting our program.
At least Nigeria is good.
Nigeria is becoming fair.
Nigeria is becoming fair.
Yeah.
That's wonderful to hear from you. Speaking of hope.
All right, starting off with the Daily Sun. Bloodbath in Plateau, Anambra, Kogi, and Niger. Traditional ruler, 8 others killed, 10 injured in fresh Plateau attacks. Gunmen killed 2 policemen in Anambra. In Kogi, 2 die in soldiers' masquerade clash. Another killed, gunmen abduct 30. Head of vigilante die as joint security task force kills over 200 terrorists. That's on the Daily Sun. And on the Punch newspaper, school abductions. The cover story says, protest in Oyo, Ogun, as NUT begins nationwide rally today. Oyo public schools shut as CSOs demand abductees release. Ogun residents fear spillover. That's on the Punch newspaper. On the Nation, Babashir, Atiku not fit proper to be president. This is on the Nation. And on the Daily Trust, it says cholera kills 40 in Borno. Cholera kills 40 in Borno. On the Guardian, party primaries. Divided oppositions rejig 2027 polls. Line up 11 presidential candidates. Divided opposition rejigs 2027 polls. Line up 11 presidential candidates. On the Vanguard newspaper, protests rock Oyo, Ogun over abduction of students and teachers. Protests rock Oyo and Ogun over abduction of teachers and students. And on the Business Day, Nigeria's exporters battle port gridlock as Middle East war disrupts shipping. Nigeria's exporters battle port gridlock as Middle East war's shipping continues. And lastly, on the frontlineafrica.com.ng, OT to flag off Omahia Stadium project. OT to flag off Omahia Stadium projects.
Now we take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says protests rock Oyo, Ogun over abduction of teachers, students. Protests have broken out in Oyo and Ogun states following the abduction of teachers and students, with demonstrators demanding urgent government action to improve security, secure the victims' release, and protect schools from further attack. This is from the abduction that happened in Oyo State and Ogun State, where teachers, Nigerian Union of Teachers, they are currently the Oyo State branch. They are currently, off the business of school because they have taken it to the streets to protest against the abduction of teachers and students. At the process, a teacher was killed, and also a bike man was also killed. Now, the whole thing that is happening here right now is that it has raised a lot of concern in our society. It's one of the most discussed topic that we're seeing on the internet now, and many people are having to. It's raising a lot of concern, and also there has been this, from time to time, considering that our security forces can take people anywhere, but right now they cannot get we could say from what we are seeing, they cannot get the abductors or take this people who are in captivity out. But if someone was saying if it's just a civilian thing where someone maybe from wherever they are, they tweet against the government, they could be taken. But why are we not having these people, even though they are on the internet, they are posting videos, we are having to, have these things happen? So this is what has been happening, and this is what it is.
The federal government, or the NUT, Nigeria Union of Teachers, yesterday had, started this indefinite strike, and they announced yesterday that today was going to be the start of a rally. And still yesterday, the president had told us that he had recruited 1,000 forest guards to locate these people. And between yesterday and now, we've not heard anything. And I don't know, honestly, like analyst said yesterday, what this protest or what this strike is going to achieve. Seeing that since these children were kidnapped, we've been advocating, we've been calling on the government. But maybe if the government sees the extent, depending on the extent the NUT across Nigeria is willing to go with this rally. Today we are seeing the start in Oyo and in Ogun State. Ogun State is joining because they fear that this banditry could extend into their borders. But whatever their reasons are for joining, if the federal government understands the extent and sees to what extent this rally and protest would go, then maybe we would see an active efforts toward rescuing these children and teachers.
Mr. Reyes, it's becoming a very delicate situation here. Let's get your analysis on this.
Well, abduction, right from the days of Chibok girls' abduction till now, there's been abduction, and none of the periods that the abductions come into, the abductions of school children are taken by gunmen, that it is easy to get them back. So the Chibok girls, I do not even believe that the federal government has received back all the members of the Chibok girls abducted at that time. And now the Oyo issue, we have other issues from Kwara to Niger, and so on and so forth. To even Borno, we have so many times that people have been abducted, especially school children. But the most disheartening is the fact that a 2-year-old child is abducted in the present circumstance. And one begins to think about the conscience of those who are abducting them. What conscience do they have? So these people are automatically and practically terrorists, because taking a 2-year-old from school, from kindergarten, and not caring, not minding about survival of the child is disheartening. Beyond that, they went ahead to behead one of the teachers abducted. It is quite disheartening. And the government has been speaking grammar. I don't think there's been a recruitment of 1,000, maybe a motokin
forest guard
or whatever nomenclature you call them. I don't think there's been a recruitment. The federal government ordered the recruitment, and that process is yet to come on board. We are not even sure that they have started recruiting such guards to now move into the forest to find these guys. But we are aware that there's a park right there in Oyo, where some forest guards, about 5 of them were killed. Those people came, killed them, and took over the place from where they did this attack. It is, I'm still wondering how government will tell us they do not know the whereabouts of those terrorists or those gunmen. I'm still wondering. One, they make contacts through phone. They make contact through phone, and these people has social media handles from where now they now push out those who they have killed, like the man beheaded. It was through the social media. But I want to tell you that right inside an underground, in the remotest part of Enugu State, somebody posts something against the government of Nigeria or the president through any of the social media handle. Within 24 hours, they will come there and fish that person out. So I'm still wondering, what is the difficulty in finding the location and where these people are? And if you find them, we remember that when we have off-season elections, the Inspector General of Police will tell you we have sent 35,000 policemen. Where are those policemen in situations like this? Can't we send up to 35,000 policemen and 20,000 soldiers? I wonder if we have 35,000 policemen and 20,000 soldiers to comb the bush of Oyo State, that these people will not be found. Or even if it's beyond Oyo, or they have gone into within the states within, you will find them. And each time we're talking about don't use kinetic approach. Well, in the present circumstance, we now need kinetic approach. After all, these soldiers and policemen, security agencies are trained personnel. We have seen such things happen even in the United States. When they go to even countries and abduct and nothing happens, they could systematically do that because we believe that they have the wherewithal to do that. Sometimes the government, the federal government, or of course led by our president, went to Turkey. And then we had some MOUs that they were going to support us with drone and all that. Where are the drone? Why can't we use our drone? Or unless the drone, that promise, an MOU is a mere rhetoric. Otherwise, the drones are supposed to be here. The Turkish drones are one of the best in the world. We can use drones to fish out wherever they are. What kind of forest? Drones can always penetrate. They have cameras that are wonderful, that can always go through and even x-ray the plants and know the human beings that are under there. So we have a problem in Nigeria. The problem we have in Nigeria is the will to tackle most of these insecurity problems, to tackle the will, because it's about government. Your state government will say, the state government, people are criticizing Makinde for saying that it is beyond him. But I still wonder why. Makinde is not in charge of the police. Makinde is not in charge of the army. Makinde is not in charge of any of the security agencies. Makinde cannot give orders. He can only plead, synergize with these agencies, and they will carry on with the orders given by who is in charge. For the case of police, the Inspector General of Police. For that of the army, of course, Chief of Army Staff or Minister of Defense and all that. So the governors are mere chief security officers only by the mouth, by mention. They are not chief security officers because they don't have the executive wherewithal to begin to command. So, and people were criticizing him for saying that the situation has gone beyond him.
But if he extends these concerns to the federal government,
he has.
With the intensity that people are the pressure the citizens are mounting on him.
He has. That is exactly why he said the federal government must come in to help. The federal government should come in to help that it has gone beyond himself, because he cannot come out and say the police command, we want you to do this within 24 hours. But the federal government, the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces can just get up this morning and tell the Minister of Defense, Chief of Army Staff, Inspector General of Police, if these people are not found within 2 days, then your jobs are on the line. You will see something will begin to happen. So that's exactly what we're saying, that Nigerian government should be up and doing, should think out of the box and take other strategies. That is, are we saying that the terrorists, the gunmen, are more knowledgeable than our trained military security personnel? There cannot be. These are people that have gathered all the wherewithal in terms of security. And we believe in them. And we believe they can do it. And my problem is that why are they not doing it? Why are we still speaking grammar on daily basis? 18 days after. These people have been there 18 days after, and these people are making contact. The other day, it was Kwara. They went to Kwara and destroyed, killed, and of course, kidnapped. The other day, it was everywhere. Now, a general is in the kidnapper's den, a known kidnapper, a known terrorist, kingpin, and a general of the Nigerian army is there. And the condition has been release those that government are holding in detention before that general and the wife will be left. So you see, the problem is going beyond what we can actually manage, within Nigeria. And even with the U.S. intervention, we are supposed to be seeing enough intelligence from the U.S., given the fact that they do more intelligence gathering than Nigeria. And if we cannot do that, why are we going to Turkey? Why won't us align ourselves with the Mossad that could give you the best of intelligence world over? And they can always give you the best of it. Of course, we know how Israel did at Entebbe. They came in and took the Israelis that were detained in Entebbe. And they were not scratched. There was no loss of life and all that, and went away. So that's exactly what we're saying. If we cannot, we partner with a nation that has all it takes in terms of intelligence. Because what is lacking in Nigeria, security system, is intelligence.
All right, quite well said. And for me, I anchor on the point that what lacks is the will. Yes, speaking to the will to do the needful as when is or needed to be done. And in fairness to the Oyo State Governor, when listen to him speaking to the families of these individuals who are held captive by these daredevil insurgents, terrorists, he did speak to the fact that they needed the help of federal government to assist in finding a solution to this, continued hostages of innocent teachers and people who went to, acquire knowledge. And one thing that was particular, speaking to Amatilkun and the rest of it, he said that they've lost over 200 men. When they send them to the forest and all that, many of them do not return. So they are being cautious in wanting to find a lasting solution. But be that as it may, I rightly agree with you when you speak to Nigerians, the need for Nigeria to go into a collaboration with a nation with know-how and knowledge on how to embark on such missions. And quite well, I agree with you on the exploits of the Mossad in Entebbe, freeing the Israeli Olympics that were held captive in Entebbe, and the 1972 Olympics as well. We saw their operations, which the now incumbent Prime Minister, Netanyahu's brother, led the charge, and then in that operation, I think it was one individual, one Israeli that was lost and in all. But having said that, for me, the fact that the Nigerian Union of Teachers are staging protests in Oyo, Ogun, and then rallies across other areas in the Federation, for me, begs the issue. Yes, a number of times we'll continue to point fingers at our government for their lack of will to do the needful when it comes to this situation. But, one thing, the Igbos always say that when another person's cows is carried, it looks as if what's been, carried is a log of wood. And I ascribe this, in this instance, to the Nigerian Union of Teachers. What a protest in just the 2 states. What happened to calling out, even if it's for 2 days, call out the workforce, let them go home. And that will force the government's hand into going into taking a decisive action on this issue. Perhaps that will generate a conversation to, that will bring about a lasting solution to this menace. For how long do we continue to sermonize and speak truancy on this insecurity in Nigeria? And Mr. Reyes, I would offer that this may not be the last of the kidnaps that we're going to see. It wasn't the first, but one thing that is so concerning is that is now, expanding the frontiers of these insurgents, terrorist oppression in terms of kidnapping is beginning to, spread beyond the northeast, north central, northwest, where they've been the harbingers of the operation, is now spreading down south. And then the other states where people may not want to embark on strike because we want to appear politically correct should note that there's nowhere in Nigeria that is safe if any part of Nigeria is not safe. And this could spread to any state in Nigeria. The earlier for us will force the hands of those who are the leadership of this nation to begin to take decisive, bold action on these issues, the better for us. We do not have to appear to be politically correct, or because we do not want to engage in a total kinetic action so that we'll be able to carry favor and vote, from a certain section of this nation at the detriment of the rest of the Nigerian people. These are issues that needs to be looked into. Yes. And then, Mr. Rice, while speaking, did cite exactly the Israeli operations. The Israelis are known to be so successful in rescue missions. Why we continue to hold to the collaboration that is anchored on intelligence gathering, why people are being held in captivity. Look at how many year-olds that we are seeing being whipped. When I saw the back of some of these children in some of the videos that are making rounds, I had to weep, not just for myself, but for the future of this nation. What are we going to tell this young child at a later stage in this nation? When you were speaking, you did speak to the fact that perhaps even at this moment, we are yet to recover the whole of the Chibok girls. How are we certain that the similar fate will not be meted out to these young children whose crime was being Nigerian and going to school to learn? And then tomorrow they may be incorporated and inculcated, initiated into similar pattern to join as a recruit force for the insurgents. We'll simply fail them if we fail to do nothing. And for me, it's high time we take a decision on our approach on this issue. I do remember that in around 2024, yes, the US through AFRICOM did carry out a strike in Somalia against Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab. And in that operation, 2 Cuban doctors were lost. And this were attributed to collateral damage in that very operation. So it's time for us as a nation to stand up and decide what our collateral damage would be as a nation. It's time for us to take a decisive, kinetic approach to rooting out this evil from our climb. In as much as we continue to speak Turanchi, and Mr. President will tell us that help is coming, that they are doing everything, we need to see it in clear terms. I pity the governor for your state, but I won't spare him as well. If he had done the needful when he was ought to have done it. For instance, God forbid, we would always say. But if similar scenario plays out in Enugu State, for example, we may not be in good conscience hold the governor of Enugu State, to ransom or to question the way we question the government of Oyo State. Yes, they did tell us that they've, in fairness, imported drones that are still being coupled. This is the almost towards the tail end of the administration, and drones are being coupled in a nation that is bedevilled by insecurity. Are we, what the things that we ought to have done first, we are beginning to do last? In Enugu State, for example, we'll talk about the command and control center in the Lion building. We'll talk about drones and the DSSR, the surveillance cameras all en route within Enugu State. And if similar situations should occur, one would understand that this could be the Nigerian trajectory. We may begin to exonerate the government of Enugu State because we've seen that they've taken certain measures. And the question is, the government of Oyo State, what measures have you taken before now?
Let it not be said that your measures did not work and then you are crying to the
Those are the issues. A number of times when we want sympathies and all that, what more sympathy do we need than to rescue these young Nigerians that we are failing at their budding age? You cannot exhaust these issues. But the point remains that it has got to a point. If these young ones could be in captivity, then how much more should I care about my life that I should speak truth to power and not be able to go home? What is life worth in Nigeria? We've lost more men. So what is mine worth? If a general is, lost without rescue in Nigeria, then what is life in Nigeria? If the insurgents that we speak about could traverse through Nasarawa, they could traverse through Niger State and could plan an onslaught to Kuje prison. How far is Aso Rock? The seat of power in this nation. So the earlier we begin to interrogate these issues, and the point remains that in as much as we want to speak Turenchi and want to sound politically correct or begin to delineate whose authority it is to control the federal police or the Nigerian army, one thing is obvious. We need to bring these children back home as soon as possible. There's no two ways about it. Other nations will move heaven and earth to see that they rescue the ones in captivity. If it takes the same non-kinetic understanding that we saw in other parts of this nation in KB, then the government should apply the same mechanism and come to a solution where we'll have another non-kinetic understanding so that these children should be home. Do not continue to sound politically correct when the nation continue to, continue to go southwards. No. It's high time that those who promised us security should stand up with their eyes open. They need not sleep because we're not sleeping. And in fact, we need to sleep while they are wide awake. They took the job. They promised to deliver. They promised to secure this nation. And this nation right now is not secure. I don't no longer want to sound politically correct. We need to bring these children back home. That's all the message we can send.
Moving on is Daily Sun. Earlier you said, whether we like it or not, this is not the end of the kidnapping. And I was about to mention it, but I just had to wait till we get to this new newspaper headline that says, bloodbath in Plateau, Anambra and Kogi. So apparently, while we are still trying to get over the kidnap and killing in Oyo State, this bandit has gone ahead to kidnap in Kogi. Yesterday, this happened in Kogi yesterday, killed 2 persons and kidnapped 30 people. On Sunday, they went to Taraba, went to Plateau State, killed the traditional ruler of a community, killed 8 persons, and still abducted people. And this is the same Plateau State that has been plagued with killings in the past year. Just this year, on Palm Sunday, we saw people who were celebrating, gunmen entered and raised fire against these people. They had no weapons. And the one that happened on Sunday, these people were at a birthday party. And they just stormed in and raised bullets and killed 8 persons. The other 10 that were injured have been rushed to the hospital. So my problem is not just one state at this point. Because for the past one, we've been centering on Oyo State because of the kids involved. Maybe not forgetting, or really forgetting that there are persons who have been kidnapped in other parts of the country. It's not just Oyo. Oyo just brought out a certain part of anger in Nigerians because children are involved. But there are also children that have been kidnapped in other states. The people that were kidnapped in Kwara, not all of them are out. We already mentioned earlier that the person that have been kidnapped in Borno in 2014 have not been released, all of them. So there is a whole lot of issues in this kidnapping thing. It's as if and I was listening where Sheikh Gumi was saying that they're not doing it because they want to, that they are living in poverty, they are suffering, and they're doing these things to provide basic amenities. And I'm asking, do you need to shed blood to provide basic amenities for yourself? Do you need to kill people? Do you need to kidnap children, elderlies? What do you stand to gain? And our government is not like they're not seeing these things. It's not. Mr. Uche mentioned that there is a certain geographical location that is being targeted, and I'm asking, if you are in a place, if your crime extend into Nasarawa State and its environment, why doesn't it extend into Abuja? Why is it not getting close to Aso Rock? Why is it that these things are not happening around government areas? Why is it that you're only going into, if the business, if your attention is to get, if your purpose or your MO is to get the attention of the government, go to the government, let them understand what you need, that they're not doing right, and not attacking citizens who are barely surviving.
I will tell you for a fact, it is so alarming currently. We are facing the same issue, and it's been years we have been dealing with the same issue about the killings and the kidnappings. I would say till tomorrow, if something should have been done, it should have been done by now, not later when the lives. Someone was saying it online yesterday that just within this short period, about 1 million people are missing, comparing the villages, the towns, and this is very appalling as a nation. There's no particular social media page or platform you scroll through, just 5 posts or 6 posts, you won't see insecurity. And even though our president has come out to say that he is working hard, he's putting efforts to get these children back home, and not just the children now, but to ensure that our lives and properties are safe. What is happening in Anambra? What is happening in Kogi State? They will bear a name today as terrorists. Tomorrow they will come as bandits. Next tomorrow they will come as headsmen. Names are changing. The same people, the same attitude, and the same taking away of lives. What is the problem with the nation? This is raising a lot of concern. I thought earlier we had a collaboration with the US to combat terrorism and to fight against these issues that are pressing. There could be, or there would not be, any foreign investment in our nation, citing the security issues we are having. Benue State the other day, they are just recovering. We've not had any news from Benue so far. They are just recovering from the attacks, from bandit attacks. Benue is the food basket of the nation. But as of last 2 months, they have been struggling with, where they will stay, with the people, where they will stay. Nobody is going to farm. What is happening? It is telling on us as a nation. It is something that we cannot even joke about. I will tell you for a fact, I know elections are around the corner, and there are some preparations which we should not sideline. However, these issues are pressing. Are you going to, are we going to have an election where the people that should vote or participate in the good governance of the nation are all dead? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, it is a situation that government doesn't seem to have an answer to the situation of insecurity in Nigeria. Over time, I had earlier said that the government seemed to have been overwhelmed by these terrorists, and whatever nomenclature that you call them, because you see gunmen, terrorists, this, that, all these people are summed up around terror groups. And you see, initially, our security agencies were looking for them. Today, they are looking for our security agencies, wherever they are, to unleash the same terror on them, so that it will be an easy task for them to now pick the people who cannot do anything, people who are not armed, ordinary citizens. And let me even tell you, it is because they get ransom. It is because they get ransom. It's because they get money. It has turned into a very lucrative business. For instance, if the terrorists kidnap persons or people and ask for money and they do not get, yes, they will certainly kill some. But at the point of killing, they will kill everybody and have nobody to kidnap. Then what happens? So this is exactly where you begin to look at it from the angle. But because government is ready to take a non-kinetic approach and begin to pay, the government of the country, Nigeria, seem to have even compromised. Because when you pay ransom, it means you are now making that business to flourish. You see, they find out that the moment they kidnap the citizens, they are holding government by the throat. Look at what is happening. Look at what's happening in that of Oyo. It's now a strike, which may generally include all the labor force in Nigeria someday, the way it is going. And which means we are holding the government by the jugular. And if that is so, they will always have their way. The other man said, release those who you have in your detention before I release the general. You see, it's a super blackmail. And when you have such super blackmail, it becomes, look at Mohammed Kachala is known. He has his kinsmen, relatives that are detained by government. And he's giving you a condition to release them, or he will kill the general and the wife. And that is what we continue to hear on and on and on and on. In Plateau State, a renewed violent gunmen attack to the Lantan area. In Kogi State, the same. And the other place they were doing their birthday or whatever ceremony they were doing in the evening, in the late evening, the same thing, which means it could happen to anybody, anywhere. Yes, that it has not happened somewhere in the eastern part. Of course it's happening, because even in Imo State, sometimes gruesome killings happens everywhere. So who will bail the cat? What does government intend to do in the present situation? How are they going to tell us, those who are asking us to vote? How do you ask us to vote when you have not done the needful? When you have not done what you ought to do, which is the primary responsibility you have. Some people said, if they do not give us electricity, of course I ironed my clothes today. No. Some people said, if we do not give you electricity, then something, do not vote for us if we are asking for it the second time. So what will happen?
All right. What will happen? That's a big ask. What will happen? You know, I listened to while you were all speaking on this issue, and you seem to be surprised that periodic gunfire was opened at people who were celebrating their day. You forgot that in December there was a wedding present. Where those in people who went to a wedding feast received a wedding present of kidnapping and death. So it's not the first time. I do not imagine the worst that could happen in this nation that has not happened.
Everything has happened.
You understand? So, and in speaking to this issue, my sympathies, to the Langtang people that's, continuously be at the receiving end of these killings. A traditional ruler is not the first time in this nation. We've seen many of them. In fact, there are, communities where even their traditional rulers can no longer return home. It's quite unfortunate. But let me speak to this issue in a nutshell. When we look at the failure here, I would tell you that it's a collective failure that is, propelling the insecurity that we have in Nigeria. Government failure, or what you call leadership failure, and then enabled by citizens failure, the citizenship failure. Collectively, we continue to fail, Nigeria. Is a collective failure. Failure on the part of the leadership, failure on the part of the led, because we've not consistently, boldly asked that leadership, sits up and do the needful. A number of times while we continue to interrogate the will and speak to political correctness, yes, those are the hem of affairs can get away with anything because the followers are docile, not asking enough questions. And in most instances, like I did, ascribe to this issue before, we feel that it will never be me, God forbid, Jesus forbid, we'll pray more and all that. Forgetting that even the people who are undergoing this harrowing experience could be more prayer warriors and even closer to the God than we are. So the earlier we begin to sit up and take our responsibilities as citizens and ask those who've elected, questions, irrespective of the outcome. And I do not care if I'm unable to get home and then I'm picked up by the way. I would have to lend my voice and speak to these issues because I do not know tomorrow it could be me, it could be any of my siblings, it could be my family relations or anybody. So the earlier we speak up, the better for us. Hence, as this thing is continuing to move downwards south, you never can tell what would it will be. And then it leads to interrogating what is our state policy on terrorism? What is our state policy on terrorism? That's the big question. Because when you were speaking, Mr. Reyes, you spoke eloquently about this issue, and it seems that, like you opined, that we have a government that has compromised, in the sense that we cannot understand that we are in this situation, and our leadership is unable to name if there are international collaborators who are arming these insurgents and emboldening and enabling them, and our leadership cannot name the international collaboration and the local collaborators of these insurgents. How come we're expecting it to abate if we can't do the fundamentals? How come we're expecting that and we want to wish it away when we can't do the needful? The earlier we define our state policy on terrorism, the better for us. There are nations that don't negotiate with terrorists. No matter what you call for ransom, they do not negotiate with terrorists. Terrorists know that this nation cannot, no matter what, negotiate. They will take the full measure of the state out on the terrorists. And it's a high time we'll begin to get to that point where these issues are defined and known by any Nigerian. And then, these men who are operating do not come from outer space. They have access. So there are a whole lot of issues to interrogate, starting from the leadership of this nation, to the security agencies, to the very citizens who are bearing the brunt of these heinous crimes. And then, unfortunately, we are getting to that era again when men will come to ask for votes and they will speak eloquently about the things they were unable to do and the things they intend to do, how they will turn the Sahara Desert into the latest Dubai, and how they will give Mr. Reyes consistent, unfailing, unceasing, 24 hours power supply. Beautiful stories. But the point remains, how are they going to achieve it? I did remember that on the onset of the Olusegun Obasanjo administration and into our late dear president, Yaradua, when we were bedeviled with insurgency and the militant issues in Niger Delta, what did they do? They came out with the Obasanjo approach, the Ken and the carrots. While they are flogging you, they are offering you amnesty. And immediately the militants took amnesty. We saw how the whole place became calm. Today, Tantita is operating as a security contractor of the government. There is seemingly peace in Niger Delta. Tantita is policing the Niger Delta water, the Nigerian waterways, because of the peace that a leadership that had clear path followed. And why is it becoming difficult for us? We've appointed Homeland Security, we'll have the office of the ONSA, we'll have IG of police and all that. Why can't we marshal out a roadmap to seeing and bringing an end to this situation? And there's only one informed decision. It is a collective failure of both leadership and followership in Nigeria.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes in a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the frontlineafrica.com.ng, where we have Alex Oti to flag off Umuahia Stadium project. Dr. Alex Oti, the governor of Abia State, is set to officially launch the Umuahia Stadium project in Umuahia, a development aimed at boosting sports infrastructure, youth development, and economic activities within the state. This is about the current infrastructural upgrade that we are going to have somewhere in the southeast. And this is from the frontlineafrica.com.ng, where it's going to, the projects are coming, seeing that Dr. Alex Oti had a meeting with Samuel Chukwueze, who lost his mom, and who was buried just over the weekend. And Chukwueze had to take a visit to the governor, the government house, where they had the conversation. And it is said that this stadium is going to have a lot of infrastructure in it. It's not just going to be a stadium, it's going to be a multi-purpose sports arena where other events can come up, recreational activities, and boosting the economy of Abia State and the Southeast also. It's an improvement in the world of sports and also in the world of football, I would say, personally.
Well, Alex Oti, so far, so good. Reporters have been reporting him. People have been commending him. People have been recognizing him for all he has done in Abia State. It is as if Abia State is no longer the Abia State it were. immediately that banker came, of course, the miracle that got him on board, he tried to actually show that there is a miracle that brought him on board. And because of that miracle, he kept on working for the people. The people are elected. That is why even those who actually wanted to run for the governorship of the state, some of them caved in. Some of them could not stand to match him. And that's why. So, once again, he has come up with another wonder to make a complex, a sports complex, not just a stadium, a sports complex that will encompass all the sporting, sporting activities inclusive, in one complex. And I hope that with Alex Oti, known for excellence, we're going to have one of the best stadiums in Nigeria there. So for him to open up, he made that statement, told Chukwueze, and that is how the program came on board, which means there are still so many programs that he has
that he may not have revealed.
That he may not have revealed, but in fact, the man is unleashing good governance.
Yes, unleashing good governance.
To the people of Abia State.
And if you were in Aba by now, you wouldn't be complaining of your shirt or ironing your shirt. You'll be having power to iron your shirt every time because of the 247's electricity.
Yes, so the
man is unleashing of geometric.
Yes.
The man is unleashing good governance.
Anyway, I must commend the administration of Governor Alex Oti. Since he came into power, he's been off from the get-go. And in the history of Abia State, it's not correct, I don't think they've had a leadership that is proactive and, industrious like this administration. So I commend him greatly for this. And of course, last week he commissioned a terminal. He has commissioned things he's commissioning. And the one thing I love about his administration is for every, usually if you make posts on social media about a certain area that you live, someone else comes out to debunk that is not what the government does. But in this administration, for everybody that has come out to say, oh, where I stay does not have this, you see in the next month or in the next week, someone from the government is there. And before you say Jack, there is already infrastructure development and buildings, roads, and all whatnot going on in that environment. So I must commend him for his proactiveness.
All right. I would also send my commendations for the good things and the good governance he has offered. But on this issue of stadium, I beg to, offer a little introspection. Often, when a man performs as Governor Oti is performing, we seem to excuse, whatever they bring on board. But the question remains, Abia State, does Abia State need another stadium? In this instance, in Umuahia, I am quite aware that there's already a stadium in existence in Abia State at Aba, the domain of the Enyimba Football Club. So why are we at this time bringing up another project, the stadium that will say is a mega sports complex that would, encompass and accommodate many other needed, equipments and complexes for business, leisure, perhaps include a hotel in it. What happened to redeveloping the one in existence in Aba already, in this instance? And beyond that, when we are talking about this project, the question I want to ask, even though I have not seen the blueprint of this new stadium in Abia State, what time frame does the governor give to completing this project? Let it not be another project like the Enyimba Hotel that he inherited after several decades. It took a governor-less Oti to come, to the rescue there at Obo Hill in Aba. So how are we sure that this project will not turn out to be another project that may not see the light of the day? We feel that there are many more, developmental projects that needs the attention of the governor. And when it comes to sports, why would we not, overemphasize the need to, encourage sports development around Nigeria and the subnational. But we feel that the stadium in Aba could go a long way if remodeled, restyled, and it will even be more, financially rewarding to the state when compared to Umahia. I yield.
When you talk about the Enyimba Stadium in Aba, one is a very small stadium. Two, it cannot stand the test of time. This is not even as big or as good as the Enugu Stadium, which CAF does not even approve for use for international competitions. We are talking about, that's a mushroom stadium. You don't begin to think about it. Lesotho is known for associating with excellence. I see Alex coming out with an Olympic stadium. Yeah. I'll see an Alex coming out to build one of the best stadiums you have in Nigeria that will stand the test of time, that can host, possibly someday, if we are going to, actually apply to host the Olympic Games. So don't even talk about the stadium in Aba. Very small stadium.
You cannot,
without infrastructure. If you have seen it, I've seen it. I've been there. We were managing it when Enyimba used to be in the Champions League, and they were playing there. But it's a very small place. It has no infrastructure at all. There's no way you can remodel it because of the space. The space is small. There's nothing you can do. There's no magic you can do in that place.
When you are building a new facility for sports, when you are creating what has not been created, you are meant to also factor in the whole side of it. Just like when you are building, when Dr. Alex Oti is going to build the sports complex, he's not going to build a sports complex without having a stadium there. So it is important that while we are seeing that the Enyimba Stadium is small, and it's just like a mushroom. It has no standard to hold international competitions. It is important to also see that building a new stadium and widening the capacity, a state can have more than 2 stadiums. It's possible.
Yeah, I was going to mention
a state can have more than 2 stadiums. If we are in an economy that thrives so well, we can have large stadiums in different capacity, sitting about 80,000, 100,000, or even 20,000. How many stadiums do we have in Nigeria that sits up to even 50,000 people? That is the question. So if Dr. Alex Oti is building a sports complex, there's no way you build a new sports complex without building a stadium. Because the people, if you say you want to do a relay track where people can run, or you want to build a facility that can contain people to swim, all of them are sports. If you exclude football, football is what drives the economy in sports much more. There's no economy, much economy in sports than football. This is to be said and said rightly.
Now, to add to what, to answer or maybe to echo what he asked about the time frame. I mean, most of these projects are things that take a year to accomplish or less. But understanding that this tenure ends in May 2027, do we know when this project is going to last and start? Because what we are seeing is a proposal. We've not even seen the official proposal. What we saw is a conversation. What we saw is a discussion. Or is it going to be considered as a project that will spill over into, because I understand that Dr. Alex Oti does not leave any job undone.
Yes.
So I hope it's something that he's going to accomplish before his first tenure ends.
Let me give you a good answer to that. Looking at the governor, Dr. Alex Oti, the project itself, it takes a lot to build a stadium. It could take, during the World Cup, you saw how the stadiums were constructed, those artificial stadiums. It was constructed in Qatar. It was not built, it was constructed. Then after that, it was dismantled. Now, to build a stadium or to build a sports complex can take more than 2 years, 3 years, depends on how much, on the financial burden. Now, it is also important to note that Dr. Alex Oti is not someone, from what we have seen in his governance, from what we have seen in his direction, in his leadership, he's someone that when he says something, he will do it.
All right.
That's
All
so
right.
important.
That's quite that's quite beautiful. I didn't know he's become a spokesman of the Abia State governor in this instance.
I just hope he's not one of the
I didn't know he
projects
didn't
that
take
he's
a
hoping when he
PR,
comes back,
you know.
he completes.
But the point we are making here is why we commend the governor for the wonderful projects that he's executing for the interests of the people of Abia State. You know, it still starts to be argued that if this project, you know, if the one in Aba is not sustainable, Aba is a viable city, you know, to site a sports complex of this nature. But we understand that the governor, they must do their due diligence in citing this project. All we are asking for is that at the end of the day, it should not be one of the leftover projects or abandoned projects. When started, let there be a feasibility study on completion within, you know, a stable, stipulated time frame.
And lastly, from The Nation, it says, Babashir, he says, Atiku not fit proper to be president. The Northeast Vice Chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Babashir David Lawal, launched a scathing attack on presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. He described Atiku as unfit to be president, alleging that he rigged the party's election. So we've seen someone else come out to support the claim that was made or alleged by Rotimi Amechi and Hayatuddin that the results from the ADC presidential, primary elections was rigged and concocted. And he's saying that Atiku Abubakar is not fit to be the president of Nigeria.
Saying he's not fit to be the president of Nigeria, does it rule out that he is the presidential candidate who's going to represent ADC in the coming election? It's just statements and rhetorics, I would say.
That's not just a statement and rhetorics. And when it comes from a man from within your own party, a man of Babche's, repute,
yes.
It's not something that you would wish away. And, I was going to speak to this very issue and make a certain comment on it, but it's not a statement you want to wish away. This very comment is powerful. Let me tell you, it's a very powerful statement.
But he's already
in as much as he is the presidential candidate, it goes on to tilt his candidacy. However, I'm not an expert. I will leave my opinion for the expert to speak on this very issue before I come in again.
See, Baba Chair was the former secretary to government. Baba Chair is from Adamawa, same state with Atiku Abubakar. Baba Chair,
so he knows him to the house.
Baba Chair was in ADC because he already resigned his membership of ADC.
Okay.
Therefore, he took a position after looking at the activities of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. This is a man he knows too well from his own enclave. Of course, for him to emerge as the Secretary to Government of the Federation, is that Secretary to Government of the Federation? Yes. For him to emerge as Secretary, it was, and Abubakar Atiku was also running for the same presidency with his predecessor, remember? So it was just one of the things to ensure that they decimate the votes of Abubakar Atiku, even in his own place. So it is something that has started a very long time. For him to even join ADC was because of the way the incumbent administration were treating those of them who were in APC. So he did not join because he loved Atiku Abubakar. He did not join. He knows Atiku Abubakar inside out. And for him to come out to say unequivocally that he's not fit to be president, he even said that the present leader of this country, that is the CNC, it will be far better than Atiku Abubakar. If Atiku Abubakar is given the leadership of this country, that he will, whatever that people are complaining, will go worse. That is, Nigeria will nosedive further if he's given that. As a result, he said he's going back to consult with his people to know exactly where he's going politically. Right. So it is a very serious statement. And it is a serious... Remember, she said that Rotimi Amechi's claim, Hayatuddin's claims, and all that. With this Babachel statement, it has further reinforced the claims of these two presidential candidates that had earlier accused Atiku Abubakar and his cohort of rigging the primaries. So one wonders what will happen during the elections proper.
All right. You know, this coming from Kachala himself, as you know, pushed forward by Babiche Lawal, that Atiku Abubakar is not fit for the position of the CNC of this country. You know, continue to mar his candidacy moving into this election. You know, there are a whole lot of criticism as to why he should be running for this position again. And when you marry that into a lot of exposés about his person, it doesn't go well for him. You know, for Babiche Lawal to come out publicly, and I have my issues, because Babiche Lawal is someone that I would personally want to take serious when he speaks on political issues. And like Mr. Rez rightly pointed out, I was surprised, you know, somewhat when he moved into the ADC, though I felt that that was because of the movement of peterobi. He supported, you know, very strongly in the 2023 election. I saw him personally how to waybill flyers for the labor movement, you know, in that election. And I felt that when the peterobi and Kwankwasia, you know, left ADC, that he was going to withdraw. You know, leading me to even raise this question now, is it because he wasn't favored in the ADC primaries, where he had interest in Adamawa State, that made him now to boldly come out to, you know, criticize Kachala himself, Atiku Abubakar, to not be fit? He's someone that should have known before now if Atiku Abubakar is fit or not to rule this nation, being that they are from the same state, and he's been in government, he had access, so why wait till this moment? But in all, it is obvious that his words goes far to give credence to the position of Hayatuddin and Rotimi Amechi as to a concocted, rigged primaries, in which even he has come out to say that those results were written and rewritten to favor Atiku and his cronies. Having said that, resting on that very issue, I know my spirits will boil over if I do not congratulate Mr. Rez on winning the premiership and losing the most important trophy in the world, you know, the Champions League, you know, by playing what you call haram football, yes. You know, going into a sort of defensive formation I've not witnessed in Champions League
right
before.
From the second
when you
half.
Score the first goal, it's quite unfortunate, Mr. Rez. You just have to take out that Arsenal lost this match, you know.
Well, you sound funny. You see, the game of football is sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you are at your best, sometimes you are not at your best, excuse me. So, the fact that Arsenal lost the Champions League finals does not still make them a team.
You know, I see the cries of someone who lost a match. So, you know, coming to sermonize why he lost the match.
There's no sermon here.
No, you know, trying to tell us it's a game of
the point has to be made. You must have the spirit.
The point has to be made.
And that spirit is the spirit of
Arsenal. The point is that Arsenal is not up to that level yet.
Which level?
The level of Champions League winners. You know, when you talk about the likes of Man United who have tested this trophy, the likes of Liverpool who are consistent winners of the Champions League, you know that it takes a different higher level mentality to play in the game of champions.
That Arsenal, is your opinion.
Arsenal is not at that level.
That is just your opinion.
The fact is that Arsenal doesn't have the trophy.
Because
Arsenal doesn't have the trophy.
Arsenal has been playing in the Champions League for a number of years.
Without bringing the trophy home.
And they have always played a top-flight football in Europe.
Always played.
And
Always coming second in the second league, in the Premier League.
Has made
being able
more money
to touch,
than any other team in Europe.
This is the Premiership.
And you are talking about
being able to touch the Premiership for in the last 22 years, you know, would give you the courage to think that you.
There are people who have not even seen.
You've now become.
There are people who have not seen the Premier League.
You're not talking about. Talking about clubs who doesn't see the kind of money Arsenal has made over the years, not being able to come close to
football is business for Christ's sake.
Football is business. That's
what it has to do. Owners of Arsenal and going to bank.
It's not about going to club. It's about the fact that Arsenal is not there yet.
These are business.
It's the fact that you should hide your head in shame. That Arsenal is Champions League.
Why should I myself?
You disgrace England. You disgrace England.
Mr. Uche, thank you. Thank you. It's a game. It's life. Even in life, you win some, you lose some.
That's what you say, but
yes,
I leave you to.
That's
forget
all.
Arsenal fans. They will tell you it's a game. You win some and lose some. You know, sermons of losers.
That's all we're taking this morning. Thank you so much for sitting with us through the morning show Sunrise here on Aneke TV. But before I go and leave you with our quote for this morning, that is from Nelson Mandela. We must use our time wisely and forever realize that the time is always right to do right. Till I come away again tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I am Good Hope Chukuma.
And Mr. Rez, thank you for those in-depth, informed analysis on these issues, and thanks for the spirit you bring into, you know, talking about Arsenal as well.
Thank you for actually hosting me this morning. And for you viewer, please keep aligning yourself and working and watching Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In Nigeria, elections are often discussed as contests between political parties and candidates. But beyond the campaign rallies and televised debates lies a quieter but decisive force, the electorate itself. Citizens do not only choose leaders, they also shape the quality of leadership that emerges. Across several election cycles, analysts say voter behavior has played a major role in determining outcomes, sometimes more than policy debates or party manifestos. In 2015, for example, widespread voter dissatisfaction with insecurity and corruption contributed to the defeat of an incumbent president. A reminder that the ballot box remains a powerful tool for accountability. However, critics argue that the same electorate that holds power also bears responsibility for some of the weaknesses in Nigeria's democratic system. Low voter turnout is one recurring issue. In the 2023 general elections, turnout fell to one of its lowest levels in Nigeria's democratic history, with millions of registered voters not participating. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, participation rates in some states were below 30%. Political analysts link this trend to growing voter apathy, distrust in institutions, and the belief that votes may not count. In several communities, especially during local government and state elections, reports of vote buying have further weakened public confidence. In parts of the southeast and southwest, during recent cycles, observers documented instances where cash inducements were allegedly used to influence voters at polling units. But the issue is not only turnout or vote buying. Ethno-religious and regional sentiments also continue to influence electoral choices. In some elections, voting patterns have reflected identity affiliation rather than policy consideration. This, observers say, limits the emergence of issue-based politics. Yet, there are examples that suggest change is possible. In Lagos State's 2023 governorship election, youth mobilization through digital platforms significantly increased political engagement, particularly among first-time voters. Similarly, civic organizations such as Yaga Africa and Not Too Young to Run have recorded increased youth participation and advocacy for electoral reform in recent years. Comparatively, countries like Ghana and South Africa show how sustained civic education and stronger electoral trust can improve participation. Ghana's high voter turnout in successive elections is often linked to public confidence in the Electoral Commission and consistent voter education campaigns. Back in Nigeria, experts argue that strengthening democratic outcomes will require a shared responsibility between institutions and citizens. While the Independent National Electoral Commission continues to introduce reforms such as biometric verification and electronic result transmission, the effectiveness of these systems ultimately depends on public trust and responsible citizen engagement. There are also structural challenges. Unemployment and poverty have been cited as contributing factors to vote selling in several rural and urban areas. In some instances, voters reportedly exchanged their ballots for short-term financial relief, a practice that undermines long-term governance outcomes. Several society groups say reversing these trends will require sustained civic education, stronger enforcement of electoral laws, and improved transparency in governance. They also emphasize the role of schools, religious institutions, and media in shaping civic responsibility. Ultimately, Nigeria's democratic trajectory does not rest solely on politicians. It is equally shaped by the choices, awareness, and participation of its citizens. As the country continues to evolve politically, the electorate remains both a mirror and a maker of its democracy.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you habits of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today, we'll take a look at women in politics, charting the path to Nigeria's 2027 election. Every 4 years, the political establishment plays the exact same public relations card. They beat their chest and tell us, look at how progressive our party is. We are giving women free nomination forms. But let's speak truth to power today on The Insight. What is the utility of a free nomination form if the internal party machinery is fundamentally rigged against you? What is the use of a waiver to run if the real candidate tickets are decided at 2 o'clock in the morning in places where women are culturally, socially, or systemically locked out? Critics love to shoot back and say, well, politics is a game of numbers. If women want power, they should just come out and fight for it. But it is a fair fight when we have allowed our political landscape to become so prohibitively expensive and so volatile that entering it feels like walking into a financial and fiscal minefield. As women march towards the 2027 general elections, the systematic locking out of women from the rooms where power is brokered is no longer just a deceit of equity. It is a full-blown structural emergency that challenges the very authenticity of our democracy. And today, we are charting the path to break the gatekeepers and rewrite that mouth. And helping us with this issue, with in-depth lived experience, is Ada St. Rachel Ngozi, CEO, Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, the Secretary, Abreba Communal Improvement Union, and the Deputy Chairman, Labour Party, or Hafia LGA in Abia State. St. Rachel, what a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you.
All right. You know, I always feel thrilled when I have the privilege of hosting you, and today we're talking about women. When we talk about women in politics, let me get your perspective on this very issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sai. It's also a pleasure to be here today and to talk about women and politics. Women in politics and women and politics. Women have always been in politics. If you look at the majority of the campaigns you hold, the getting together, the mobilization and everything, you see most of them are women. 70 to 80% of every political gathering, you find women, a lot of them. But when it comes to being in the position of decision-making, we are still lagging behind as a nation. Of course, when you come down the east, it's even more pronounced. In the federal houses, both the green and the red chambers, you see that you have only about 6% or 6.7%, which is grossly inadequate. And when you come down to the state, at the state levels, of course, you don't have any governor that is a female. And you come to the houses of assembly, most of them have, 24 to 30 members, and you are having maybe one person, 2 people, or 3. For example, in Enugu, I think there are about 2 or 3 of them. But in Abia State, there is no single woman out of the 24 House legislative members in Abia State House of Assembly. And you continue to look and ask, what is the problem? Is it that there are no women that have built capacity? Is it because there are no women that can legislate well? Is it because there are no women that can, engage constructively to better our nation? But the answer is no, because there are a whole lot of women that have the capacity, have the resilience, have the competence. However, over the years, we've also seen that there are militating factors. There are things that have stood in the way for women. Cultural, sociocultural, beliefs. Some people think women shouldn't even be there. You're a woman, you should just back up, let the men lead. And we can all see the consequences of such. And where you have women that take up the position, you can actually mark the difference in every ramification of it. But there are other factors like finance, like other things. They come up, they put up the ticket fee so high. And women as mothers, as nurturers, as who they have been made to be,
they are more akin or more, more prone to taking care of families, taking care of direct things, taking care of, real human beings and making that impact. And the money, the amount that is put on the ticket, it's so overwhelming most times to the women that, it deters them from, forging ahead. And of course, local party politics, within the system, they make it in such a manner that even capable and competent women are tactically, discouraged by the things they put in between. If it is not zoning, it is this or it is the other one. If it is not this, it is the other one. But I think if we can look and consider the requests that have been made by many women, of course, and other well-meaning Nigerians, asking for affirmative order, asking for in every group where you have leadership, that more women should be included. Open the doors, make it fairer, make it freer. Let it, be more open and accessible for many women. And I can assure you, we'll go a long way. Somebody made a statement sometime, and he said, any nation or any organization that does not include women in this leadership is already missing 50% of its income, of its gaining, of its increase. And I totally agree with it, because we have a peculiar way of handling things and making sure that things work. Yes, of course, as human beings, we can also be selfish, but our selfishness or our greed is not as much as of the other gender. So there is a lot to do in that regard. Of course, there are one or two progresses that are made here and there. You come in a group of 50 men and you are seeing 2 women. You come in a group of 30 people, you are seeing 1 or 2, and all that. And of course, it's very difficult for them to even allow them to become chairman of local government, to be at the helm of affairs. I will also appreciate those that have, that are also like considering women, that are really giving women opportunity. A handful of them are doing that. A handful of groups are, paving the way, but we are asking for more, because we know we have got some more.
All right. Listening to you talk about these things, one thing comes to mind. Power is never given. One has to ask, work for it. However, before we start looking into these other issues in terms of party politics and all that, while you were speaking, you did raise the point of militating factors against women. And one of such issues I want us to look into, first of all, is the stereotypes, the typical stereotypes that is mostly associated with women in this climb, where women want to go into politics. They are perceived, to want to go into a chartered territory that is meant exclusively for men. And I want to draw from your experience as a party leader, in or half a LGA, with your experience. What do you speak to those stereotypes?
In fact, I want to appreciate the leader of the party in the States, of course, nationally as well, who is the governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Choma Oti, OFR. And of course, the party leadership, the leader of Labour Party in Nigeria generally is a woman, Senator Nemadi. And their leadership have helped to include women. And, to make sure that in all the hierarchies of the party, somehow there will be a woman or 2. So it makes sure that, for example, in the local government leadership of the party, you say you have the chairman, wherever the chairman is coming from, whoever the chairman is, but the very first deputy that will be there will be a woman. Then you have other deputies. And that happens also in the state. And that makes it, like impossible to scheme out women. So whether you are there, whether you really like it or not, you just have to find a woman that will occupy that position. And other places, because when you also look at the whole thing, you see that there are much more men in it. There are so many of them. Maybe it's just that vacancy that have been created for women, that you see a woman and a few others, and maybe woman leader. otherwise the other ones, which tells you that if there was not an intentional action to ensuring that women are there, maybe we may not have that possibility. Because then, you know, no matter, you can't compete this one. It must be competed. It must be, you know, the people that will contest that position must be women. So it's me or another woman and no man there. Because if ordinarily it were to be men, they will also do some funny things and, you know, ensure it's the all men. You say you fight for it, you do this and you do that. But we all know capacity when we see them. We all know competence when we see them. And we know that, you know, when we talk about all these women, include women, personally, I'm not of the opinion that every woman must be included, whether you're prepared or not. You know, you don't have to go and bring out a woman from her home and push her to come and start serving. Because what we do is service. And what you render is sacrificial. So there must be women that are trained. There must be women that have built capacity. There must be women that are willing to do the job. And when those women appear, it is very important that we are intentional about giving them a chance, giving them fair playing ground. That is what I will say. And of course, I will not be complaining personally because I've enjoyed a reasonable number of that, you know, coming out and being seen and being given some chance, even though, like Oliver Twist, we want some more.
You want some more. But St. Rachel, I'm asking, are there no instances where people feel that you are, you know, taking position that is not naturally meant for, you know, playing in the men's stuff, and they tend to look at you based on the fact that you seem to be a meddlesome interloper for being a woman and wanting to play in the men's stuff?
Of course, I hear those, you know, comments. But of course, recently, personally, I don't know whether because, you know, people have seen me deliver in the assignments that have been given before this time. So I don't meet that confrontation on a personal note. I hear things like, women, and are they ready? Can they do this? You fight for it and all that. Okay, your own is different. And I say, no, it's not different because I'm not the only woman that can deliver. There are a whole lot of us out there that needs to be you know, given the opportunity, that needs to be allowed to come into the field. Because when we talk about level field or level playing ground, there should be a field, there should be an open field where people can come in and play. All right. So if the field is closed up, so I mean, they may not find access to coming in.
You know, St. Rachel, you know, I'm asking this question in view of the fact that when we talk about parties, you know, whenever we go party activities, primaries, convention, we see a lot of women singing, mobilization, they fill up the stadium at rallies, and then when the moment, you know, matters most, we see women are suddenly asked to either step down behind a male candidate. And the question is, why is it always like this?
Actually, maybe I should be asking you actually, because sometimes they don't understand. You know, you have kekus and you have kekus and you have inner kekus. And as the kekuses continue to reduce, you see it to a point where it will reduce to the barest minimum, and then maybe all the eliminations would have been done, and almost all the women, except in very rare occasions, have also been excluded from that caucus discussion. Because so many men, or some men, still believe that you know, major issues are not discussed with women, or women are not strong enough to, you know, handle such position. But that is fallacy totally, in every ramification of it. Because we look at the worlds where progress have been made, we look at nations around the world where women are presidents and prime ministers. We see all the progress they are making. During the COVID, for example, we see what happened in those nations where their ministers, prime ministers, and leaders were women. We see Denmark, for example. We see Germany. We see, you know, a whole lot of them that had women as leaders, and we saw how they were able to curtail the spread and make sure that their economic their economy was still strong and standing. So it also still baffles me that sometimes the way people talk and want to relegate women, it's in fact, it's unprecedented. And of course, I meet people, even women, that will ask me, how does it feel to be the only woman here, to be the only woman attending these meetings? Because before they call, I'm already there. And incidentally, most of the time, I'm the first to attend. I'm the first to appear because I really want that change to happen. And I know that that change begins with me. Most times they see it, oh, women, they will make excuses, women, they will do this one, women, they will on their own decide what women cannot do. They will on their own decide how that women will not have time. They will on their own decide how women will be making excuses. So I, personally, I'm determined, I've been determined, and I continue to be determined to, to change that narrative and to prove them wrong. That it's not because you're a woman, that is not why you're not showing forth. It's not because you're a woman, that is not why you are performing maximally. We are human beings with God-given abilities and capacities, and we have undergone trainings. I have undergone so much capacity training that I know for sure that I can handle any position, I can lead any group, I can lead any team, and make out the best out of it. And I know there are a whole lot of us all over the place.
All right. When we talk about this issue, let's look at the role finance play, in limiting women to getting to occupy some of these choice positions politically. And I've interacted with a lot of women, who usually think and they say are more experienced, than the men who usually get the political tickets, who are at some cases less qualified than the women in distance. But I see women a number of times saying that they don't have the money, to be able to vie or occupy certain positions. So let's speak to money.
Okay. Money rules the world. And actually, it is true, and very true indeed, that finance and money is a militating factor against women. Like I said in the beginning, they put out tickets for for all the positions, contestable positions, and they all run in millions. It's not because women are not working and not making money. But sometimes our priorities are different. A mother, a woman, has a priority of making sure that the family is stable, have a priority of making sure that the children are well fed and are in school and all that and all that. And because of that, even if I have 5 million as a woman and you have the same 5 million as a man, and you are asked to come and buy ticket for for 2 million as a man, and I'm also come and buy the same ticket, we all have the same amount. Why it may not be very easy for me to bring out that money? Because the other things around the home revolves around me. As a woman, you won't be able to work out leaving your home and leaving your children hungry. You want to make sure that everything is in place. And because of that, even though we earn the same amount of money, we have the same amount of money, but they are not equally disposable for us. Because while a man may not, I'm not saying this to undermine the hardworking fathers and those that have been committed to family family stability and all that. But while the woman that is the first point of call for the children, is the point of call for other family relatives that come around and ask for this and ask for that, will not be able to leave the home empty and not supplying basics and all that. The man that is not always available may just not be available. So when your children are hungry, it's the mother they look up to. When there is school fees to pay, it's the mother that they first reach out to. When there are other things, other logistics to take care of, is the mother and the woman that is attending to. So you see that even though we are earning the same amount of money, the amount that is requested to pick up tickets, women think through it, and it's therefore not easy for them to go out and use that huge amount of money. And if in the course of the campaigns and all that is involved, it involves a whole lot of money as well. of which if we can look inwards and see how, you know, women could be supported. Of course, there are steps that are already taken. For example, in our Labour Party, to contest for any position, there is a difference between the males and the female, and in terms of, you know, the amount. But again, it is still a factor that hinders the best or most qualified women to come forward and contest.
All right, you know, speaking to these factors, and good enough, you've spoken about the Labour Party, you know, that makes it easier for women, and other political parties, for a fact, you know, we'll see those of them who've given women waivers for them to be able to contest on their platform, and in some cases, give them a percentage reduction in the price of cost of purchasing forms for political position. But yet, we don't see enough women troop out to take up such positions or contest in elections.
Okay, it's still the same thing, because now they are giving reduction percentage, they are not giving total waivers. They say you have to indicate interest with 1 million, for example, for the House of Assembly as a woman. Then you don't have to pay the nomination form. And it is still in millions. And it does not stop in just picking the form.
Sorry. Let me cut in here. You would prefer a total waiver for the women in this instance?
Yes.
Now, you know, but one should think that these positions and for women should be just left like you advocate. It should be left on merit, and any woman who knows that they have that capacity and capability should be able to go any length, you know, it will mobilize the needed fund to compete.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. That, and we all know that most of the places you are coming out from a community, you are coming out from a local government, you are coming out from a state, and you don't just wake up as a woman from nowhere and begin to push to contest. You would have undergone trainings. You would have been involved at the grassroots at one point, at your ward level, at the, you know, at the local government level, and at the state. You must have shown some level of commitment at different levels, which are also evident. And those commitments, those sacrifices, those capacity that you've displayed should also be able to speak for you. And if that is speaking for you, there should be more men coming up to nominate a woman or take a full sponsorship for a woman unconditionally, because of what they know the woman can do.
Unconditionally?
Yes.
You know, while you're speaking, I listen intently to you speaking to families, you know, woman being the first point of call for the family. And I'm asking, a number of times we'll see husbands, when they want to go for political office, they get total support from their wife, you know, when they want to run for office, the husbands. So how do we mobilize men to support women, you know, especially not telling them to take care of the family, or the community would think that the woman is abandoning her responsibilities, you know, of taking care of the home and then into the men's stuff to go into politics?
Advocacy, sensitization. I think this is part of what we can do as media houses, as advocates, as politicians, as, you know, development agencies, to keep talking about it, keep drumming it. You are a man talking with me now, and you can hear my point, and you must have heard from other women too, and from, of course, other people. Take the news out. Tell your friends, tell the other men that these women are not, you know, they are not traitors. They are not coming to, we are not, I don't want to be a man. I love to be a woman. And we complement each other. And it's very important for us to know that we have all been endowed differently. The fact that you are a man does not mean that you have all the knowledge, you know, brain knowledge. There are women that have undergone more trainings than you, for example. There are women that have undergone, you know, have been exposed differently. It is high time men begin to respect such women and give them chance to lead. To lead the group does not mean that the woman becomes the husband. These are two different scenarios. When you get home, you be the husband, and you be the, you know, the father, play your role as a father, and the woman plays a role as a mother. When it comes to what we can do based on our intellect, based on our leadership capacities, based on the, in the trainings we've had, based on our level of exposure in management of resources, in management of human beings, in taking decisions, I think we should, slow down and be able to admit that some women are better equipped to handle certain positions. They are better equipped. And you should be able to know when a woman that is better than you in a particular area emerges, and should give that person a chance. And for the husbands and the fathers, God has created us males and females. He did not make anyone to be less human or to be less intellectual. We all can support one another to become the best. Some men are very good, maybe advisors, background advisors, but they are not as bold, as eloquent when it comes to public. And you know your wife can do that job. Why not give her the encouragement? Why not pray for her and support her? Why not support her financially? In the society, in the community, you know women that are resilient enough. You know women that when they stand to talk, it echoes back. Not just talking, they act it. They have the capacity to deliver. Is it not very good and advantageous for all of us that we give such women the backing? We are not saying any woman that manifests, we should all, take the woman, whether the woman is able or not. But we are talking about competent, well-built, capacity-built women. People that have exposure, people that have experience, people that have shown that they can, that we should support them, both financially, morally, and otherwise. And I can assure you, you can never lose your reward, and you can never lose your respect. Every well-built woman, every trained woman is highly respectable. She can respect you and honor you and cherish you and bring back good results.
On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to look into the issue of women involvement in politics and the road to 2027. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you just joined us, we've been speaking with Adena St. Rachel Ngozi, who is CEO of Refresh Peace Initiative and the Secretary General Abriba Communal Improvement Union and the Deputy Chairman Labour Party of Hafia LGA Abia State, and she's been helping us look into the issue of women involvement in politics. Yes, women in politics, charting the path to Nigeria's 2027 election, and we've been unraveling a lot of these issues around the limitation of women involvement in politics. St. Rachel, while you were speaking earlier on before we went on break, you were, citing issues around families and then the role men, could play and other things, helping women realize their ambition. But the question is, do we really need to push women to get involved into these various positions, especially given the fact that when we call for rally, there's no limitation for us. We see a lot of women. The stadiums are usually filled with women cheering, participating, going for rallies, primaries, conventions, and I'm asking the question. And again, even when you check the voter turnout, in Nigeria, if you count the youth, the next in population are the women. So should we really be talking about, begging women, creating enabling environments to push women to get involved because they are already involved?
Okay, thank you once again, Ms. Osai. It's not about the begging women. I like the fact that you reiterated the fact that when you have gatherings, political rallies, political, public meetings, you have women forming the greater part of the people that show up. That shows that these women are interested. That shows that they want to participate. And of course, all the women that come out, they are not equally on the same, at the same level. And that is why you have also the women leaders, you have, those speaking on behalf of others. In that group where you have all these women, how come that there are no women? I'm throwing it back to you and to all the men there. How come in all this, the women, they will be the great mobilizers, they will be the ones that will speak and the other people will listen. You know that they will be the one that will gather all the electorate and they will respond. So how come when it comes to taking that decision, sitting at the round table, sitting where these opinions will become most useful in development of the society, women are sidelined? And that is what we've been clamoring for. Let us also, we have the capacity. We have the competence. There is no politician that goes around doing his political campaign without involving women. They will look out for that woman that will speak to other women. They will look out to that woman that will speak to other men. They will look out to that woman that will speak to the community and they will respond. So how come such a woman cannot sit at the table when decisions on development, when decisions are about improvement, when decisions and legislations are made? How come they cannot sit? The same people that you talk to, you reach out to, people recommend them and mention them time and time again. If you want to succeed in this area, you must, get in touch with this woman. If you want to do this, you must get in touch with, and you have seen this woman deliver. So why can't that same woman sit at the same table where the 5 of you are sitting, where the 10 of you are sitting, where the 20 men are sitting to deliberate and to decide and to chart the course forward? That is why we're saying.
Sir Richard, where do we really lay this blame on? If women are great mobilizers and they can speak to men and we know they have the numbers and the population and election, political parties are about winning an election and women are involved, then do we really blame men for women not coming up and taking, responsibility, asking for it? If a woman can push, in campaigns, mobilize people to come out entirely and vote for a political party, then shouldn't we blame women for not, asking forcefully enough for the party to give them the privilege for political parties who want to win elections?
Okay, thank you once again. The women, those that are the frontliners, those that are willing to, to take up positions and have undergone trainings that qualifies them to take up positions, they are doing their bit. However, like we said, when the real decisions are made, make no mistake about it, it's not in the crowd that all the decisions are taken. It's not in the crowd there that we know how the whole elections, most of them turn out. So it's not just about the numbers gathered out there, because if it were any woman that comes out that have been, been running, the thing will just get it. But sometimes, there are other things that play out behind closed doors. And those closed doors is what we are asking to be part of. Let us be there when the doors are closed, so that we also make recommendations about women who can be on the table, who can help to chart the course and make the nation move forward.
All right. Do you think women themselves can trust women to be at the helm of affairs?
Yes, women can trust women to be at the helm of affairs. Of course, what is seen in women is also seen in men. So then don't let us go to the area of thinking that women are just the, the problem for women. It's because some of the women have been brainwashed by men. And again, when there is limited resources and the one that, blows the trumpet detects the tone. So if women are, made to be dependent on men in terms of finance and resources, and that is what you see almost all the time, that you must have agreed with people, the last minute they will turn around. They will turn around because the highest bidder has come in, because they have been, their fingers have been rubbed and all that, and you see people changing. That you find in both males and females. But there are places and there are positions. For example, when we are actually talking about this reserved seat and this, making provision for women, now it is between women and women. So anyhow, somehow, the woman will manifest.
All right. Before I ask for your opinion on the issue around the reserve seats, how do we tackle the cultural, religious beliefs or phenomena that women should not be in leadership or involved in politics?
It's a shame that some clients are still talking about women should not be or women should be in 2026. Every one of us, if you have not been traveling abroad, you've been clamoring to do that. And people make reference all the time about civilized world. People make reference about, developed countries. People make reference about all this. So why can't we borrow that same leaf that we see? What is making their countries thrive? What is making them effective? What is making them functional? Why can't we also, borrow that leaf and see that change we have so much look forward to, so much desired? Because whether we like it or not, there are strong women, competent, capable, and people that can bring deliverables. I don't know why some men, when they even see women in positions, when they work with women, some of them are already threatened just by seeing a woman. You see yourself as being in competition. You don't need to be that. You can complement one another. We can complement one another. We can work together and bring out, excellent results. Do your role, maintain your lane, allow the woman also to, to work on her lane, and let's come together and make our place a better place. I'm talking about the communities, I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about the local government, and I'm talking about state, and even at the legislative houses at all levels. Let women come in. We've seen the examples of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and we are all excited and we are all thrilled. When we hear her name, everybody's proud. But there are a whole lot of other Ngozis out there. Allow them to rise. Allow them to deliver. I'm glad that even in some corporate world, you see women leaders. And it's also very funny because some of these men that will come back home and begin to subdue women and begin to suppress them. Some of them are working in these corporate organizations where women are their leaders, are their bosses, and they respect and they work along and they see results. So why do you think your wife cannot perform if given the same opportunity? And why do you think your sisters, your female friends, and your colleagues cannot deliver?
All right, and citing Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, whether you are another Ngozi as well,
exactly.
But let's talk about the issue of reserved seats for women, most especially, when you look at, for example, this 10th National Assembly, where women hold only about 4 to 5%, of seats, roughly 17, 20 out of 406. Total legislators, 109 senators, and plus 360 House of Rep members will just have virtually just about 20 of women. Let me get your opinion on this reserve seat where we'll have to give special seats for women to be able to participate in the process.
Okay, I think it would be a very good idea. Like I said before, in Labour Party, for example, because the woman is at the helm of affairs, and she was actually the interim leader of the party before she was substantiated last month, to continue. And the testimonies were, complete. The testimonies were positive. The testimonies were consistent. They were saying that she has done so well as an interim, leader, and they found her fit to be the national chairman of the Labour Party. And because of that and her involvement, like I said, I strongly believe that is the reason why women have been made to be the deputies of all the, at each level. So it is a way of reserving that seat for women, so that no matter what you do, the chairman is there, whether it's a man that eventually emerges or anyhow, but there must be a woman there. In the system, there must be women. Because in that way, like saying there must be a woman, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, saying there must be a woman does not imply that you go home and bring any woman sitting back, not doing anything, not being involved, not exposed, not trained to just fit in that place. No, that's not what we're saying. In every community you come into, there are people that have been trained. There are people that have been, exposed. There are people that have been working hard. There are people that have been mobilizing. There are people that have been speaking. There are people that you have seen perform in different spheres, in different leadership positions, in their different clients, and you've seen them, and you know they have the capacity and competence. And when they want to come up, you want to, subdue them. But if they have been mapped out a role, that this place, it has to be a woman. It gives everybody opportunity. It gives, all of us the chance to look out for that woman. Look out for that woman that we have been wanting to suppress. Look out for that woman that we know that have the competence. Let that person come in here. You mentioned a few people. Look at a whole 400 and something. And we're thinking about only 20 women from the whole of Nigeria. And then that is when you now do, a decision needs to be taken and you say, let the yes say yes, let the no say no. and then you see that the majority, because there has been a kind of conspiracy and gang up, the majority of the men will say yes, even though maybe whatever is going to be passed is not good enough. They will say echo yes because they have the number. And then the lone voices, or the fewer voices, may not, make headways. So if we have reserved seats for women, it invariably means that more women will be involved. Assuming, for example, in the 6 geopolitical zones, we have to bring in extra women from that place. It will add the number from 20 to 26 at least to start with. And then if there are other women that have also been able to scout through by the same arrangement at their local level, at the state, at the Senate, at their senatorial zones, that will increase the number and the strength. Again, men, it is not competition. It's not rivalry in that way. We are all looking to a better Nigeria. We are all looking to better states. We are all looking to better legislations. And we think we do that better when we come together, when we make more room for more women to join in the conversations.
All right, St. Rachel, if, anyways, one may have a lot of things around reserve seats for women. I've seen arguments that may be more capital intensive, making the nation to spend more, but let's not probe that for today. The question I'm asking, we are en route to 2027. Their primaries are already almost, all the parties virtually have a presidential candidate. We have governorship candidates and senators and the likes of it down the line. But my question now is, what role are women going to play in this very 2027 election?
What role?
Yes, are we expecting women to play beyond, joining the primaries, mobilization, where we see them in the stadium, filling the stadiums and all that? And I know that you're a Labour party leader in Abia State, for example. And I'm asking, what role especially? Because I expected that you would exit the Labour Party, but somehow you remain in the Labour Party. So I'm asking, what role are women playing in the build-up to the election?
Women will do what they know best to do, to still mobilize, to still campaign, to talk strongly that, the best candidates are voted in, because what we are looking at is for, better governance. We'll ensure that all the people that are, that have the capacity to deliver at the various levels that they are voted in, and we will also do our best to safeguard as much as is within us, to safeguard those votes where we have been, put in charge. And again, we will also be asking at the same time that if, many of us or most of us have not had the opportunity to be, to secure the primaries, the ticket for the primaries, and therefore are not going to compete or going to, contest or going to, emerge in those elective offices. There are still offices, there are still provisions In every state, there is a SSG, secretary to the state government, and you hardly see women in that position. I can assure you that there are women that can write and write very well and do that job. There are chief of staff. There is nothing saying that a woman cannot be a chief of staff of any state. And there are a whole lot of, commissioners for different. Women must not just be commissioners for women or gender. There are a lot of portfolios that are still chairman of different boards, MDS and all that. So we work hard to make sure that the right persons are put in place. And when these people are put in place, we also ask them that when you make your decisions and your selections in choosing and appointing people that will hold offices that will help the administration move forward, please consider women.
All right, since Rachel, we are almost out of time, but I won't let you go without, talking about Abia State. Preparation to 2027, the Labour Party in Abia State. Are you people scared in Abia State?
We are not scared in Abia State. Labour Party, Abia State is Labour Party and Labour Party is Abia State. And it's not just Labour Party, it's not just Labour Party for Labour Party. The works of the indefatigable governor of Abia State and the person of His Excellency, Dr. Alex Choma Oti, can never be overemphasized. I was speaking with my cousin, from the state, and he was just saying that, oh, see, he came to Aba, he has been hearing news, and it's all over the place. You cannot proudly say you are from Abia State because what is happening in Abia is unprecedented. It's unbeatable. It is excellent. So everybody has said it, and we are saying it again. If you are dragging the position with the Labour Party led by Dr. Alex Oti, you might be making a mistake at this point because they are ready and will continue to deliver good governance.
You know why I asked this question? We are well aware that Abia State is one of the states that the APC are looking forward to clinching, especially given that a high-ranking APC member is from their state, Abia State, in this instance. And a number of times they speak to the things that we are meant to understand the governor is doing, like in areas of road. They told us that the roads are being repainted, that these were no new roads that are being built in this instance.
Also, I will just ask you, have you been to Aba before?
Yes, I have.
Recently and before?
Not quite recently, though.
Okay, maybe you need to take a trip to Aba. You need to take a trip to Umuahia. And you need to take a trip to Old Bend Road that leads to my own Abreba. And you can attest for yourself, because these places have been abandoned for several years. Port Harcourt Road, for example, I was wowed when I personally drove there because I grew up around there. And I saw how the place was being abandoned and people could not cross to a certain limit. And you can see the changes. Of course, no government is perfect, but the testimony is all over the place. The presidents, the work the present government is doing, it cannot be hidden and it cannot be overemphasized. People are saying it and people are testifying to it. And so we'll just say Roro Gaba, and we'll all support the government of the time and encourage them to do more.
All right. Before I let you go, this when we talk about the work that's been done by the governor in this, but when it comes to politics, it's all about mobilization of the people. How is the Labour Party in Abia State mobilizing?
Seriously.
You're mobilizing seriously?
We are not leaving any stone unturned, because we are not, it's not an of course thing. So we're not sleeping and waiting for it to just come. We are still working, assiduously working day and night in our local communities and our wards, at the LGA level, at the state level. We keep emphasizing and drumming it. Even the deaf, even the blind can see that these things are evident, and we are saying give us more chance to do more.
All right. And then why didn't you move away from the Labour Party with peterobi to other places? Why did you stay back? Because of the governor?
Of course. There is no need leaving a good place for
any other place. All right. Just in less than 1 minute, I would want you to speak to the Southeasterners who are here to get their PVC, who don't want to participate in the process.
Of course, you cannot talk about governance if you're not participating. If you're not, if you don't have your PVC. If you can't vote, you don't have a right to query who becomes. So you need your PVC, so that you are eligible as a person, your family members, encourage everybody around you to go get the PVC. It's the tool that used to decide who wins. It's one thing to say, oh, OT is doing very well in Abia State and labourparty is clinching the ticket and going forward. But on the day of election, if you're not available and so many others are not, or you are there, you cannot vote, then you are not really given the support. So I encourage you, go pick up your.
All right, that's the much we can take today on the Insight. I'll be speaking to Ada Innocent Rachel Ngozi, who is the CEO, Refreshing Hope Youth Initiative, Secretary General, Abriba Communal Improvement Union, and Deputy Chairman, Labour Party, Ohafia Local Government in Abia State. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke. I am Uche Osai. Bye-bye till we come your way, same time tomorrow.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Anambra, Enugu and Ebonyi states activate emergency systems to prevent possible Ebola outbreak. At least 17 killed in bandit attack on Sokoto community. Nigeria's power sector still struggles despite $3.6 billion World Bank funding. Details of the news. The governments of Anambra, Enugu and Ebonyi states have activated emergency response measures to prevent any possible outbreak of Ebola virus disease in the southeast region. The action follows advisory notices issued by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization urging states to strengthen surveillance systems and establish emergency preparedness structures. Health authorities have confirmed that no case of Ebola has been recorded in Nigeria. In Enugu state, officials have inaugurated an incident management structure and commended arrangement for an isolation and holding facility at the Enugu State University Teaching Hospital. In Anambra State, frontline healthcare workers have been placed on alert while surveillance at major entry and transit points has been intensified. Meanwhile, Ebonyi State has launched a public sensitization campaigns on Ebola prevention. Health officials are advising residents to maintain proper hygiene, avoid contact with potentially infected animals, and promptly report symptoms and symptoms such as fever, fatigue, muscle pain, and sore throat. Authorities say there is no cause for panic, but stress that vigilance remains essential. The president of the West African Society of Parenteral and Eternal Nutrition, Mrs. Teresa Pounds, has described hospital malnutrition as a growing public health challenge in Nigeria across West Africa. Speaking ahead of the Society's 5th Annual Clinical Nutrition Conference in Asaba, Delta State, Mrs. Pound said a significant number of patients admitted to hospitals arrive with varying degrees of malnutrition affecting treatment outcomes and prolonging recovery periods. Such attributed issue as she did was the situation to inadequate nutrition screening, limited awareness, and the shortage of specialized nutrition support teams in healthcare facilities. According to her, the burden is particularly severe among elderly patients and vulnerable groups. Mrs. Pounds announced that the conference will bring together more than 300 healthcare professionals, researchers, and policymakers to discuss strategies for improving nutrition care, strengthening hospital systems, and promoting better patient outcomes across the region. The Nigerian Union of Teachers has reaffirmed its opposition to school closures arising from insecurity, insisting that education must continue despite security challenges in parts of the country. National Publicity Secretary of the Union, Comrade Yusuf Tom, stated this in Maiduguri, Borno State, while addressing concerns over attacks on educational institutions.
and the abduction of students and teachers. He said the union believes shutting down schools would undermine efforts to expand access to education and hand victory to those seeking to disrupt learning. According to him, teachers remain committed to their duties despite the difficult circumstances. The union is also demanding the immediate release of the abducted students and teachers in Borno and Oyo State. It called on federal and state governments to strengthen security around schools and ensure the protection of learners and education workers nationwide. Police authorities in Niger State have commenced investigations into the killing of a trader, Alhaji Mustafa Musa, during a suspected robbery attack in Silesia. According to police reports, the incident occurred in the early hours of Sunday at the victim's residence located behind Niger Motel. The attackers reportedly stabbed him and fled with a mobile phone and a motorcycle. Officers from the Silesia area command visited the scene and evacuated the victim's body to General Hospital Silesia. The deceased was a trader at the Babangida Modern Market and is survived by 3 wives and 11 children. Family members said the attackers invaded the residence at about 3 a.m. and carried out the assault before escaping. Police authorities say efforts are ongoing to identify, arrest, and prosecute those responsible for the crime. The Abia State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association has issued a 24-hour ultimatum demanding the safe release of abducted orthopedic surgeon Dr. Bonaventure Agwocha. The association, in a communique issued after an emergency meeting, warned that doctors across the state could embark on an indefinite strike if the physician is not released within the stipulated period. Dr. Agwocha, a former chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association in Abia State, was reportedly abducted on May 24th while traveling from Imo State to Umuahia. The incident has sparked concern within the medical community. The association called on the Department of State Services, the Nigerian Police Force, and the government of Abia and Imo State to intensify efforts to secure his release. It warned that continued attacks on healthcare professionals could negatively affect healthcare delivery in the region. Governor Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State has appealed to the federal government for emergency support following severe windstorms and thunderstorms that caused widespread destruction in parts of the state. The governor said several buildings within the government house complex were damaged, placing additional pressure on state resources required for repairs and rehabilitation. Governor Nwifuru made the appeal while receiving officials of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission during their data verification exercise in the state. He noted that Ebonyi also faces environmental challenges arising from abandoned mining sites. The governor urged federal authorities to provide disaster intervention funds and address ecological concerns linked to mining activities. He expressed confidence that ongoing national revenue reviews would support a fairer allocation of resources to affected states. The Kano State government has directed contractors handling water infrastructure rehabilitation projects to complete ongoing works within 8 months to address water supply challenges in the state capital. Commissioner for Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Daha Hashim, gave the directive during an inspection visit to the Gorom Dutse Reservoir in Kano. Dr. Hashim expressed concern over extensive vandalism at the facility, describing the reservoir as a critical component of the state's water distribution network. He noted that some of the storage tanks had been neglected for decades, while essential infrastructure had suffered significant damage. The commissioner said rehabilitation works are progressing, including pipe replacement and desilting operations. He added that the intervention forms part of Governor Abai Kaba Yusuf's broader program to restore reliable water supply through upgrades at major treatment and distribution facilities across Kano State. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Anambra, Enugu and Ebonyi State activate emergency health systems to prevent possible Ebola outbreak. At least 70 people killed in bandit attack in Sokoto State. Coming up shortly, Nigeria's electricity sector remains in crisis despite over $3.6 billion in World Bank funding. We'll be right back shortly.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Niger State government has absorbed 396 health workers previously supported by international partners UNICEF and Gavi into the state's permanent civil service. The move is aimed at strengthening healthcare delivery, particularly in rural and underserved communities across the state. Commissioner for Primary Healthcare Dr. Ibrahim Ahmed Dangana, represented by the Commissioner for Secondary and Tertiary Healthcare Dr. Belu Toko, presented employment letters to the beneficiaries in Mina. Commissioner for Health Dr. Muritala Babagana said the recruitment addresses critical manpower shortages affecting primary healthcare facilities. The newly employed personnel made up of nurses, midwives, and community health extension workers have already spent several years serving in local communities under donor-supported programs. Authorities say they will remain in their current locations to ensure continuity of care and maintain public confidence in the health system. Officials of the Niger State Primary Health Care Development Agency described the development as a major investment in health care delivery. They noted that the administration of Governor Mohamed Umaru Bago has recruited more than 3,000 health professionals and upgraded over 100 health care facilities across the state within the last 3 years. At least 17 people have been killed following an attack by armed bandits on Dongulbi community in Zamfara local government area of Sokoto State. The attack has forced many residents to flee the area. Witnesses say the attackers who were at the motorcycle stormed the community between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., shooting indiscriminately and looting several shops. Among those killed were visitors who had traveled to the area to celebrate the Eid al-Kabir festivities with relatives. Residents reported that the gunmen remained in the area for several hours, creating fear and preventing families from attending to victims. Some persons were reportedly abducted during the attack, although local sources said the number of them later escaped while the attackers were withdrawn. The Sokoto State Police Command has confirmed the incident and said security operatives have been deployed by the air to the affected area. Authorities say efforts are ongoing to restore normalcy, track down the attackers, and strengthen security presence in vulnerable communities. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has reaffirmed his administration's support for efforts aimed at increasing insurance awareness and participation across the state. He made the commitment while receiving a delegation of insurance industry leaders in Umuahia. The delegation was led by the president of the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers, Mrs. Ekoma Ezeibe, during the formal launch of the Insurance Penetration Initiative in Abia State. Governor Oti said insurance remains an important financial protection tool for traders, entrepreneurs, and business owners. He noted that public enlightenment and stakeholder engagement are essential to building trust and encouraging wider adoption of insurance products. The governor said that strengthening the insurance sector would contribute to economic growth and business sustainability. Commissioner for Insurance and Chief Executive Officer of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosehin commended Abia State for supporting reforms in the sector. He said the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025 and the Insurance Policy Holders Protection Fund would enhance consumer confidence and improve industry standards. Concerns have continued to grow over the performance of Nigeria's electricity sector despite more than $3.6 billion in World Bank-supported funding committed to power sector reforms over the last decade. Available data indicated that several intervention programs targeted transmission infrastructure, grid stability, and rural electrification. However, electricity generation and distribution challenges persist, leaving millions of households and businesses dependent on alternative power sources. The situation has been further highlighted by the cancellation of over $717 million in undisbursed World Bank financing linked to a major power sector recovery program. The decision followed a review of project implementation and changing priorities within the sector. Energy analysts attribute the challenges to infrastructure deficit, weak transmission networks, liquidity constraints, and governance concerns. Stakeholders are calling for comprehensive reforms, improved regulation, and greater private sector participation to achieve sustainable and reliable electricity supply nationwide. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, and the National Institute for Sports have begun discussions aimed at strengthening safety and emergency response systems within Nigeria's sports sector. The initiative was announced during a courtesy visit by LASEMA officials to the headquarters of the National Institution for Sports in Lagos. Both organizations agreed on the need to improve preparedness for emergencies associated with sporting activities and large public gatherings. Permanent Secretary of LASEMA, Dr. Lufemi Oke Osanyilotu, said the partnership would focus on disaster risk reduction, early warning mechanisms, emergency planning, and capacity building for sport administrators and event managers. Director General of the National Institute for Sports, Mr. Philip Shaibu, welcomed the collaboration, describing athlete and spectator safety as a top priority. He said the institute is reviewing its training programs to address manpower gaps and improve professional standards in sports medicine, physiotherapy, and emergency response. Now in entertainment, award-winning Nigerian singer and songwriter Tiwa Savage has disclosed that she is building a new home as part of her growing real estate investments. Speaking in a recent interview, the Afrobeat star revealed that construction work is ongoing and is expected to be completed next year. She expressed excitement about the project and described it as another important milestone in her personal and professional journey. The development follows a series of high-profile property investments by the music star, including luxury residential projects in Lagos and the United Kingdom. Industry observers view the investments as part of a broader trend of entertainers diversifying their portfolios beyond music and performance. Widely regarded as one of Africa's most successful female artists, Tiwa Savage continued to maintain a strong presence in the global music industry. Beyond her musical achievements, she has increasingly expanded her interest into business, branding, and real estate development. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The governments of Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi State have activated emergency health response system and established emergency operations centers to strengthen preparedness against a possible outbreak of the Ebola virus disease in the southeast. Health authorities say the move follows national and international alerts, with the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization urging heightened surveillance. Officials confirmed that no case has been recorded in Nigeria, but stressed that early detection and rapid response remain critical to preventing any spread. Meanwhile, at least 17 people have been killed in a violent attack by suspected armed bandits in Dangwilbi community, Secretary of State. The attackers said to have invaded the area on motorcycles during a Sunday morning assault, also looted shops and disrupted normal activities for several hours. The Secretary of State Police Command has confirmed the incident and says security operatives have been deployed to restore order and track down the perpetrators. In the meantime, Nigeria's electricity sector continues to face persistent challenges despite over $3.6 billion in World Bank-backed funding over the past 2 decades. Experts say recurring grid instability, weak transmission infrastructure, and structural inefficiencies continue to affect power supply nationwide. Stakeholders are calling for comprehensive reforms to ensure sustainable electricity delivery and improved economic productivity. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703043710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? will reserve seats, empower women, or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you doing? What's up? What's happening? Where are you? Wherever you are in Nigeria, what's happening? I hope you are good, splendid, and looking awesome like me. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Black. I don't kind of pepper you want to. Today, I'm gonna start with romance. Hey, because I don't fall in love. I always say love is scam, but me personally, I fell in love. And what did I fall in love with? I fell in love with the movie. But before I tell you the movie I fell in love with, I'm going to introduce my other lover from another mother. Did you just hear what I said? My other love from another mother. And she goes by the name Ugoma. Ugoma, how are you doing?
I'm good. Hello, Ofotu. Hello, Southeast.
Wait, calm down before you give them the love voice. Today is all about love. So we are preaching love. So
hello, Kosri. Hello, Enugu. Hello, Southeast
Don't fall in
Nigeria.
love.
How are you all doing today? I hope you all are doing amazing. See, when she was talking about love, I thought she wouldn't mention me. I was quietly and patiently waiting for her to say something without including me. When she was talking about love, I was looking at her. What's this girl saying? I tried to say, wait. You tried to mention me. So finally, she did, and I was.
At peace with us.
Yes, I'm at peace with her right now. So carry on.
Can you just guess that movie that actually turned me to a lover girl this week?
All right, we have the East-West Love, and it's featuring Roseman Sunshine, right?
So she's your favorite.
Yeah, she's my favorite. I love. You know what? The reason why I watch that girl because I am jealous of her beauty.
Okay.
So I get to see her every time. I want to know the characters.
So let's
be like, oh, beauty. I want to be like that. So
let's give a rundown of it. In the East-West Love, Mrs. Roseman was called Tito Sunshine. A Lagos-based self-made entrepreneur visits her lover and a business partner, Chud Efa, who is called Efa Wara, who has been off lately, have planned a surprise vacation to Kenya, only to find him in misocritic lovemaking with another woman. Her happiness is shattered, but she eventually is convinced into turning the trip into a girl's getaway by her carefree best friend and housemate, Jume. So the trip became a journey of healing and discovery of unexpected love with Juma, a wealthy Kenyan hair in Imbosa. Love doesn't come easily, but it's also marked by a breach of trust, much like Juice's love back in Lagos. Expect this time we endure and see so many classic things to talk about. So back to what we were saying about this East-West Love, and this thing actually reminds me of Priscilla Oju's daughter's marriage. They say the East went to meet, had to go and meet the West, or the West went to meet the East. So this is something like, will you dwell in your past when you hit a very firm heartbreaking point in your marriage or on your relationship? Will you just try to cover up or try to,
cover someone who cheated on me with maybe someone?
Yeah, will you endure that and still continue with the relationship, or will you just move out of the relationship at that point?
If it's just a relationship, not marriage, I would move out.
Why?
Because it's better I move out now, because I know that the cheating won't stop. For you to cheat on me at that point, it shows disrespect. So you're not going to stop it. So you already started it.
So what if that man is a man that owns everything as a woman you desire? At that point, will you move? He's financially okay, balanced. He's cute, he's tall, he's handsome, you know all those things you like, if he has in them.
If he really respects and adores me or love me, he wouldn't look at another woman. So those things that he had, those material things, in the because I'm a materialistic person, I love material things, does not mean that I'll be where I'm disrespected, where I'm not regarded.
So
I would leave.
So you don't resonate with the idea. Yeah, you don't resonate the idea that men are polygamous in nature.
I don't resonate with such idea.
But men are actually polygamous in nature.
They are not. That's just a lie to cover up their, their taxes. It's just to cover up, to continue doing it. It's just lies. They used to deceive themselves. Men are not okay. If we are talking about being polygamous, do you think women are not polyandry in nature? Do you think they're not polygamous in nature?
No,
or you think women don't like better thing?
Women
likes better thing as well. So what do you think?
So, but,
you think it's all about you guys? So just men are very selfish.
Yeah.
They think only for themselves. So as a lady, you have to think for yourself. So men are very, very selfish. They can never be women-centered. Men, you can never see men be saying they are women-centered. They always think for themselves. They always all about themselves. So as a lady, you have to also be selfish in terms of love.
So you actually support, let's bring it back to the last scandal between Frank Edoho's wife and Chike. That means you support the idea that a woman should go and cheat when she's being cheated on.
Well, in that case, being married, I wouldn't advise a lady to go on
cheating. So being married and being in a relationship, all of them is just like...
It's not the same thing.
So
you're just dating, okay? In relationship, we are just dating. I just get to know each other, and marriage is better for worse. Marriage is internally, is for eternity. You're gonna live together, do things together, build life together, have children together. It's a whole lot of things to do. Marriage is a whole lot of things. So it's not like relationships. It's better we break up during that relationship, during that dating period, than when we marry. It's different between marriage. So I'd rather live at that point than staying back and enduring, because this man wouldn't stop. What about my health? You think when you're talking about men cheating, think about your health as a lady. Don't just stay there because you feel this man is giving you the whole world, is giving you what you want,
but
giving you money.
Let's bring it
about your health. What if he goes there, contract disease, and
but if as a young girl you start cheating or doing so, like it's cheating because it's just like a partner. If you start doing that in relationship, don't you think you extend it to your marriage?
Exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm writing out. I'm talking about. I'm saying that if a man starts cheating in a relationship, what do you think in marriage? Do you think he will stop when you guys marry him? A man will never change when you get married.
So you don't believe in that ideology that you can actually change a man?
Nobody can change a man. If he decides to change for himself, he will do it for himself. He will even change because he wants to change for his own sake, not for you as a lady. That's why I said earlier that men are very, very selfish. They are very, very selfish. They think about themselves. If he wants to change, he's for himself, not for you. He's not doing it for you. So if a man starts cheating when you guys are still in a relationship, still in a dating pool, he's already cheating, that's just a very big red flag. It's something that you shouldn't endure. Marriage is not meant to be endured, in as much as there will be up and downs, but marriage is not for endurance. It's not for tolerating nonsense. If you start tolerating it when you guys are dating, it will never stop. That cheating would never... Okay, let's assume that this man is hitting you when you guys are dating. He's using abusive words on you. He's calling you idiot, you're mad, you're stupid, all kinds of things.
He can actually give his life to Christ, you know. And a lot of things will change about it. You don't know what God can do.
Let me tell you something. There's nothing like that.
There's something like that.
Cheat is a cheat. A woman beater is a woman beater.
No.
It will never change.
See, I've seen so. Don't you think that's why we have...
You can ask questions.
Some people can actually be reformed. That's why there's an ideology we forgive and forget.
There's nothing
if there's no forgiveness...
there is forgiveness, there is no forget. No matter what.
No, a man can actually be doing some things in the past and, turn into a new leaf. Don't you think that someone...
turn into a new leaf.
Don't you believe that someone can actually repent and, get done with some life?
There's nothing like that. Men, they will always cheat. They use this polygamy.
So you are actually calling all the men out. Mama is actually calling all the men out there. They are cheats.
Even pastors.
Even pastors, they call us.
Yes. All of them. Men.
All of them. Men are men.
No matter where they find themselves, no matter the institution they find themselves in, no matter where they find them, they will always cheat.
Okay, let's bring it down to this movie. Can you actually marry from the west, from the east?
Wherever love find me, I will go.
So you will even marry a white man at that point?
Why not? A white man, what I'm dreaming of. I want to have a misbreed.
I don't know where you are.
A misbreed.
You want to have a misbreed?
Why not?
You want your children to become half caste.
Half caste. I will have a misbreed.
I want to dream like you.
Please dream like me.
I've always heard a lot of things about white men. They don't do this, they don't do this. Do you think you can actually adapt to that lifestyle?
I can adapt to that lifestyle.
I think, one thing, I've seen some people marry out of their own, continent to go to another, particular distance to get married. And they actually make themselves the perfect, because if you look at Priscilla Ojo and her husband, they actually, the sameness of their marriage and bond is extraordinary.
Just let me tell you something. Imagine, okay, we are talking about Enugu men being the worst. Okay, let's say an Enugu man didn't grow up in Enugu. He wouldn't have the mentality of Enugu men. He will have a mentality of someone, a foreigner. He have their mentality to start acting like them. Because they see things as normal. Love everything they love. So, same thing I'm trying to pass now, that Priscilla's husband is not from Nigeria, so you don't reason like Nigerian men do. So
let's just leave this in a little and talk about the quarrel between Cubana chief priest. He has a lot of scandalous quarrel, and he has this with the media personality Solomon Buchi. They have been having online banter. People. Have you watched the video where he was seen at the cemetery and he was, rejoicing, doing his thing.
Rejoicing on his downfall, rejoicing on his failure, rejoicing on his
so let's go to. So I want you to give your judgment on this their online banter. So now let's start with Solomon Buchi. He said he even tagged him Cubana chief priest. They fear. He even tagged him chief Cubana chief priest. He even tagged him. He said Cubana chief priest, we can't be in the same location because I wouldn't be found around stupidity. Secondly, you are way better than me if foolishness and lack of class counts for something. Cheers, Pascal. I will be here to make sure you stop representing Igbos in bad light. And Cubana chief priest replied, and he said, "Now Facebook money they use make now I don't be top celebrity. They use me do content. CP they top up if not for you talking about me because now me get the highest engagement for this social media. As for politics, till you come home from exile, we then talk about politics. I can't be discussing politics with someone who don't even have a house at home. My country home at my village is worth over 5 billion. Hey, so you can't like Southeast and even Nigeria better than me if you do not know what to do in Niger." So I think the banter went on. He said, Cubana Chipi also said, your own now to sit down, they talk about successful people. Poor man and opinion. And Solomon Buchi replied, he said, I studied journalism and I'm a social commentator. And this requires more IQ than selling alcohol. Can you brag about something else than money? Because it clearly hasn't helped you much. Brag about sense, brag about knowledge, raz and loud like an empty drum. And then he replied and said, I studied business management at the Peninsula for your London right now. Beg where you did. Another person replied, I said, Cubana chief, but how can you be in the cemetery chilling? Is cemetery a good place to chill? I think you should employ someone to be helping you write and what you say respectfully. Cubana chief is not even waste time. He give a man, he say, we must all end up in the cemetery. So what is the big deal about it? We go aboard on the cemetery. Life no get manual.
What these people, their kids don't tire.
Don't get out.
But in the worst part is that I didn't even know that this man was actually running for political.
It
was when he failed. It was when he failed, when the whole thing was.
They were using him for.
Saying that this man went on to campaign for whatever.
But actually, let's be frank with ourselves. Now, Cubana chief priest is painting the Igbos on a very
very annoying person. Wait, what was he thinking? I was going.
His baby mama never drag him. Pascal.
She see the guy as something. She stay
because you can't drag him too.
Yeah, very well.
First, I'm gonna take your son. Pascal.
Like he actually thought that he would buy this with money. He didn't know that money.
But don't you think it's actually him trying to betray the Igbos at this point?
Yeah, very well. Well, is he not the one talking about Tinubu, supporting Tinubu?
Yeah, he's a pioneer of the city boy movement.
Him and his opponents. Him and his
Calibers.
Caliber. What's his name again?
Obi Kubana and you and the rest. Yeah.
Obi Kubana is also campaigning for.
No, he's also among the city boys movement for Tinubu.
So, wahala. These people are really.
No, somebody on X, it's a heavy banter. This is like Nigeria is actually bleeding.
Igbo, so
yeah,
people that are looking for a Biafran whatever.
So let me tell you something. Let me tell you, on X, they have been bantering. They were saying a lot of things. These are people that see that Nigeria is actually bleeding, and the least you can do is just to promote. Instead of reaching out, using your platform to reach out to the government.
News from yesterday, like the bandits attacked Enugu Ago. Ago, close to Abani. I think they killed some villagers there. So there was a protest. You didn't hear about it?
No.
I saw it yesterday. Some person posted it. They came to kill some villagers, even drop their body on the express there.
Oh my God!
So the villagers began protests yesterday.
They raised an alarm for this.
So we are not safe.
So, but let's bring it back to Cubana chief priest.
The reason why these people have the mind and the nerves and the guts to do whatever pleases them. I mean, this bandit, because nothing has been done. The leaders are not doing anything about it. That's why they are bent on ruining this country. That's why they are bent on killing people freely. We're opening without not being.
So let's just bring it down to Cubana chief priest, because he's the center of discussion here. Because do you actually align with Solomon Buchi on what he said? Trying to drag him out to tell him to do the needful.
Yeah.
You are an Igbo. You're supposed to represent us in a positive way.
Yeah, I'm in support of Buchi, Solomon Buchi. I'm in support of him. He's doing the right thing by calling them out, because these people are becoming foolish.
Because I don't feel like they're supposed to join the city boys movement.
He's just everywhere. He's doing music.
He's doing music. He's a barman. He's in politics. He's following Davido. Which one? Pascal, come and collect your son.
I think lately, Davido is starting to
withdraw himself from him.
Yeah, withdraw himself from this person, because, I mean, honestly,
he was just only attained his career.
Yeah. Honestly.
And I think Choma has been doing a good job when it comes to Davido, because a lot of things, to know what he's doing actually, not to taint his musical career in the name of friendship. So actually I've seen,
See, let me tell you something. Even CP, what's his name?
CP
Priest following Davido for business sake.
Yeah.
He's trying to get
contact.
Yeah, contact. Not like he likes Davido. Not like he's loyal to him. It's just for his own selfish interest. Okay, so
let's talk about something on air. Somebody said a lady visited her boyfriend and took home some noodles, egg, and soft drink. The guy later complained that she shouldn't have asked first. She should have asked first. The lady said, "Isn't your house my house too?" Who is right here?
The lady is wrong. The guy is right. To be honest, the guy is right. Even me here, if I go to my babe's house, even to take water.
You don't get babe.
I used to have babe.
They don't leave me behind. This guy don't tell me.
If I see anything, I will ask him for it.
All right.
So you're supposed to, as a lady, that shows that you're classless. I don't know.
That you're a thief.
Yeah, thief. Yeah. She asked him. That's his house. He has not married you. Stop thinking that it's your house already.
Yeah.
He had not married you. It's when he marries you that it becomes your house. For now, you're not the one paying the rent. His house is not your house. You're just a visitor for now.
I'm telling you.
You have to come and go. Make another person come go too. It's not men again.
Hi.
gonna say they share with somebody until you go catch a rider. So I'm trying to say the lady is supposed to ask the guy, can I take this? I say go ahead, have some. Okay, you're not meant to take it or take it. Just come, pack things. I'm going. Okay.
So be honest, have you ever been broke to the point that you did not even have 1,000 in your hand before?
Kias. Yes.
So what are you feeling?
Like I was, if not that I'm staying with my people right now, right? As of last week, I had nothing in my account. My account was empty. If like back when I was in school, my account can be empty, like not even 100 naira would be my account. My account would be so red. I'll just be feeling empty, be like I'm nothing. You see that thing? See that paper? You see money? Money in a big driver. Money is everything. Forget about what anyone has to tell you. Money is everything. Money is life. Money is life. Money is peace. Money is everything. Money is happiness. Really? After my mood, just give me money.
So
I'm okay.
Are you serious?
I'm very
serious.
Okay,
let me ask you. Are you an auntie to anybody?
An aunt?
Yeah, and anybody.
No,
do you have anybody calling you auntie?
No, but I don't want anybody to call me auntie.
Why?
I don't like it. I prefer you call me by my name. I don't like that.
But do you have anybody like a niece, a nephew? So someone said, it reached my turn to be uncle. All these children come begin, they ask for iPads.
Okay.
Now, coastal biscuit and banana chewing gum, una mama buy for me.
Okay, so
now me or criminals,
yes, now these days, iPhone 17.
I tell you,
if they see you using button phone, they will be looking at you like, are you
okay? Wait. Have you used back in those days? Which phone did you use that made you feel like a big girl?
It was Nokia. Not Nokia.
I used BlackBerry during the time. I actually used. Do you use BlackBerry? I was feeling.
I gave me that.
I was feeling on top of the world.
I was still in secondary school. That was around 2013. I was in jail something.
Yeah.
She not my mom gave me that phone, but she was money.
Do you actually do to go?
To go, okay? No, I didn't.
This is the pure baby. This is the pure baby.
I started hearing about.
To go, when I was actually growing up, I actually did this to go ranking.
Is it an app? My phone there was just for.
You are actually a true Gen Z baby.
Nobody allow you use all those apps. So I don't know whether.
So you don't know to go.
I don't know to go. I only know Facebook.
Facebook.
No Facebook. I used to have Facebook.
This is the true Gen Z baby. You don't know.
But what happened to the to go? I was trying to hear about to go that.
Hey, people were, it was see. This thing they do on social media now is not love. It's not love. Assuming you experienced to go.
I said go download the app.
I don't know if it's still on Play Store, but I think after the sale, we'll check.
Did it crash? Did the app crash?
I don't know, but at the point it became so, other apps came out, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter.
Abandoned.
I think it was started slacking out of it. That time we were, the biggest girl in campus was a girl that was at the highest rank of, because each stage you pass, they'll promote you to another star level.
Are you serious?
Oh my God. I actually reached the highest level of to go. It's like I had the ultimate star. Because what? Because the babe was on fire.
Hey,
so actually
for that app.
it was a very, very dope experience, That app is something, when I remember being those days, it gave me a youthful childhood. Do you know when I say youthful childhood? I had a very splendid experience. And that time I was using my Nokia before I started using BlackBerry on it. Hey God, I was like that big girl, and then when you talk too much, I would say, I'm on to go, you want to go. Hey. But today, let's shut it down. I want to go on and on and on and on and on, because I have a lot of gossip group for you guys. I know you guys enjoyed yourself. Uma, what do you have for the people of Enugu at this point? I don't feel like going, but I have to go.
Like, honestly, I'm going to come. We just have to go, so we'll be able to come back tomorrow and give you another bars, another entertainment gist, everything gist, okay? I'm going to tell you now waiting the sub.
The sub!
My people.
One. I got my name gives over the privilege called Shoshu Lawyer, aka all types of pepper. I give you the premium gist and entertainment. Always catch up and follow us on Aneke TV. We'll have a lot for you. Have a nice day. We love you. Same time, same station tomorrow. We love you. Be back. Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
peaceful election, and also that God will choose the right persons, those who have done good, that God will continue to sustain them. That is our prayer, through Christ our Lord. May He grant you joy of heart and peace. Abide among you. May His goodness towards us endure in Israel to deliver us in our days. The word of the Lord.
Christ. I give thanks to my God always on your account for the grace of God bestowed on you in Christ Jesus, that in Him you were enriched in every day, with all discourse and all knowledge, as His testimony to Christ was confirmed among you, so that you are not lacking in any spiritual gift as you wait for the revelation of our Lord Jesus Christ. He will keep you firm to the end, irreproachable on the day of our Lord Jesus Christ. God is faithful, and by Him you were called to fellowship with His Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. The word of the Lord.
As Jesus continued his journey to Jerusalem, he traveled through Samaria and Galilee. As he was entering a village, 10 persons with leprosy met him. They stood at a distance from him and raised their voices, saying, "Jesus, Master, have pity on us." And when he saw them, he said, "Go show yourselves to the priests." As they were going, they were cleansed. And one of them, realizing he had been healed, returned, glorifying God in a loud voice. And he fell at the feet of Jesus and thanked him. He was a Samaritan. Jesus said in reply, 10 were cleansed, were they not? Where are the other 9? Has none but this foreigner returned to give thanks to God? Then he said to him, "Stand up and go. Your faith has saved you." Evangelii Domini.
Your gifts of love are countless, and your goodness infinite. As we come before you for thanksgiving with gratitude, open our hearts to share your gifts of loving service. We said amen at the end of that prayer. Chief Celebrant, Brother Priests, Your Excellency, my dear brothers and sisters in Christ, 29th May 2023, many of us gathered at Opera Square after a very tough election, and we witnessed what God was doing in our midst. We
We witness the dynamics of society. We witness the challenges that face our people, generally and universally, and even individually. 3 years thereafter, we've gathered in this beautiful chapel, built under the government of Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, a place of prayer in Government House. And it's a beautiful place, blessed and opened by all the bishops of Nigeria at their plenary in Enugu. The prayer is, we come before you for thanksgiving with gratitude. And the second part of the prayer, open our hearts to share your gifts in loving service. My dear brothers and sisters, look around you. What do you see? People who are dying, many who are poor, people who are unemployed, many whose meaning in life is lost. And this is not the world we wished for ourselves. We wished for a better world. We wished for happiness. We struggled for joy. And the simple things of life are really simple, but they have been complicated by the phenomenon of the human dimensions, what we see happening everywhere in the world. The struggles, the wars, the competition, the greed, the corruption, and evil in itself. That is why many cannot have life. In our midst, the word comes. And we hear it often. That's why we are gathered in a church, because we believe. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. Through this word, all things have been made. And in a particular period of history of our annual events, the Word took flesh. The Word through whom all things has been made took flesh in Mary and dwelt among us. That Word is Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity, born before all creation, co-creator with the Father and the Spirit, through whom all things are. The Word, let there be light, let there be water. And for those who believe, these are not just words. The incarnate Word, Jesus Christ, took flesh in the midst of poverty. Jesus was born in Bethlehem. There was no room in the inn where he was to be born. He was born next to shepherds, goats, and cows, and cattle. And he was to become a refugee at a very young age, because they would want to kill him, those who had power. And when you run, you come to Africa. Mama Mary and Joseph brought Jesus to Africa. He stayed, he survived. And even when he went back to that land of Israel, symbolically, sacramentally, he would live in Nazareth and be a carpenter. He would walk under Joseph. And when he would get lost in the temple, and they say, we are looking for you, his question to Mama Mary, don't you know I must be about my Father's business? And what was the Father's business? To do the will of God. And what is the will of God? The good of humankind. And that's why Jesus will say in John chapter 10, verse 10, I came that you may have life and have it in abundance. Having life is such a gift. The first gift God gives is the gift of life. But what humanity has succeeded in doing is to deprive others of this gift of life. It is a pity. You find it in Adam and Eve. They are given power to take care of entire creation, but they will not obey the will of God. You'll find it in the children of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. One will even kill the other out of greed, jealousy. It exists. When you read the Bible, you'll be confused sometimes. A little bit in the book of Genesis, Bereshit, that's the Hebrew word, in the beginning. God became shameful for himself that he had made humanity. God even had recourse to say, I regret having made human beings, because all their lives they think of nothing else but evil. You find it in the Bible. But how could a good God create human beings who are evil? But look at that word. E-V-I-L. Evil. Turn it the other way. L-I-V-E. Live. That is the distinction between life, light, and darkness. It's either you stand for the light or you do darkness. Let there be light, the first words in creation, the word of light. My dear brothers and sisters, we are a people who are challenged in view of what we see around us. The challenges of allowing people to be 40,000 children on the African continent die every day. They die because they have no medicine. They die because of malaria. They die because they drink poor water. They die, and the numbers continue to increase. In our country, Nigeria, the statistics are mind-boggling. People do not have access to education everywhere. In northern Nigeria, 60% of children who will be in classes are out of school. They have never seen a school from the inside. Think about the many other challenges of wars. You only need to look beyond the shores of Nigeria and to see how many people are carrying guns everywhere, whether it's in the Middle East or in African continent, flying over Sudan not long ago, listening to what was happening at the African continent in Addis Ababa for 4 days, hearing the conflicts we have everywhere. The question is, why can human beings who have been told by their Creator, go and make all things new, who have seen the example of Jesus Christ, why can human beings not try to change something for the better and make a difference in the life of one person, at least one person? Rather, we complicate the issues. We have gathered to say, like the prayer, we come before you for thanksgiving with gratitude. Open our hearts to share your gifts in loving service. We come before you in thanksgiving. That was the reading of the gospel today. 10 people were healed. They were lepers. 1 came back to say thank you. 9 did not come back. I want to thank you, Dr. Petermbah, our governor. I want to thank you for allowing that a day like this will begin with an act of thanksgiving. 3 years ago, after such a tough election, you promised in the enugu that you will be one who will add life and value to everybody's life. You promised in the enugu that you will move and generate our economy to expand from A to Z. You promised in the enugu that you will transform a lot. I was at the Obara Square. We were part of those who know Enugu somehow, having run back from the north after a brutal civil war. The International Conference Center stands 3 years. People go there now to have conferences. It was a debris. I want us to reflect a little about what has happened in our lives, for which actually we must say, God, I thank you. People are able to gather under a decent environment. There in Obara Square, where we didn't know that it was possible, you have made it possible. But that's just one of the small things. I'll be flying to Enugu to Abuja this afternoon, but I'll be flying on Enugu Air. Think about it. Think about what it means to enter an aeroplane called Enugu Air. To put Enugu on the signboard of the Nigerian continent, of the Nigerian country, of the African country, of virtually everybody who is buying a ticket from around the world to travel anywhere. Do you know what that means? We are on the map. Not on the map with words, but on the map with things that make things move. And you know more than I do how lives are being transformed in this part of the world. And those lives are being transformed not because we have money. Money can be there and nothing will change. In fact, Sometimes there is what we call the resource doom. Once they find oil in your place, you can pack because war will start. They find gold in your place, you can run away. They find minerals in your place, the conflicts will start. I was born in Guzo in Zamfara. There's no peace there because there's gold in where I was born. What makes it possible is not because there is money. What makes change possible is because there is an internal power, an openness to the Spirit of God to say, Lord, use me to change lives. You must have the audacity and the ability and the humility to kneel down, open your hands and say, God, transform me. Transform me to become an agent of change, that lives may be better, and then you become part of Christ. I came that they may have life and have it in full. Who comes to me, acts like me. I send you, words of Christ. God has sent you, Peter, to be the rescuer of our people. And we see the things and we clap, but we have seen nothing yet. I can even say that from the adumbration and the postulation of that, which simple plus, and when you do algorithm, it's mathematical. In fact, it's add maths. It doesn't make mistakes. When you see things happening and you see how they are going, you see planning, because failing to plan is planning to fail. This is a government we can say is intentional in the things it does. It's not about fire brigade. So there is a mind that is receptive to the Holy Spirit, that is receptive to sound reason and common sense, that says we cannot continue to curse the darkness. We must put a candle and a light in this darkness to make a change. That's what we are celebrating. That's why we can say thank you, God. That's why I drive now to my village in Umana Ndiago, in Ezeagu local government. From the Ama Junction, I do not see one pothole until I reach Bomozike in Umana Ndiago. And it's a long stretch of kilometers. And that's not just about one place. It's happening everywhere. And we are only at the beginning. People do not like what is good, and that's the contradiction. They see it, they fear, and they are jealous, and they don't want to even appreciate, and the mystery of the cross tells us all that. The more good you do, the more people will cause you trouble and make it impossible for you, and give narrations of that which you have not done or intention. That is what we call the burden of leadership. There is a burden for leaders, and Christ is the leader. He gave sight to the blind. He healed someone who couldn't walk, and he did all sorts of the miracles. But for every miracle he did, there were the elders, the chief priests. Then those are when the lawyer and then upon the Sanhedrin. Then when those are the Pharisees, they are the God, and you can go on and on. And when Jesus was saying, woe to you Pharisees, woe to you scribes, woe to you, and so on, he knew what he was saying. And they will not appreciate. And once Jesus will put himself to defense, why do you accuse me? Look at the works. Someone was blind. They asked the blind man, who made you, how did you see? He said, that man Jesus called me. Shut up, don't say Jesus. Were you blind from? They went and brought the parents. The parents said, ask him, he's old enough to speak for himself. The man said, that man called Jesus healed me. They say, he cannot be a prophet. He's healing people on a Sabbath. When you do good, days have no meaning. My dear friends in Christ, it is about celebrating that which is good. 3 years, and Enugu has risen within Nigeria to jump into the first tier of those of that state where things can happen. Monday, sit at home. Think about this. In some states in our part of the world, people still sit at home, even where they are governors, but Mondays you drive, you go where you want. And the insecurity challenges are global. They start from Washington, where Donald Trump was being shot recently, just a month ago, before all the journalists, in the face of all the cameras of the world, and they were all hiding under tables. And these are people throwing big bombs in other people's countries, but one bullet, they all disappeared. Just for you to understand, violence has no boundary. So insecurity is not about one place or one state. The first insecurity is the insecurity of the mind. What evil makes possible? Evil. Let there not be light. Let there be darkness. And even this insecurity we are talking about, Enugu is a place where we can move around. I see the galaxy of personalities gathered here. But you represent not just yourselves. You represent the thousands of poor people who come from your villages. And you owe them. One of the burdens of leadership is to give back. It's not about accumulating. It's about sharing the goodness. And we are called to that. It is a shame. And I was told that 2 weeks ago in Austria, speaking at the office of the Federal Republic of Austria with the Foreign Ministry. And they were telling me, your country is very rich. Very, very rich. You have every mineral one could think about. Our guests from Taraba State some 2 days ago told us that they have so much of rare earth. The government sent a delegation here. They met with our government, our representatives. And they were talking about lithium, rare earth, and all that. And I said, please, Enugu, come and invest. So I'm being told that we are a blessed country. Africa has so many rivers. Nile, Niger, Senegal, Congo, Orange, Limpopo, Zambezi, when we learnt it in the schools. These are the longest rivers of the world. We have them. We have the mountains. We have the tallest, whether it is the Mambila here or the Cameroon Mountains and many others. We have land, 80% agricultural land, and we have the youth of the world. The largest potential are youth. So why are we talking about poverty? We are talking about poverty because someone is driving a car with reverse gear. You cannot drive a car with reverse gear. That is where corruption creeps in, and wickedness comes in, and planlessness creeps in, and people cannot move forward. Thank your God that you have a government the type we have. People might open their mouths and say what they like, but we know that it is not a government like any other. It is a government that has looked upon the face of the Lord to say, Lord, you lead, I follow. It's not about us. It's not about me. It's not about person. It's about the concentration of goodness which overcomes darkness. The goodness we see in a gentleman, petermbah, who allows himself to become a servant leader. That's not his style. He's not a man who talks much. He's not someone who wants to be seen in the public and make shows. He is choosy for the things he does. And that is why we pray that the Holy Spirit keeps you alive, keeps you healthy, keeps you stronger, keeps you determined. Last Sunday was Pentecost Sunday. We prayed in the churches. The chasuble we wore were red. When the Spirit comes, it comes with fire. Fire purifies. May you all, not just the governor, may you all be purified who work for our state. And the greatest thing, I was speaking in the Vatican with Bishop Fortunatus Machu, and a good friend of Tinubu, Governor Ibazu, and that Bishop Fortunatus told him in the Vatican before me, it's not about you, Governor Ibazu, it's about those who are around you. If you will find the right people around you, you will do well. But often those who are around you, whether it's in the family or in the school or in places of administration, if they are the wrong people, jealous, egoistic, self-adumbrated, and so on, they will always give an advice. What is in it for me? Nigeria. Budget. What is in it for me? So they will come with constituency in it for us. That's your job. You have to do it. We want to thank God once again. And I want to end the sermon by saying that the Catholic Bishop of Enugu, who sat with us yesterday evening, he told us to express his heartfelt greetings to the governor, the Chancellor of our diocese, Dr. Dr. Wilfred Agubuche has already said it at the beginning of this mass, to express our confidence in the governor, to express our prayerful best wishes to ndlea, all those who are around the government, those who are working in government, and ndekacha achoku, the civil servant. Eba ka file nehu. Ina cho file on a Ministry of Land, on a Ministry of Trade, mana envelope to go brown for that. What kind of people are these? Why should an old mama leave her village in Abugo, enter Kekenapep, enter a yellow bus, reach a government just to come and say, who have a civil servant who take a salary for not coming to work? Or what the civil servant in they need a special confession. And then they said the people on the top, is not that you are the servant. Everybody is on top wherever you are. That's the lesson. And that's what makes a government move forward. So let us also use this opportunity to look inwards and say, we can do better. And I think we can do better. Let's not just start beating our breasts and say we have done it all. You have not started. You are only at the beginning, at the scratch. So for the next many years, God will keep us alive to continue together. Peace is a gift of God. Or just a reverse. What does it have about Fubara and wike? You have money as a peace. And a change in the change. But look at Buruburu, a pre-governor, and petermbah, a post-governor, sitting next to one another in a job. You know what it means? We are not perfect. None is. But we try to build peace. I saw it in Abuja recently. I saw the governor take Chief Wood and all the past governors of our state, military and civilian, all the past civil servants, everybody who could represent one group and say, come, let's be together. The symbolic was much more of the unity which you must stoop down to give to people so that peace may reign. Please, may we become ambassadors of peace. And I come back again to our prayer. And I'm asking all to bow your heads that we can pray it together. And that was the collect of this Mass. Father, all-powerful, your gifts of love are countless, and your goodness infinite. I would like you to repeat this prayer, so I will start. Father, all-powerful, your gifts of love are countless, and your goodness infinite. As we through Christ our Lord.
In the life of all persons, especially those who are going
with these 3 years of faithful service, in-depth commitment to work, governance, and dedication to God. We earnestly agenda and program already on the ground with blossom.
The viable infrastructural projects going on in Enugu State for
our lives and your hands, and no one can withstand you. We present our country Nigeria before you. We praise and thank you, for you are the source of all we have and are. We are sorry for all the sins we have committed, and for the good deeds we have failed to do. In your loving forgiveness, keep us safe from the punishment we deserve. Lord, we are weighed down, not only by uncertainties, but also by moral, economic, and political problems. Listen to the cries of your people, who confidently turn to you. God of infinite goodness, our strength in adversity, our health in weakness, our comfort in sorrow, be merciful to us, your people,
Spare this nation and Nigeria from chaos. Authority comes from you, and you give leaders wisdom with which to govern your people. Courage. In the course of history, you sent your people leaders who in your Son freed them from oppression and brought them your love and freedom. Lord Jesus Christ, you gave us an example of service in leadership. You teach leaders to be guided by the joy and sorrows of their people. We thank you for the good leadership which we have in the state's arm. May the new lease of life enjoyed in our state not be marred by individuals seeking selfish end. Assist with your spirit of counsel and fortitude the governor and the ministers of this state. May the administration be conducted in righteousness to encourage due respect for virtue and religion, vice and immorality. Holy Spirit, enlighten the God, judges, commissioners, and all the elected and appointed civil officials.
O God, who provide gifts to be offered to your name, and count our oblations as signs of our desire to serve you with devotion, we ask of your mercy, that what you grant as the source of merit may also help us to attain merit's reward through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you. And with your spirit. Lift up your hearts. So that they may become for us the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. He took bread and giving thanks, broke it and gave it to his disciples, saying, the bread of life and the chalice of salvation, giving thanks that you have held us worthy to be in your presence. The saints of the world, blessed are those called to the supper of the Lamb. May the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ bring us life everlasting. O God, to whom every human power is subject, grant to your servant, Barrister Dr. Petermbah, Governor, success in the exercise of his high office, so that always revering you and striving to please you, he may constantly secure and preserve for the people entrusted to his care the freedom that comes from civil peace. Bless his future governance and his administration in Enugu State. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever.
Amen.
And so may the Almighty God bless and protect you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Why are we? May we sit down?
This is an opportunity to express my gratitude for the support and prayers of ndlea in the last 3 years. Nothing we have achieved would have been possible without the support of the civil servants and my entire team. Thank you for your dedication to duty and painstaking implementation of our policies. Thank you, my Lord Bishop, for your wise counsel always, and prayers, and the chaplain for your daily dose of enriching sermons. The church has been an important part of this journey. Our gathering here this morning reaffirms that. My dear ndlea, this morning feels both somber and energizing to me. Perhaps anniversary naturally creates that feeling, like a birthday, a celebration, yes, but also a moment that interrupts the rush of events and forces you to reflect. 3 years ago, after taking the oath of office at Opera Square, I signed the Citizens' Charter. I remember the weight of that moment very clearly. At that time, many people saw just another government. Public life had produced too many declarations that never truly reached ordinary people. Hope had become conscious. But I believed that moment mattered. The charter was about trust, about rebuilding faith in public office, and creating a service-centered mindset by government for the people of this state. Most of what we now speak about so easily had yet taken physical form. It existed in planning, conviction, and hard belief. You could describe the future, but you could not touch it. That gap between vision and evidence is uncomfortable. It asks people to hold faith before results arrive. And honestly, that was our first challenge. We had become too used to disappointment, too used to shrinking our expectations in order to protect ourselves from frustration. That was the atmosphere surrounding Enugu 3 years ago. Which is why I've always felt that the deeper significance of the Citizens' Charter was psychological before it was political. It marked a decision to think seriously again about what the state could become and how future generations might eventually live here. This morning, I think it is worth pausing to reflect on that moment properly. Let us go on a journey across Enugu State today. Picture it. You leave early in the morning. You move through the capital and further outward into the rural communities. You pass schools in every ward of the state. Step inside one of them. Listen to the children speaking confidently about robotics, AR, coding, agriculture, science, and citizenship. Watch how naturally they use computers and smart boards, as though this future already belongs to them. Keep driving. You come across healthcare centers. Communities can now actually reach where maternal mortality has fallen dramatically and healthcare is moving closer to ordinary life. Move again. You travel on smooth roads, now connecting communities more efficiently across the state. Roads carrying farmers, traders, workers, students, and businesses more from one place to another. And at some point, you stop at a junction and watch the city drive by. Workers, students, and traders traveling in air-conditioned CNG buses with Wi-Fi. Watch how differently the city now breathes. Then visit the terminals, the International Conference Center, Hotel Presidential. Looking on Hotel Presidential, watch people visiting from different parts of the state and country. Watch how infrastructure shapes the feeling of a place before a single conversation even begins. Go further. Take a flight on Enugu Air to Lagos, Abuja, Kano today, and tomorrow, the world. Connectivity changes the psychology of a place. It changes how people see themselves and how the world sees them too. Watch the shops opening throughout the week. Watch young people working late at an ICT hall and filling restaurants late into the evening. Then come back to the Lion building. Sit with my team. Tell them what you saw. Tell them what you can feel happening around the state. Tell us whether this looks like the Enugu you once knew. And then come and see me. Tell me how this makes you feel. Now let me paint a different picture. Imagine waking up tomorrow and finding yourself back in the Enugu of old. The roads are broken again. Gridlock clusters Slowly, quietly, expectations begin shrinking again. And then ask yourself honestly, how would that feel? What would you fight to keep? What would you protect for your children and for the generations coming after us? What people see today are outcomes. What they do not always see is the struggle, persistence, and invisible labor required to bring those outcomes into existence. A functioning society does not emerge because somebody gives a speech and announces a vision. Between intention and reality sits an enormous amount of hard thinking, strategy, and effort. Take Presidential Hotel. By the time we came into office, the matter had already been tracked in legal processes for years. Hearings had been pushed far into the future. It would have been easy to leave it there and move on to easier things. But that building mattered symbolically to the state. It represented pride, confidence, and economic possibility. Allowing it to continue decaying indefinitely would have meant accepting paralysis permanently. So we pushed, we engaged, we argued the case directly, we insisted the people of Enugu deserved results instead of endless postponement. The same thing applies across the state. People drive on constructed roads now, but before asphalt is laid, there are engineering studies, negotiations, budget decisions, and months of planning. You see buses moving more smoothly across the state today, but somebody first had to think carefully about routes, congestion, pricing, terminals, and sustainability. Security required major investment, coordination, difficult decisions, and resolve. Even political harmony does not happen automatically. Across these past years, countless meetings have taken place quietly behind closed doors. Stakeholders have been engaged patiently. Communities have been listened to. Consensus had to be built repeatedly. And still, we do not always get everything right. None of this work is glamorous. Most of it never appears in headlines. But this is how serious transformation actually happens. Through sustained efforts, difficult decisions, and people remaining focused long after applause fades. What we're doing here cannot be understood simply as a collection of projects. We're building the operating system of this state. A different future is being constructed layer by layer, economically, culturally, and institutionally. And we're living through one of those rare moments when the direction of a society can change fundamentally. Can you feel it? A state that has learned to manage limitations investors are looking at Enugu, the wider region is paying attention. And God willing, what is being built here will contribute to something larger nationally. But work at this scale cannot remain superficial if it is going to endure. That is why the foundations matter so much. Education, healthcare, infrastructure, security, technology, investment, and public trust. These things only last when people begin treating them as their own. When we are gone, what will remain? Will future generations inherit systems strong enough to carry them further than we ourselves traveled? Will they look back and recognize this period as the moment Enugu truly changed direction? Or will people mistake the beginning for the end? Because what we see around us today is not completion. It is proof that far more is possible. 3 years ago, much of this journey depended on vision, trust, and the willingness of people to take a chance on a direction for the state. Today, the situation is different. People can now see the changes around them in daily life, and that changes the responsibility on all of us, the responsibility we all now carry. Tomorrow is here can no longer remain government's project alone. It belongs to ndlea. The future of this state cannot depend permanently on one administration or one political moment. It must be rooted in public culture, in the way communities protect what has been built, participate seriously, and hold leadership accountable for continuing the work properly. Lasting transformation survives only when citizens themselves begin carrying part of the responsibility for protecting it. What we are building is still young. A child taking its first steps into the world still needs guidance, patience, careful attention, even when those first steps fill the family with pride. In many ways, our wider transformation is still at that stage. And anything young requires protection while it strengthens itself. 8 months from now, in January, we will enter another election. Do we realize enough that history has placed something precious in our hands? History is full of people who reached this stage, relaxed too early, and stopped thinking like underdogs. Momentum made them comfortable. Success softened their discipline. They mistook winning a battle for winning the war. We cannot afford that mistake. Forces that threaten serious progress never disappear. Political brinkmanship, short-term thinking, financial pressures, geopolitical instability, people more interested in noise, ego, and personal advancement than long-term results. These are the challenges before us now. So let us gather around what we have begun building here carefully. Let us
My name is Honorable Aneke, the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government. Today, we are here in celebration of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, who turned 3 years in office today. Indeed, I can tell you that the administration of His Excellency, the Governor, petermbah, have brought joy and tremendous infrastructural facility that the Governor have put in place in Enugu is top-notch. Enugu have not witnessed it the way we have witnessed it in this very current administration. You can see where action speaks louder than voice, because he is a man of integrity. All the facets of the economy, all the democratical dividends that our people expected from him, Your Excellency have performed credibly. And indeed, I can tell you that such a leader like him is very rare. But it takes a man of integrity, a man of his word, to keep the promises he made to Enugu. On this very note, the reward of a good work is more work. Your Excellency have done us well. He have done noble. I'm calling on Enugu that a payback time is 2027. We are going to rally around him to ensure that the good work continues. We cannot afford to miss this very wonderful opportunity that God have given to us through His Excellency Barrister Petermbah. Yeah, indeed, I can tell you, when we talk about the performances of the Governor, there is no local government that have not felt the impact of this very administration positively. If you come to the nook and cranny of my local government, Enugu South local government, loads have been awarded even without the notice of the local government chairman. What we will see is just the load have been done. His Excellency don't need to consult with anybody before he start doing any job, because he knows the price of the people, and he decided to use governance in solving societal problems. Enugu South local government is one of the major beneficiaries of this very administration. And within my own local government, as a local government chairman who is working with His Excellency, we keyed into his programs in order to ensure that our local government feels the impact of governance in my local government. So we have done a number of things, of which is there for one to see for himself, because of the kind of governor we have. He's very supportive, encouraging, and once you see what he's doing, you must follow that very trajectory, because failure, for you to fail in this kind of administration, it means that you choose to do that. The opportunities are there for us to excel, and that was the reason why we decided to key into that very program of the governor, and we are moving forward.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and first Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders being remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
pleasant welcome to you and the law, the program where we break down the law and defend your rights and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are talking about, counterfeit drugs and fake electronics to adulterated, food items, cloned beauty products, and many innocent citizens are unknowingly risking their health, safety, and hard-earned money every single day. But the big question is, what are we protecting ourselves from, and who protects the consumer? And when fake product destroys lives, businesses, what does the law really say? And this leads us to the topic, consumer rights and fake products. And to break down this topic today, joining us is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. He has handled numerous high-profile cases and well-respected in the legal community. Please welcome Barrister Matthew S. Aneke. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And today we have a lot of things to discuss about consumers' rights and, as it relates to fake products. But before we delve into the main question for the day, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the show, You and the Law, where we talk about, your rights as a citizen of Nigeria, and we talk about a lot of legal issues of soaring in the community. And today we center it on consumers' rights and, about fake products, most especially in our country, Nigeria. And, this leaves us with so many questions about, fake products. And I'm starting with, a Nigerian consumer truly protected from these fake products or substandard products?
Well, to answer that, I would like to say no country is really safe from fake products. But the reason why we are complaining about Nigeria is that Nigerians own is far high, above a certain percentage, that even the government should be really worried about. Now, over the years, there have been some improvement here and there, and sometimes you see a drop in the percentage, and then it will rise up and go beyond the other one and still go down again. But if you look at it overall, it has always been on the rise to some extent. So Nigerians are not safe. The country is not safe because of the high level and amount of fake product in circulation.
So who are we actually going to blame at this point? Is it the seller, the manufacturer, or the government, or the regulators who regulate this product in the market?
Now, everybody has a portion in the blame. Every single person has a portion in the blame. From the roadside person who, instead of going to the authentic place to buy a product, is looking for another person who will sell just about anything to him at a price of God knows what. To the government who, instead of getting the people, the agency to do the work they are supposed to do, is not getting the agency to do it, or the agency taking bribe and allowing some of this fake product to go through the borders. They are also to blame. Now, the court system, who is supposed to enforce the right of the people, to some extent is supposed to blame. So everybody has a portion in this blame, one way or the other.
So we don't have a centralized blame on any of these regulatory bodies?
Well, the regulatory bodies need to be blamed. I think they have the highest percentage of blame. For instance, if you look at regulatory bodies like NAFDAC, like Standard Organization of Nigeria, and even the FCCPC, that is the Federal Consumers and Competition and Consumers Protection Commission, they do have some blame to be apportioned to them, a huge number of it. But then again, I think these agencies have been doing their best. They've been doing their best. Now, recently, when I was going through some of the interviews of the current president, I mean, a chairman of NAFDAC, Professor Adeyeye, she was saying some things as to how at one time NAFDAC was removed from the borders. And how do you remove an agency that is supposed to check what comes into the country in form of goods, in form of medicine, in form of food? How can you remove such an agency from the border? The government did remove them for a number of years. And until when they got back to the border, that was when they realized that the rate at which fake product had gotten into the country was at a roof. It was alarming. So the agency now is doing its own best. And to some extent, there've been some sensitization all around. A very good point is the way the media is helping in sensitizing Nigerians. Before now, you hear of fake product, but nobody hardly says a thing about it. But these days, even the slight error can lead to a lot of things. Recently, it was just last week or so, Lonat, I don't know if you know Lonat,
yes.
the anti-malaria medication, they decided to change their wrap to a new design, where they applied to NAFDAC and approval was given to them and all of these things. But because they did not sensitize the public enough, and then they went ahead and changed the wrap to a new package. Immediately it came out, Nigerians were everywhere, sharing on WhatsApp groups saying, this one is fake, this one is this, original. This one is this, until Lonat had to go back and start bringing out evidence to show that no, it is the same company, we just changed the package after seeking for permission and getting all of these things. So the media is playing a role, and I love it because it is holding everybody accountable. And people now are no longer taking the Nigerian populace for a ride, and I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. You know, I got to a point where, when you're talking about drugs now, like, I got to a point where one day I wanted to purchase a drug from a pharmacy. Let's bring it down. So at some point, it's a malaria drug. So there were two kind of, there's one that is under a packet sale, and the other one is not under packet sale. And now I was asking, because the one not under packet sale looked more like a fake product. So, and the one under a packet sale was looking like the company product. And I asked the seller, I was like, which of these products is the original one? So they told me that these two are the same product, just that one is made for the poor and one is made for the rich. I got confused because it's a question of, is there any need for the poor? Because it's, I think this producer or manufacturers of these drugs should do better.
Yes.
Because there is nothing like for the poor and rich. Packages should be just equal.
Yes.
Because the drug is being sold to human beings, not a particular set. It's not produced for a particular set of human beings. So at that point, what do you say about this?
Now, there is this thing about imported drugs and locally made drugs.
Okay.
Now, the imported drugs are usually well packaged. And better than the locally made one. But whichever instances, they should all not be fake. So that as you're buying this, you are guaranteed of your health. And the other person is also guaranteed of his. Now, sometimes, because some of these medications are imported, it's not as if they are really better than the locally made one. It's just that because they are well packaged and they are coming outside the country, they are usually more expensive. So I guess the pharmacists may be telling you that this one, because it's locally made, is not that well packaged, is for the poor. Now, I hope it is that. Because if the locally made one is a fake one, then the pharmacist selling that to you does not have immunity from the liability that comes from it. Now, if everybody that involves itself in peddling or selling fake product is not immune from the liability. The pharmacists cannot tell you that, this is for the poor people, and knowingly taking a fake product and sell it to you. if you happen to find out that it's fake, you can sue the pharmacist, and you can even sue both the producer and even the government agency if it is shown that they were negligent in carrying out the activity they were supposed to do in protecting you from taking a product that is fake.
I think I would rightly say that the need of foreign and local products should be, banned at some point because it causes a lot of confusion.
Well, I don't think that would be the solution. The solution should be to empower the local manufacturer to get to a point where they can produce something that is world standard. That way, you wouldn't have to worry about getting your Panadol from outside the country for you to be sure that it will be effective.
Okay, and I'm going to ask, what right does a consumer have under the Nigerian law against fake product, and if he can actually sue a company or a seller of a damaged product? Can he actually sue?
Of course, of course. The thing is, most consumers don't know that they have all kinds of rights. The law protects the consumer to a point that if the manufacturer and the distributors were to know that the consumers know these things, they will not misbehave. The law took out time in protecting. I mentioned the statute earlier, that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, that empowers you to be protected against the manufacturer and the distributor, because they know that the manufacturers and distributor are the stronger party in this contract between the consumer and them. So the law has provided so much protection. You may not even know it until you go through the act, and then you'll be amazed at what it is. Most people don't know that you can return something that you buy if you don't like it, if it doesn't meet your need. You are entitled to be given full information of whatever it is you're getting. So, and that information must be written in a very simple way that you understand. So, because of all of these things, and the right for you to be given the best product possible, which means it should not be fake. If, by instance, the distributor, the seller, or the manufacturer were to give you a product that is fake, you can sue them. You can take them to court and get damages for what they've done to you. So the law protects everybody and has even gone as far as making sure that if anybody is caught bringing in fake product, the person should be dealt with severely. You know, ordinarily in discussing companies and how they operate, there's what they call separate identity. That is, the company is different, has a different personality from a normal person, whereby the liability a company is responsible for does not affect the directors and people under. But in this particular act, that is the Federal Competition and Consumers Protection Act, the law goes on to apportion punishment for both the company and the directors. So that if the company, for instance, is saying, CEO, it is my right as a company, I'm a different personality, and I take all of the blame. The law is saying both the people that are running the business under the company should also be held liable. So when you sue a company, the directors are also made to pay a certain amount of money, so that everybody should be very vigilant to make sure that the right of the ordinary Nigerian is not infringed upon.
So when it comes to a consumer out there, when he encountered these fake products, at what point, what can he, is he eligible to publicly expose these, fake products through media, through social media?
Of course.
Or is there any penalty for, exposing a company? Because we have seen some many cases where people call out some company for giving them a certain product outside there, and they end up, being persecuted for, by the company, accusing them of, defamation and tainting their public image, on the media. So what do you think about this?
Yes. Let me begin by saying the defense to defamation is the truth. If what you're saying is the truth, then you are immune from whatever procedure they might bring against you. So you can call out a company. In short, when you discover that a product is fake, the first step you're advised to usually do is to go back to that producer, the person or the distributor, and register the complaint. Let them know that, see, you've gotten a particular product and this product is fake, to see if they can solve it. Because sometimes it might be that everybody makes mistake. They mistakenly let it go, and then they just realized from you bringing it to their knowledge, they can take it, they apologize, and probably even give you another one. And if it doesn't work, you can, in addition to taking it to them, also bring it to the attention of the commission. That is the FCCPC. You can let them know that, see, I bought a particular product and it's fake, and I've taken it to the distributor or the manufacturer, and they seem not to be saying anything about it. Can you investigate this thing? Because I think it might be just a tip of the iceberg of what is going on. The commission will receive that complaint and start investigating on it. If you are not satisfied, or in addition to informing the person you bought from, the commission, you can even go to court. So, usually advise that before you go out there to start saying some things about some product, it's better you explore some of these avenues. Because if what you're saying is the truth about a particular product, but other customers assume that it's true about a different product, and that person loses customers or patronage and can show that from your publication, this thing has affected me one way or the other party can sue you for leading him or her to lose customers. It is immaterial whether you were talking about just this person. So for you to take it to the media, you must be sure, if you are taking it, you must be sure that what you are saying is the truth, and you've proven it, and it can stand the test of trial. When you are setting up that, you can take it to the media and complain about it. If they sue you and you go to court and you prove that what you said is the truth, then everything falls apart.
You know, there's always a presumption, a general presumption that justice is for the rich and the poor don't obtain justice. Because I've seen so many cases where we meet, you know, poor people will always cry out and reach out to these companies for, you know, help, and, you know, to tell them that, see, their product has caused this damage, that damage, and the company, you know, fails to act on it. Now, when you see a big man coming out to, you know, say one thing, or, you know, send this, and the company are already agitated. So at that point, don't you think that there is a cornerstone for this justice when it comes to the rich and poor?
No, justice is blind. That is why when you look at the statue representing justice, it's usually a lady whose face is covered with a sword and a measuring instrument. So the justice is supposed to be a blind person who administers justice to both the rich and the poor. Now, when you are saying the poor don't get it, there may be some issues that might lead to that, which is not justice in itself. It's either they did not really understand the allegation in which they were supposed to levy, and then they said a different thing, or they did not have the proper representation in court for them to get the justice in which they want. But when you have all of the right processes in place and you go to court, justice will definitely be done. In short, when people complain of something being done not rightly, I always advise that, and you are in numbers, why not come together
as a group?
As a group, get into a group and commence a class action against this set of people.
I think when you say class action, I think with this current sensitization, like people coming out to tell them, because so many, you know, consumer out there, the poor, most especially, don't know their rights. You know, this our our program is an awareness program. So people get to know their rights, as especially the consumers, the local consumers. And most times that's why I think according to public poll, I've heard, and people say that the rich always prefer importing their products from different countries because they don't like the local producers. But actually, I'm always inquisitive to say, does this whole law aspect, can it also affect the influencers and the in entertainment industry? Who influences, for instance, those celebrities who influences this product are fake? Does this law affect them too?
Of course. See, when you are a party to anything that leads the people to taking fake medication or fake product, you are part of the chain. You cannot come out and begin to say, see, I'm not aware of this, then I should be free. It's not done like that. Once you are taking a responsibility as an influencer to promote a product, it is a duty on you to investigate that product, to be sure that the product does what it says, so that you don't just endorse something that you are not supposed to endorse. If you endorse a poison and some other person takes it and gets poisoned, they will come for you. You're part of the chain. In short, the influencers are supposed to be part of the people that these actions are commenced against too, because they have a whole lot of influence on the populace. Whenever they say a thing, people don't think twice. They go into it. And then when things go bad, most times they come out to say, no, we're just doing our usual this thing. No, you have a duty. There is what they call duty of care in law, whereby there is something you're supposed to take duty, I take care to make sure that you do it properly. If you did not and something goes wrong, you're going to be part of the people who held liable.
So should sellers of fake drugs and dangerous products be charged with attempted murder?
No. Attempted murder is a capital offense. And it is, even though it might sound really nice for you to say, for him to have caused this, it is attempted murder. No. Attempted murder is a capital offense that has specific ingredients that must be proved. So the mere fact that someone advertises a product or maybe sells a product to you and then it causes you harm in one way or the other, you now charge a person to court for it. You fail woefully. You fail. Except if that product happens to cause the death of the person. And you can link the product to the death of that person. Then the person will now be charged for murder. It is just like someone using a knife now to kill another person. As soon as he uses that knife to kill, the person becomes liable for the death of this person. So the product could be like an instrument used. So if, for instance, someone buys a particular product, let's say a paracetamol, and takes it and dies from it, or is bringing attempted murder under you.
No, like for instance, no, it's not like it's difficult. Like if I buy a paracetamol outside and I can prove that immediately I took the paracetamol, my health deteriorated to a very, very dangerous stage. At the stage that I was at the verge of death. At that point, can't you bring the attempt of murder in that?
Murder. It will be very hard for you to prove, because the ingredients to prove attempted murder are quite specific. They were made with the intention of someone using a physical equipment in trying to cause death. So taking product might be very hard for you to really prove. But if that product were to result in the death of someone, and you can prove that this product is linked to the death of this person, then the person who produces that product can be charged for murder if you can show a connection. But showing it is usually not easy.
Should fake product offenders face jail time or instead pay fine?
The law provides for both fine and jail term, or both, for all the offenses involving fake product. Just go through the proceeding. What we should be clamoring for is that the punishment should be made more grave than it is. Because most of the time, you see the provision of law, especially in the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, you see that some of the provisions there, the jail term is saying not more than 2 years, not more than 5 years. And then if you even read the Standard Organization of Nigerian Act, you discover that the fine there is even archaic. You see fines of 500 naira, and is it 100,000 or 10,000? What we should be clamoring for is that this fine should be made to come to terms with the current realities. Somebody should not just be fined 10,000 naira for an offense. If, for instance, now I happen to commit an offense and you are telling me this offense, I'm either to pay 10,000 or face a jail term that is not up to 2 years, I'll pay you the 10,000. What is 10,000? But thank God for the FCCPA, that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. To some extent, you see amounts that are up to millions. 5 million, 10 million, 50 million in cases of companies and all of that. But then the law has to be intentional. It has to raise this amount higher. And the term, the sentence term should be higher. We can move from just no more than 5 years to no more than 10 years to maybe life imprisonment. So that someone knows that for me to go to China or to any of this country and import fake product into Nigeria, if I'm caught, the consequences are there. That might serve as a deterrent to people.
In Nigeria, we have so many, causes at which consumer should know their right. But before we, move, further to our next question, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we talk about so many things. You as a citizen, you're right. And, Barrister Matthew has said a lot about consumers, and they're right. For you to be able to take any legal action or step forward to protect yourself, you have to know your right and know the law. And I'm always interested in, these online vendors, because there's an acclaimed short note that they are just online vendors. They don't even have a store to locate them. So they are just doing, online promo. So who cares to buy? They are not forcing you. So do you think if in any situation they sell out these fake products, should they be held liable for this?
Of course. More than any other person, they should be. Because they are one of the people who are channeling this fake product more than any other person. Because, for instance, he knows that he doesn't have a physical location. Tracing him will be hard. So he can afford to sell just about anything for you. And then sometimes when you try to reach out to them, you can't even trace them. The law should find a way to make sure that these persons are more than even the physical seller out there be held liable. They should be held strictly liable for what they do. Anybody who is involved in getting a fake product to a consumer is liable. It doesn't matter whether you are an online vendor, it doesn't matter whether you have a physical shop, as long as you are in the chain, be you the producer, be you the distributor or the retailer, you are liable. The lives of Nigerians are precious and they should not be toyed with by anybody under any guise whatsoever.
So when you say the right of Nigerians are precious, that means let's not bring it down to compensation, because people are always interested. If you do this to me, what are the compensation, listed out for consumers when they are in a right or their life have been affected by these products, this fake product or substandard products?
Now, for the law is basically divided into two.
Mm.
We have criminal law and we have civil law.
Mm.
Now, depending on whichever one you want to explore. For instance, if someone selling the fake product to you is both a criminal offense and a civil offense. So if you decide to be like, let me pursue the criminal angle of it and make sure that this person gets punished, then if convicted, the stipulated amount where the law says either you pay 5 million or you go to a jail of not more than 5 years or 2 years or whatever will be paid. But if you decide to explore the civil angle of law and you carry this person to court, you are the one who will come to court with a particular amount, showing the court that, see, based on the suffering I've gotten from this, I've been made to suffer damage to this amount. This person should be made to pay me 50 million for this. Should be made to pay me 100 million for this, because my right has been infringed upon and using it has cost me so damage. If you can enumerate all of these things, the court will look at it and give you what it feels is normal. You might ask for 50 million and the court might give you 5 million.
So looking at this, the market, when we talk about this flooded fake product, we see mostly at the market space. Where, so are the market leaders meant to be held, liable for, market leaders in precise for, in every channel like drugs, there's always a leader in that space. And they don't want to be held liable for, any circulation of this fake product in the market.
No, you can't. You can't hold them liable, except if it is shown that they are the ones involved in it, or that they have a duty to prevent it and they did not. The person who is peddling in this should be the one to be held liable for it.
So I also asked, what are the regulatory bodies which people can reach out to when they are involved in a situation when they are having fake products? Because some people are always asking, what are the authorities which we can actually reach out to? Because some of them are scared to go to the police. Can you just explain it to the public?
You can reach out to NAFDAC. NAFDAC is a very active agency that has been working on it. You can reach out to the FCCPC. That is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. In short, recently they had a very good victory, and it's a thing to even celebrate, because the way they operate is they are like an umbrella body that reaches every nook and cranny of anything, as long as the consumer's right is involved in Nigeria. So they were trying to settle some conflicts, dispute that were coming from banks and complaints and all. And the bank took them to court, alleging that they have the CBN and another agency that are in charge of them and not the FCCPC. Now, the court ruled that the FCCPC has a jurisdiction that extends into that. So whatever it is, you can reach out to them, you can reach out to NAFDAC, you can also reach out to Standard Organization of Nigeria. And all of your complaints will be dealt with. It's even better that you don't reach out to just one. You can reach out to as many of them as possible. And you can also even reach out to them on social media, because they have handles where if you go in there, you can drop your complaint. Or you can even tag them to a particular complaint, and they will come and investigate.
So if fake products continue to flood our market despite the existing laws and regulatory agencies, who should be held truly accountable? The manufacturer, the seller, the regulators, and who do you think ignore, most especially, who do you think ignore the warning signs?
I think the consumers themselves are the major culprit in that, because the truth is, a lot of these fake products are circulating because the consumers, to some extent, are not taking the necessary care to escape some of these things. You're going to the market and you are seeing where a product is sold for 10,000 and you want to buy it for 500 naira. So some of these things, can lead to you harming yourself. Instead of you checking the wrap of a medication and testing the number to be sure that that number is the right one, you are just taking the medication before even reading any prescription in it. So once everybody becomes sensitized about their right, people the amount of fake products in circulation will definitely reduce.
That leads us to the fact that the fight against fake products is not only a legal battle, it's a fight to protect lives and business and public trust, and consumers should do better.
Yes.
And this actually leads us, you know, to the end of the show today on you and the law. Remember, knowing your rights is the first step to protect yourself and those around you. If you have any question, you can always reach out to us. You know, we can always listen and, you know, talk about this. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and thank you, Barrister Matthew S. Aneke, for, you know, educating us and sensitizing us against these fake products and our rights as consumers. And, you know, stay tuned. This is Aneke TV. We love you and stay protected. Bye. Have a nice day.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Here are the headlines. Teachers' nationwide protests, rising student kidnappings, call for improved school security. Anambra Police intensifies search for gunmen behind deadly attacks on Chief of Staff's envoy. Now the news in details. Teachers across Nigeria have staged coordinated solidarity rallies to protest the rising wave of school abductions and attacks on educational institutions. The action followed a directive from the national leadership of the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, calling for urgent government intervention to protect learners and educators. In Abuja, members of the union marched to the Federal Capital Territory Administration to submit a formal petition urging authorities to strengthen security around schools. The teachers called for perimeter fencing, improved infrastructure, and enhanced security presence in vulnerable communities. The protests follow recent attacks on schools in parts of Borno and Oyo states, where several pupils were abducted by armed criminals. The union described the incident as a serious threat to the life and right of children to access education in a safe environment. National Publicity Secretary of the Nigeria Union of Teachers, Comrade Yusuf Tom, said the safety of students and teachers must remain a national priority. He warned that continued attacks on schools could undermine educational development, particularly in rural communities. The federal government has launched a 1 million tree planting campaign at the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna State as part of efforts to combat climate change, desertification, and environmental degradation. The initiative is being implemented through a partnership involving the Federal Ministry of Education, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Nigerian Defense Academy, and Fifth Trucker. The project was unveiled at the Academy's Biodiversity Conservation Center in Kaduna. Representing the Minister of Environment, Kaduna State Commissioner for Environment, Alhaji Abubakar Buba, said the program is designed to restore forest cover, protect biodiversity, and strengthen Nigeria's climate resilience. He noted that Kaduna faces growing environmental challenges linked to deforestation and desert encroachment. President of the Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Ismail Zubairu, said the organization remains committed to supporting sustainable development initiatives. NDA Commandant Major General Abdul Khalifa Olatoye described environmental protection as an important component of national security and pledged the Academy's full support for the project. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has intensified efforts to strengthen security in federal unity colleges across Abia State under the National Safe School Initiative. State Commandant of the Corps, Mr. Chukwemeka Odimba, made this known during the conclusion of a security assessment tour of federal unity schools in the state. He assured parents, teachers, and students that the protection of educational institutions remains a top priority. According to the Commandant, specialized counter-terrorism personnel have been deployed to work closely with school authorities and security officers. He said the measure is aimed at improving surveillance, enhancing emergency response capacity, and preventing security breaches. Commandant Odimba also urged school administrators to remain vigilant against threats such as cultism and other criminal activities. Principal of Federal Government College, Ohafia, Mr. Chukwemeka Ezoba, welcomed the intervention and commended the Corps for its commitment to safeguarding students and staff. The Borno State government has intensified efforts to contain a cholera outbreak that has claimed 39 lives and affected more than 4,000 people across several local government areas of the state. Incident Manager of the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, Dr. Jacob Tizile, disclosed the figures during a stakeholder sensitization meeting on cholera prevention and management in Maiduguri. Dr. Tizile said a total of 4,2 204 suspected cases have been recorded across affected communities, while 274 new cases were reported within the last 24 hours. The outbreak has spread across multiple wards in local government areas, including Jere, Bama, Kaga, Mafa, Konduga, Monguno, Magumeri, and Ngala. Health authorities say emergency response measures have been activated to curb further transmission. Residents have been advised to maintain proper hygiene, consume safe drinking water, and promptly seek medical attention when symptoms are detected. The World Health Organization says the risk of an Ebola outbreak in Nigeria remains low, despite concerns over cases reported in parts of Africa. Executive Director of the WHO Health Emergency Programs, Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu, stated this during an interview on Arise Television. He noted that Nigeria currently faces a lower level of risk compared with some neighboring countries. Mr. Ihekwazu explained that health authorities are maintaining close surveillance and preparedness measures to ensure any potential threat is detected and contained early. He added that public health institutions remain alert and are working closely with relevant partners. The WHO officials stressed the importance of sustained vigilance, effective disease surveillance, and public awareness. He urged citizens to follow health advisories and report unusual symptoms promptly, while reassuring the public that there is no cause for panic at this time. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Teachers across the country are protesting rising cases of student abductions and are calling for stronger security measures in schools. Coming up shortly, security agencies in Anambra State have intensified efforts to track down the gunmen responsible for the deadly attack on the convoy of the Chief of Staff to Governor Chukwuma Soludo. Do stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Anambra State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ikiri Orotugu, has launched a joint security operation following the deadly attack on the convoy of the Chief of Staff to Governor Chukwuma Soludo, Chief Ben Nwankwo, along the Amansi-Ufuma Road. The police commissioner led a combined team comprising personnel of the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Army, and the operatives of the Agone Chamber Security Squad on an assessment visit to the scene of the attack in Orumba North local government area. The attack, which occurred on Sunday night, claimed the lives of 2 police officers and 2 civilians. CP Owutugu directed security agencies to intensify efforts to identify and apprehend those responsible, while assuring residents that all necessary resources had been deployed to track the suspects. The commissioner also urged community leaders and residents to strengthen cooperation with security agencies by providing timely information. Police authorities say 1 suspect has already been arrested, while security operatives continue search operations in affected areas. The Anambra State government has condemned the attack on the convoy of the Chief of Staff to Governor Chukwuma Soludo, Chief Ben Wankwo, describing it as an assault on the peace and stability of the state. In a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Value Reorientation, Dr. Law Mefo, the government expressed shock over the incident, which occurred along the boundary between Orumba North and Oka South local government areas of Anambra State. The state government confirmed that 4 persons lost their lives during the attack and extended condolences to the families of the victims. It described the incident as a direct challenge to public safety and democratic governance. Dr. Mefo stated that security agencies have commenced investigations and are working to ensure that those behind the attack are identified and prosecuted in accordance with the law. The National Blood Service Agency, NBSA, has intensified preparations for the 2026 World Blood Donor Day, with a nationwide campaign aimed at increasing voluntary blood donation across Nigeria. Director General of the agency, Professor Saleh Yuguda, said this year's observance will focus on strengthening public awareness and encouraging citizens to donate blood regularly to support healthcare delivery. Professor Yuguda explained that the campaign aligns with the World Health Organization's theme for 2026, which highlights the life-saving importance of blood donation and the role of donors in supporting emergency and critical healthcare services. The agency is working with traditional institutions, faith-based organizations, youth groups, and development partners to expand awareness at the grassroots level. The NBSA also called for increased investment in blood transfusion services to ensure adequate and safe blood supply nationwide. The National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, has warned Nigerians against a fraudulent online platform claiming to offer free correction of national identification number records. In a public advisory, the Commission described the platform and associated web links circulating on social media as a phishing scheme designed to obtain personal information from unsuspecting users. NIMC stressed that the portal is not affiliated with the Commission and urged members of the public not to submit personal data through unverified websites or online links. The Commission reassured Nigerians that the National Identity Database remains secure and advised citizens to use only authorized NIMC channels, including accredited enrollment centers and the official self-service portal for any NIN-related services. Preparations are in top gear for a regional basketball championship scheduled to hold in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, from June 5th to June 7th, bringing together teams from across the southeast. The competition, organized under the auspices of the Nigeria Basketball Federation, will feature teams from Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Abia, and Ebonyi states. Organizers say the event is designed to promote grassroots sports development and youth engagement. Southeast representative of the Nigeria Basketball Federation and the Chief Executive Officer of AFA Sports, Mr. Ugo Udezwe, said the tournament will also provide a platform for talent discovery and greater investment in basketball development across the region. A major highlight of the event will be the commissioning of the newly constructed Honorable Richard Idike basketball court in Abakaliki. Organizers expect coaches, administrators, scouts, and sports enthusiasts from across the region to attend the championship. The presidency has criticized the circulation of a video shared online by comedian and content creator Nasboy, describing the footage as misleading and capable of creating unnecessary public anxiety. Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on social media, Mr. Dada Olusegun, stated that the video, which showed armed men on motorcycles, was originally linked to a security incident outside Nigeria and not to any event within the country. According to Mr. Olusegun, investigations indicate that the footage was associated with an attack in the Republic of Benin and should not be presented as evidence of insecurity in Nigeria. The presidency urged social media influencers and content creators to verify information before publication, stressing that the dissemination of unverified security-related content could undermine public confidence and create avoidable panic. Nollywood actress Rosie Murray has shared a message of optimism and self-development as she begins a new month, while also announcing plans to intensify her return to the entertainment industry. The actress made the remarks in a social media post where she expressed gratitude for new opportunities and pledged to focus on personal growth and professional advancement. Recent public discussions have centered on reports regarding her relationship with businessman Olakunle Churchill. However, neither party has announced any new legal proceedings beyond statements already made in the public domain. Rosie Murray said her immediate focus remains her family, career and future projects. Industry observers note that the actress has continued to maintain a visible presence in the entertainment sector while pursuing personal and professional goals. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigeria Union of Teachers, led by its national leadership, has announced coordinated protests across the country over the rising cases of student and teachers' abductions. The union is calling on the federal government and security agencies to strengthen protection around schools and ensure the safe release of all kidnapped learners and education workers. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, CP Ikioye Orutugu, has intensified security operations following the deadly attack on the convoy of the Chief of Staff to Governor Chukwuma Soludo, Chief Ben Wankwo. Joint security teams have launched a manhunt for the gunmen, while investigations and surveillance operations continue across affected areas of the state. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good afternoon.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, Recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally tasked with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Few leaders in modern African history combined political authority with intellectual depth as profoundly as Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the founding president of Tanzania. Popularly known as Mwalimu, meaning teacher, Nyerere approached leadership not as an exercise of power, but as a moral responsibility grounded in service, integrity, and human dignity. When Tanganyika gained an independence in 1961 and later united with Zanzibar to form Tanzania in 1964, the new nation faced immense challenges: deep poverty, weak institutions, and a highly diverse population of more than 100 ethnic groups. Rather than allowing these differences to become sources of division, Nyerere pursued deliberate policies of national integration. Through the promotion of the Swahili language and inclusive governance, he fostered a shared national identity that helped Tanzania avoid the ethnic conflicts that troubled many post-independent states. Central to Nyerere's philosophy of governance was Ujamaa, an African socialist framework that emphasized communal responsibility, social equality, and collective progress. For Nyerere, development was not defined solely by economic statistics or industrial expansion. It was measured by the well-being, dignity, and empowerment of ordinary citizens. Education also stood at the center of his national vision. Through his policy of education for self-reliance, he sought to produce citizens equipped not only with academic knowledge, but also the values of responsibility, productivity, and service to society. Under his leadership, Tanzania made significant strides in literacy and access to basic education, reinforcing his belief that the most valuable resource of any nation is the intellectual capacity of its people. Beyond Tanzania, Nyerere was a strong advocate of African solidarity. He supported liberation movements across Southern Africa and consistently argued that the continent's development depended on cooperation, justice, and shared responsibility among nations. Yet, perhaps, one of his most remarkable legacies lies in his understanding of power itself. After more than 2 decades in office, Nyerere voluntarily stepped down as president in 1985, demonstrating a real commitment to democratic transition and responsible leadership. The life and leadership of Julius Nyerere continued to offer important lessons for contemporary leaders. The political authority must be anchored in integrity. That unity remains the foundation of national stability. That education and human development are the true engines of sustainable progress. And that leadership at its highest level is not about holding power indefinitely, but about serving with humility and leaving institutions stronger than they were found. The enduring legacy of Julius Nyerere reminds us that ethical leadership is not only possible, it is essential for nation building and lasting progress. Echoes of the past, where the voices of great minds continue to illuminate the path of history.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To our next program that brings conversations and issues surrounding us here in the Southeast from Enugu, Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, and Anambra State. Could be political, could be social, could be emotional, and of course, it could be spiritual. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now we get right into the crux of the matter, starting off with our news bulletin, where we'll bring to you highlights of event that has happened in the Southeast today. And joining me this evening is a special, one of the silent persons I admire in Enugu State. I don't think he has ever heard me say this before, but yes, whenever I see him, I feel a certain pride, you know, that with the things he has accomplished and the things I've heard him speak, I've had conversations with him, and someone that I admire what he's in his brain. It's one thing to have someone who knows what he does, and another thing to have someone who can communicate what he does. He is Nzube Njokwelu. He's the founder of Beacon Smith Nigeria Global International. Good evening and thanks for joining me this evening. How are you doing today? How is Nigeria, like my boss will often ask, how is Nigeria treating you?
Great.
Okay, I think that will be the first outright statement I've gotten anyone. I mean, this is Southeast with our constant Okpa and rain and Abacha and everything. So I'm sure if you say Nigeria is treating you great, I can agree with that.
Yes.
Nigeria is treating you great.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, we're starting off with our news bulletin, like I said earlier, reviewing issues that has happened across the Southeast today. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is Aneke Brief. Now, getting into our news bulletin, we have, 5 top stories in Enugu. The first is in Enugu State. The Enugu State government has dismissed report of an alleged attack on residents on Ogu, regarding it as false and misleading. So apparently, there was a news that circulated yesterday that bandits and herdsmen killed citizens and residents at Ogu Junction, and the Enugu State government has come out to debunk this information. I'm not sure you heard, but what's your reaction to that? I'm saying that we don't know what's true from what's not, again, with the bandits and herdsmen attacking us in Nigeria.
I think the first thing that we have to do is rely on official sources. So I believe the President General of the town union came out and said that nothing of the such happened in the village. And the public relations officer of Enugu State, Dan Ndukwe, also came out and said nothing of the such happened.
Yes.
So I believe right now it's we have to rely on them until perhaps somebody counters it with evidence. But right now, I believe the official sources which we should, bank on, which is, the President General of the state town and, the public relations officer of Enugu State Police Force.
All right, in Anambra, we have, yesterday we read that 2 police officers were killed. The chief of staff, one of the persons that were killed was the chief of staff to the governor, Chief Ben Wanko. And the Anambra State Police Command has launched a manhunt for gunmen who killed this policeman. And earlier, the police said they have arrested 1 person, and they're looking forward to arresting others. I mean, I think this is quite commendable, seeing, or maybe not so commendable, seeing that a chief of staff had to die in Anambra State.
I think if this happened and is less than 24 hours, I believe first things first, investigations has to come out, because this is actually quite very, very sensitive. This is somebody that is a ranking member of the Anambra State government. And I believe the intelligence unit of the police has to first of all swing into action. And let's hear the report of the, the force, because this is actually quite, something that most likely shaking the grounds at the government house. Okay,
in view of the Ebola outbreak scare that's happening in Nigeria, the governments of Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi have activated emergency response measures to prevent any possible outbreak of Ebola. Now, the WHO has come out countless times to that Nigerians, so nothing is happening. I mean, Nigerians, we have this. We have this scare. I mean, any small thing we're scared. Now, as it stands, this outbreak is only predominant in East and Central Africa. But countless times, the Nigerian government, Lagos, started this with the port and airport screenings. Now, we are hearing that the Enugu, Anambra, and Ebonyi have set up emergency response. I wonder why they're setting up emergency response teams where we've not had any recorded incident of Ebola yet.
I believe preventive measures have to be deployed. I mean, this is a very, very serious public health concern. Yeah. And being a serious public health issue, perhaps being regional hubs, being point of entry, they have, airports in these states. It could be a pattern amongst, hubs, states that actually have, domestic airlines going into them, or regional hubs. So it might just be a, responsive measure to perhaps to assess their preparedness on public health matters.
Okay, over to Abia State. So the Abia State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association has issued a 24-hour ultimatum to the safe release of abducted orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Bonaventure Agocha. So he was kidnapped on the 24th of May while he was traveling from Imo State to Umuahia. And today is the 2nd. The Abia State Police Command is, or the branch of the Medical Association is issuing 24 hours. So I don't know who they are issuing the 24 hours to. Is it the bandits, the people that abducted the surgeon, or the federal or the state government as it is? Who would you say they are issuing this 24 hours ultimatum to? Well,
I wouldn't necessarily know if it was bandits that kidnapped him, or whether they were just armed robbers. There's been high-profile cases of armed robbery and kidnapping by even local, citizens. The dangerous criminal elements within the society, and more often than not, you may realize that in the past, there's been strange incidences by doctors, recounting encounters with criminal elements, and then more often than not, when they realize that they are doctors, criminal elements often tend to be like, these are statements from, doctors. So when you see them probably issue an ultimatum, it's more or less to awaken the consciousness of the entire society, both the security forces, the government agencies, and even those criminal elements that doctors are actually part of the critical, part of the system of the society. So please, as you are aware that you kidnapped a doctor, kindly release that person.
I mean, some people's lives depend on him to come out and take care of them. As much as we don't want people to die, we don't want people kidnapping people who own or hold the lives of people on the palm of their hands. And lastly, this is in Ebonyi State. The governor, Francis Nwefuru, has appealed to the federal government for emergency support following severe windstorms and thunderstorm that has caused widespread destruction in parts of the state. So with the coming of the rain, some persons are still praying for rain in the north, while us in the southeast are already crying. Yesterday in the news, we read that states are reeling and over 113,000 people have been displaced from their homes in the southeast, most recently in Anambra State with the rain. Now we are hearing the governor of Anambra State calling on the federal government to help them before water carry both themselves and their farmland. I mean, we understand that rain is a good thing for food and fresh air and cold weather, but it seems like this rain, because the NIMET predicted this early in the year that the rain was going to be massive, and people, states and entities should take caution and put precautionary measures in place. But this is where we are, and the governor is asking for help.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind was, I really hope it's not a measure to sneak in, perhaps, you know, how do I put it? You know, low substandard projects, which may easily just be disrupted as a result of a small breeze, and then we end up calling it thunderstorms, and they're asking for help. So I hope it's not a case of such, but nonetheless, I believe there's a governmental agency, parastatal, saddled with you know, watching the meteorological you know, arena in Nigeria, and you know, providing, you know, safety warnings and emergency warnings, and also helping the states in their emergency response. And if the governor is already asking for help, I believe first things first, we must also take it seriously. That's the chief executive of the state. So if he's already proactively seeking out help, please, by all means, we must take it seriously. However, like I say, I really hope it's not a case of substandard buildings being, you know, blown away. Yes, because we are already aware of many buildings that were built substandardly, you know, which the rains hadn't started and the roofs were already going out. So, but
would you think that such an event could occur in Enugu State?
It's already occurred in Enugu State.
Right, some houses have been blown up,
and even some smart houses. Yeah, there's a lot of houses that have had their roofs had issues of recent.
I really hope the government is seeing, both state and federal government is seeing what this rain is doing, because it won't be funny if the rain comes, takes off everything, and when the winter and the harmattan comes, we have nothing to rely on, and then the farmlands that we have, that we're supposed to produce our food and, you know, sustenance from, is being washed away by soil. And that's all on our newspaper review and news bulletin for this evening. We've heard and seen what has happened in the southeast today. Then we hope for more turnout. We hope and pray for the release of the doctor that was kidnapped. And of course, I commend the states who are already putting in preventive measures for Ebola. And the same way we had this, you know, energy in 2024 when Ebola first came. I'm sure this is what has prepared our minds and set our mind that once we have heard that there is even a smell of Ebola, we're already into action. So I commend the state governments, and I hope that the southeast, with all that we do. Earlier in the morning, we read that the Anambra State, Abia State governor has, you know, spoken about building a setting stadium. So these are the things that we're looking forward to, improvements, and of course we get into our conversation for the evening on AI and technology and digitalization and all of that. So we are looking to see a southeast that is top notch in all levels, maybe not to, you know, compete with other states. Southeast is southeast. This is our home. This is our own. And whatever we have to do, and whatever contributions we need to make, both as a state government, both as a government, as an organization, and as individuals, we have to do that. Now we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll be getting into our conversation for the evening. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, From business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, so our main conversation for the evening. For decades, Enugu was known as Coal City. Its wealth came from the ground. But today, the question before us is whether its next wealth will come from the cloud. Now, across the world, technology is no longer a luxury. It has become the driving force behind economic growth, efficient governance, improved service delivery, and sustainable development. From digital payment and e-governance to artificial intelligence, smart infrastructure, and data-driven decision-making, governments and institutions are increasingly embracing technology to solve problems and improve the quality of life for their citizens. Since 2023, Enugu State has made bold moves to reposition itself as a tech and innovation hub. There has been a noticeable push toward technology and digital transformation. We've seen the launch of the Enugu Tech Festival, the plan to build an innovation island and a Silicon Coast City, and partnerships with private firms to expand broadband, digitize government services, and train thousands of youths in coding, data science, and digital skills. The state government has spoken about e-governance, paperless ministries, digital land registries. This happened over the last 2 weeks, and turning Nigeria into a destination for startups and BPOs. However, while these initiatives have generated excitement and optimism, they also raise important questions. How prepared is Enugu for a technology-driven future? Are the necessary digital infrastructures in place to support this transformation? What benefits will ordinary citizens, businesses, innovators, inventors, and public institutions derive from these reforms? Are there concerns about digital literacy, cybersecurity, internet accessibility, and the possibility of excluding those who may not be technologically inclined? But ambition meets reality. The South faces past instability, high data costs, and talent flight. Many tech graduates leave for Lagos, Abuja, and abroad. Secondary schools still lack computer labs. Internet penetration in rural local government areas like Aneri, Ogu, and Uzuwani is patchy. And while digital transformation sounds good in policy documents, the average trader in a waiting market or a farmer in Nsukka wants to know, what does this mean for me? How will this create jobs? What will make government services less frustrating? Will it stop my child from migrating? These are some of the issues we'll be discussing this evening as we discuss the topic, Enugu's push toward technology and digital transformation. And of course, like I introduced earlier, our guest is Nzube Ndokweli. He's the founder of Beacon Smith Collective and the ambassador of Create Nigeria. Good evening once again.
Good evening.
All right. So when you sent me the link to check on that, I saw where it stated that you won Best AI Short Film at the 2025 Nigeria AI Film Festival held at the Mike Adenuga Center in Ikoyi, Lagos. Now, for someone who lives in Enugu, someone who his business is in the South, I know we had the conversation where you said you had options to travel, but you've chosen to stay in Enugu. How did it feel bringing this home to us in the Southeast?
I really felt very elated. One of the first things that I did when I came back was actually to present it to the state government and inform them that yes, that we are actually winning from Enugu here, and that this is testament that there are people that are not going to leave the region, that are going to invest in the region, that are going to build from the region, and that we are going to actually, go international from this same region. So yes, I really felt elated after winning the award.
All right, so the state government has created a certain blueprint to advance Enugu. We've seen them, over the past 3 years, lots of them, even with the drone, the tracking devices, the motorbikes, everything, and of course the smart schools. And then most recently we saw the hospital, digitalization of records and all of that, and also the land documentation that has become digital. they call the governor the digital governor. Do you agree with this? Do you think he is on the right path when it comes to turning Enugu into an innovation and tech hub among other states in the southeast before we get into the country?
I believe Enugu has already been on that same path.
Okay.
You wouldn't attribute it to one administration. I mean, some of the local players have been around for a long period of time. And Enugu has been on that same trajectory. So it's not something I'm going to ascribe to one administration. However, we are actually grateful for continuity in the vision, as much as we may have expectations, but the fact that they are actually latching onto that vision of, taking Enugu to an techno-industrialist future, we may still say, yeah, good job.
Do you think is obtainable in the long run? Because Nigeria as we know it, is lagging behind when it comes to technology to a very large extent, because if we start getting into the nitty-gritties of what we feel technology and the AI sector should have helped us achieve, we are not there yet. Now we have a governor who is on a certain level of trying to turn his state into, he has a vision. Do you think on the grander scheme of things, his vision is not far-fetched or is something that is achievable in probably a short period of time, or is it a long-term project?
I believe the first thing we have to first understand is if we're talking about tech relies on one critical infrastructure, which is power.
Okay.
And without power, there's nothing you're doing in the digital space. You're back to the Stone Ages. Okay, so the first thing you may say that is on the right path is the effort to liberalize the energy sector, create local energy markets. The effort and the will to have actually done that and created a state local energy operator. Government regulator is something that you could say, well, okay, they seem to be thinking along that direction. Has there been any improvement since they've taken the direction? You may say no. However, the fact that they went towards that direction means that, okay, there's someone they're thinking about what's the infrastructure they're going to power this digital age. Then when you take a look at other parts of, what makes it a tech hub. When you started, you talked about Enugu being positioned as a tech hub, and I don't necessarily believe we should position as a tech hub. We should look towards being a system driven by tech, not Enugu being a tech hub. Because you see, when I talk about system being driven like tech, it means you're able to say, when you talk about smart schools, you're not talking about the infrastructure, you're talking about the mode of learning. So that the smart learning.
Yes.
They're incorporating, modern tools in teaching the students. Not necessarily the infrastructure needs to be smart. When you talk about government introducing tech, it's not just about using tech to improve revenue collection. The ordinary citizen has to be able to express an opinion without fear of retribution. The ordinary citizen has to be able to access government services without knowing anybody within the government system. That's when it's a tech-driven system. Right now, we seem to have optimized certain areas that are actually geared towards extracting from the citizens. We've not optimized the areas that are geared towards satisfying the citizen. Satisfying the citizen means you're able to improve trust. Trust is improved by transparency. Transparency can actually be built on technology. I mean, take a look at the revenue system. People are now paying into the government account simply because they trust the system. They ask you, is this the government TSA account? That means they trust the technology. And the technology that brought that trust. So we must also take that technology across every sector, whether it's waste collection, water resources, science and innovation, culture. We must be able to, improve trust using technology. So it's not just a question of saying we're a tech-driven city, we're building tech city, we're building that. The systems within it. I almost always use the traffic light example and say, you see, when vehicles were actually invented, even till now, if you compare, the accident rates, or should I say mortality rates with car vehicles, you realize it's not actually a very safe means of transportation. However, a system that actually invented this vehicle realized that they need to find ways to regulate and make it safe, and they introduced traffic lights. Now, when we copy it into our system, we don't know why a traffic light exists. So unless you reorient the society and train them around why those systems exist, why they need to stop, it always feels like we're trying to force people to conform without actually trying to, help them understand. So I feel like when we talk about, using tech to improve our society, we must be able to use it to improve the systems that drive our society. Would you say it's a case of presenting something that is flashy to a given society without first making them understand what it does? Using the traffic lights, for an example, I remember when all the traffic lights were installed, and for persons who have lived outside of the country, who understand in civilized societies what this traffic light does, and then they come into Enugu and they see this, but most persons who see it as, in the first few months, everybody was excited, okay, traffic light, they say park, you park, but subsequently we started seeing people beating the traffic, and then there is some persons, I dare say, intentionally beat the traffic because they know they will pay. And the persons who are there to tax them are already standing by waiting for someone to beat the traffic and then pay. Now, we see that this defeats the purpose of creating a tech-based society. So I'm asking, is it that using the smart school, of course, where you just build buildings and then there's this whole rave about smart school, without making sure that the persons who are to use, like you said, to use these tools understand what they are meant for? There's this popular saying that you can outsource your thinking, but you can't outsource your understanding. Okay. When you have, the government or policymakers design things and you design it for the masses, in the past, the first thing the government does is to go on a sensitization campaign. You had the National Orientation Agency, you had the Ministry of Information, there was, announcements trying to help people understand things. So right now, if we're actually thinking about putting in these systems in this day and age, we must first understand that as much as we try to put these things, it's more about bringing order within a system. The system is the society. Now, you might have, penalties for those that actually break the rules. However, there must be trust in that system that it is fair. That even if somebody breaks the rules, that the person will be punished and it goes into the government coffers. And it's not that you are being entrapped. It's not a revenue generating scheme to introduce a traffic light. No. It's about law, order in the society. And even, safeguarding people's lives. Because it helps people slow down, allows students cross, and it actually functions in many other ways. So when we see the government introduce these things, I feel like I say, one thing we must also encourage them to do is sensitize the public. Help them understand why you designed the systems, why do they exist, to their benefit or not to their benefits. These are the things that the citizens must always understand. You've had Beacon Smith Collective since the 2000s, and over 15 years in the tech space, AI, robotics, and all of that, training young people. What would you say are the loopholes that the state government have, or the things that they have overlooked, aside the sensitization? What would you say are the key fundamentals, other key fundamentals that you think they should have considered before having a holistic approach towards tech? First of all, they must know who the stakeholders are, those that are active in tech. Okay. That's your kind of... Yeah, the challenge we have is we have a lot of performers. We have people that talk about tech a whole lot. But when you ask them what's their products, what gives you the authority to talk about tech? Okay. Have you won an award? Have you shipped the products? Have you been able to impact the society by, something you created with tech, there has to be something tech-driven that you've done. That's the measure. So like I say, we have a lot of people that talk about tech. They are nowhere active players within the tech scene. So there must be honesty within, these are the real players. These are the active people that are active within the tech space. These are the people that are actually collaborating with international agencies. These are the people that are actually active and known within the ecosystem. When you actually work with these people, you then realize that the challenge there is many things we do don't engage with reality. It feels like it's not being done to improve the society. There's this mindset of make money, take money, make money, take money. We must first of all think long term. The government has to ask themselves, if we wish to fix, let's say, waste management, this is a long-term approach. Can we work with this, approach and see how same way we talk about, we're trying to go to a tech feature.
Okay.
We must be able to say, okay, this is our approach to solving this. Can we have the different players in the ecosystem come and help us solve this with respect to this? And not just asking people, drop ideas, and then we're meant to, say, this is a good idea, this is a good idea. No. There has to be a blueprint idea of saying, this is how we solve this. Same way you will solve for revenue. We can solve it for other critical areas. So, one, there must be, local ecosystem mapping of real stakeholders, not the performers. There must also be engagements by the government sincerely. Because more often than not, we have people that advise and, mean very well. They mean well for the government, they mean well for the administration. I say this sincerely, I see it very well within the Southeast. They mean well, but because they don't engage reality, they've never tried it out. They've never tried to do anything. They've never put their mouth where the money is, and as a result of that, they have good sounding ideas that can't be executed.
And they don't get to collaborate with persons who have experience in these ideas that they have.
The problem is that you tend to see people already in a bubble.
Yes.
So once they're in a bubble, the system reacts to anybody that tries to fix or point out a problem with that bubble. So it reacts violently like an immune system, saying, I want to protect this idea because we've already invested too much in the wrong direction. It's sunk cost fallacy. A lot of terrible ideas exist in our local space. And somehow we have people propagating it, and we don't have a means of saying this is wrong, this is right. There has to be checks and balances. We must be able to debate ourselves in public. We must be able to come eye to eye and say, you've been doing this for years, it doesn't work. Can we have a new idea? And we must also stop punishing our local ecosystem operators because they actually don't agree with those things. We must be able to, think outside of the box. Seek alternative solutions if what we've already been doing doesn't work. I mean, if you keep trying something and it doesn't work, it's madness to continue the same direction. So we must be able to at least have that sincerity and willingness to engage ecosystem stakeholders and hear them out. It's not just the people you know. It's not just your circle of friends or people you grew up with that you trust. You should be able to trust those that have actually proven that they are actually, committed to improving the society, and it must be, tech-driven. There must be evidence to show this is what this person contributed. Because we have too many people that can't explain what gives you credence. You're a senior leader in tech, in the local ecosystem, on what basis? Academic research? Software development? Trainings? Do you understand? We have many people that are managers within lovely tech companies. Managers, not the founders, not the technical officers. The people that manage these things tend to, have flashy, lovely ideas that when you try to execute, doesn't work. So we must get back to reality. We must get back to saying, this is what we want to develop our society. I mean, take a look at what happened with the recent, challenges that people were having with the Southeast Development Commission and the tech, innovation, venture capital idea. Awesome. Great startups selected. But at the end of the day, you ask yourself, does it make sense that we encourage capital flight within our region? Investing in projects and startups that are not already domiciled or willing to or set up, within the Southeast, you're encouraging capital flight. And if you're encouraging capital flight, does it make sense? We need startups that are going to be here, think about improving the society with their technology, and then from here, scaling outwards. These are some things that you can actually say, these are decisions that we must make. This is how you improve your society. Because you see, when you chase towards, optimize, because I said it, in the local community ecosystem channels, the startup selected must have been optimized towards profit making. And when you optimize towards profit making, you forget your original goal, which is to develop the Southeast.
But I mean, on the flip side, I feel like businesses, one of the key reasons why anybody sets up a venture is to make money.
Yes. However, the key mandate of the institution is to develop the Southeast. Okay. Before you spin up a venture capital arm, your key mandate is to develop the Southeast. So it's lacking awareness. I mean, at some point, you could have actually embarked on the venture capital drive. Startups have a high rate of failure. Your first move your first signal which you send out to the region shouldn't be that you're willing to encourage capital flight in a very risky venture that has a high rate of failure. I support it. I apply to it. I encourage it. However, it should have been geared towards first things first. We want to actually look for startups that are actually going to help rebuild tech-driven systems to improve our region.
Yes.
You can actually have a startup develop a solution that can be used across the entire region, across the entire states, across the entire nation. Building on an infrastructure that strengthens our public institutions. And like I said, when you take a look at it from that angle, you then realize that you can take equity in a project that you have a long-term commitment to its success and not its failure. And the only way you can have long-term commitment to its success is by having it rooted in the state, in the region. And when it is rooted in the region, you can keep working with that company until they succeed. Because perhaps, let's say you wish to digitize transportation. Transportation is something that the state government, Enugu state government, has already introduced a new, transit scheme to actually help citizens. You could have actually, I know that there's a startup known as Track, if I'm not mistaken, which perhaps, deals on, a transport service. Okay. Now, this could be something that you encourage, let's say now that they're deploying these vehicles, you encourage them to actually, adopt this platform, and with this platform, you can say if it works in Enugu, we want the SCDC to encourage the other states to say, yes, this is something we could actually adopt. I
was going to come to how to extend this, because each state gets to develop a unique idea to better their state. And I was going to ask if there's a way these states, Enugu inclusive, can extend these plans to other states in the Southeast, and also these Southeastern states sharing their plans to improve the Southeast collectively under the Southeast Development Program. But before I get back to you on that, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke brief on Aneke TV. Now, Mr. Nzube, before we went on the break, I was going to ask about collating information. We read the news and we hear that this crime was busted, this syndicate was busted based on intelligence-led investigation. There's always that unique phrase, intelligence-led. Now, if we have so much intelligence in the Southeast, and Southeast has 5 states, and there should be, I should think there should be a synergy in sharing these intelligence across the Southeast. Why haven't we gotten to that point? I know last year, early last year into this year, we had, there's this union, the Southeastern Development Union or scheme that was set up to unify the Southeast, but it was mainly based on business. And just like you've cited the pitch that happened last month, why do you think we've not gotten to that point where we get to unify to assist each of our states in the best way we can, based on each other's strength, to augment each other's weaknesses?
I think collaboration is not something that we are optimized for in this society. Perhaps because we are in a low trust environment right now. This is the lowest we've been in a long time. And as a result of that, you might realize that because we're in a low trust environment, people don't trust each other. And when they don't trust each other, you're not going to see collaboration, you're going to see coordination. And when you don't see those things, you might expect to, see solo efforts by everybody. And you're right, there should be collaboration amongst everybody. It's something that should be encouraged. However, perhaps due to security being something that is the prerogative of the federal government, they tend to leave that in their own prerogative, because the federal government has the DSS, the police, the army, nscdc. State has nothing. Just recently they have forest rangers. And I believe we've now, getting to where we're now open to state policing.
Okay. All right, let's talk a little on storage. You brushed it earlier, but it was going to be one of my questions. Storage, security, and filing system. Let's pick them on. Storage, these data that is being collected over time, how do we store it for future references? And then when it comes to, earlier you mentioned the waste management, and the reason why some systems seem like they're failing over time, or they have backlog of cases, speaking of the judiciary system, is because they don't have an advanced filing system. Now we already have a government who is seeking to set all of this up. How do you think this will help curb some of these issues? And then let's boil it down to security.
I think the one thing I always say is this: if you want to do tech-driven stuffs, you must be sincere. If it's on tech, it's on tech. And that's the one thing I feel like many times there's this, like, it feels like it doesn't add up. If you're trying to do, trying to use tech to improve your security, then that simply means you go all the way out. The citizens must be able to request for, or the, on behalf or in conjunction with the, security agencies, request for, let's say, public camera information, which may aid security agencies in respect to an investigation.
Investigation, yes.
They must be able to do that. And if they can't do that, there's no trust in the system. Same with the legal system. If there's going to be a situation where all of a sudden a case file is missing, even from the database of the tech-driven solution, there's no trust in the system. Then that simply means people will say there's manipulation. We've had a recent governmental agency which is in trending in the news right now, for somebody that is an aide of a minister having access to it. There's no trust in the system. That's the challenge. If it's a tech-driven system, it must be secure. There must be role-based access. Not everybody must be able to access the system. So the biggest challenge we have is nobody trusts the system when you claim it's already tech-driven. If you're tech-driven, there must be sincerity. And if there's sincerity, then the citizens can trust it. So on the security side, I believe the government has to go back to saying we are tech-driven. And if we're tech-driven, these are the measures we put in place. The citizens have these rights. They have this portal to respond, and they can track in real time your response rates, because you have to be accountable. These are the challenges with tech-driven solutions. You must be accountable because it improves transparency. And if it's transparent, that means I should be able to know what you do. If it's not sensitive, I need to know that a citizen reported an incident around me. And if a citizen reported an incident around me, I have to be careful. And I need to know what the government followed up on this. And what, this has led to. That's how you leave a trail. Okay. And then when you talk about storage, we're still very much far away from that. As a nation, we're still very far away from that. So we must rely on, being able to store manually however we can, whether in hard drives or making use of cloud data centers which are secure. That's the most we can do.
Now, there are persons who live in rural areas, and I'm aware that for a system that is setting up in a tech-driven space, it's not just for people living in the urban areas. It's supposed to extend. Of course, we read earlier about the police coming to debunk the news about killings at Ogu. If we have a well-structured ecosystem on tech, and it's been brought to a community that do not even understand, which also brings us back to educating the people that is meant for. How much of awareness so far, even with your company, have you created? Because let's not even just talk about the government, because your company has been in existence for over 15 years, and there are still people who live in the rural areas that do not understand how some of these things work. And we're supposed to have a synergy, or maybe a unified strength to protect, to understand, to report cases, even if it's not the optimized technology, even down to the basics. How do we bring these people to understand what tech and the window of technology entails when it comes to crime reporting, safeguarding information, protecting data by themselves?
I think another thing again we have to do, because the minute we remove the government, we now go into the citizen. And when we talk about the citizens, we must also have them wake up to their civic duties.
Yes.
A lot of people don't even play any role in their community development associations. These are actually not governmental organizations, and community town unions and associations are some of the closest governance that you have to the citizens. Mm-hmm. And when you take a look at, let's say, the spread of technology, digital broadband is technology. Mobile phones are a means of technology. It's actually been able to help people access information even in those hinterlands. So our own effort mostly tends to come from sensitization in cohesion with government agencies, because you could be a local government agency that could say, okay, we're doing a training for for members of our local government. We would like your agency or your company to actually help us facilitate this. And when you are actually playing a role in that nature, you then now go out of your way to help those people in those places join your communities. Because it's not just the community development association, they are tech communities. And when they have access to what we do, then they actually keep up. So when we take a look at how people and in the states adapt to tech, we have to also take a look at the local ecosystem players, because these communities go a long way in sensitizing people that are not just within their domain. They're digital communities. The Beacon Smith Collective is mainly a digital community that now finds time to actually meet in the physical world. So we're tech first and building a digital spine to actually power the community. So my work mostly even involves helping communities become governable and driven on tech. Now think about it. The individual has a product. You have a product for your banking, for personal banking. A company has a product for corporate banking. Communities do not have a product. And communities do not have that digital product. So my work, helps digitize communities. So when you digitize those communities, you actually give them visibility. The government can now see what a tech community in a village is doing, and they can see it in real time on a tech-driven platform. So these are some of the things that you could say that we're doing, because when I say tech is something that you have to implement it with the technology. So if it's not hardware, it's software.
Okay, well, because we're running out of time, just have two questions. Just help me. You've mentioned broadbanding and data. By data, I mean the browsing data. And you understand the way MTN and their brothers are operating with the data system in Nigeria, internet and all of that. What would you say the government has? I wouldn't know if you're aware of this, but we understand that some parts of Enugu have a low broadband. There are some places you can't browse effectively, you can't even upload. And then when you have data, when you subscribe your phone to data, it doesn't last as much as it is. Let's talk a bit about that. And then also on cryptocurrency, right? It's something that in this administration on the federal level have had issues with. And then we are in a state that is trying to digitalize affairs. And then we have cryptocurrency, we have AI, we have gig workers. Are there rights that protect these things to a reasonable extent in Enugu here?
Well, there are no unique laws. Nigeria has federal laws which apply to everybody. So with respect to cryptocurrency, I believe even the risky parts of cryptocurrency is something that you can see that the government works in cohesion with the local builders to actually get them to move in sandboxes, like the SEC gets, provides provisional licenses, and even the CBN.
Okay.
So these are financial products, so they regulate these things and help you work in what is known as a sandbox environment, an experimental environment, where they watch you, assess the impact before they actually provide approvals. And on broadband, what you find is that over the years, there's not been much investments, by the telcos in these areas. But of recent, now that we've seen that MTN acquired back IHS towers for over 6 billion naira, we're seeing FiberX being rolled out by MTN.
Yes.
And hopefully we are back to the era where the telcos are investing again into infra, because before they were like asset light. Now it's an era for asset heavy. Okay.
Well, I hope I trust and believe that the governor of Enugu State understands these nitty-gritties and rudiments when it comes to technology, and I hope he gets to partner with persons who are already in the field to help bring his vision into book and into reality. Thank you so much, Mr. Zube, for joining this evening. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's all we're taking this evening on Aneke Brief. Till come your way again tomorrow. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Kenachoma. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.